All right, we're going to get started. Good morning. We welcome you to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Rabbi Heather Miller, Keeping It Sacred from the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Harley Herrera, Lance Corporal, Young Marines from the 4th District. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you for that warm introduction. I want to express gratitude to you and to the entire board for inviting me here today to deliver the invocation, especially on such a significant day. I invite you to assume a position of prayer if it is your custom. Respected leaders of this beloved county of angels, residents and visitors, I'm grateful this day to gather with you. Today is the first day of a Jewish holiday known as Sukkot, a holy day that remembers when the Israelites dwelled in huts along their journey through the desert over 3,000 years ago. This week, members of the Jewish community are commanded to dwell in the sukkah, which is a structure that is commanded to have a roof, but one that must be more open than it is closed. When we dwell in the sukkah, we are reminded of the tenuous nature of existence. We are reminded of the fragility of life, subjected to the howling winds, bright sun, and rains, including the wind, sun, and rain forecasted for this region this week. This is a week when we feel our vulnerability. 2 years ago today, October 7th, 2023, the Jewish community felt the startling vulnerability of life, having witnessed on television the gruesome slaughter of 1,200 of our co-religionists and others in Israel. The images in vivid color awakened generational trauma many of us hadn't felt in our lifetimes. And we know that those who weren't murdered that day were taken hostage in the days since, dwelling lives of fragile tenuousness, subjected to the whims of their captors every second, every minute, every day for 727 days now. And their days are still not guaranteed. Those in Israel are endlessly subjected to sirens that alert the community of incoming rockets and indiscriminate terror attacks. No one should live that kind of tenuous existence. These days, I'm also feeling the chilling vulnerability of the surviving Gazans who dwell in huts of their own, made of reclaimed rubble and scrap metal, resourced from bombed out buildings and repurposed tarps from aid packages, living on a literal battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of civilians struggling to survive, continued threats from every side. No one should live that kind of tenuous existence. Leaders are meant to protect their people from that kind of fragility of life, to provide basic sustenance and infrastructure that provides pipelines to advancement, to ensure domestic tranquility, to promote the general welfare, to provide for the common good. And so today, here in Los Angeles, I lift up a prayer for the esteemed members of this body, the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors. May you nurture that call to protect the community from the harsh winds of indifference, to protect residents here from the rain of greed and the blazing heat of hatred. May you make decisions that contribute to the stability and flourishing of all in the region, regardless of race, religion, age, creed, sexual orientation, status, income, ability, national status, or primary language, so that all may be not only tranquil, but so that all may thrive. And may you be blessed as you do so. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you and good morning. I'm honored to welcome Rabbi Heather Miller of Keep It Sacred, based in Sherman Oaks in the 3rd District. Rabbi Miller has dedicated her life to building inclusive, compassionate communities through faith, learning, and justice. As founder of Keeping It Sacred, she leads a global community committed to exploring sacred texts, creating meaningful rituals, and pursuing social justice with courage and heart. Ordained in 2008, she brings warmth, wisdom, and accessibility to every facet of her work as an author, officiant, teacher, and advocate. Rabbi Heather Miller earned her degree in Peace and Justice Studies from Wellesley College and her master's in Hebrew Literature and Rabbinic Ordination from Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion. Her leadership has touched congregations across the country, including the world's first LGBT-founded synagogue in Los Angeles, and she has advised major institutions from Netflix to Paramount on inclusion and representation. A tireless advocate for social justice, Rabbi Miller was named a Giant of Justice by Clue LA. She served as a commissioner on the Los Angeles Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission and continues to advance racial and economic equity through groups like Clergy for Black Lives and the Black Jewish Justice Alliance. And I know your family's faces are my favorite milestone on the Pride Parade. Through her leadership, Rabbi Miller continues to inspire thousands to find deeper meaning, justice, and connection in their spiritual lives. Please join me in thanking Rabbi Heather Miller for leading our invocation today.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Why don't you stand up here next to me? Ooh, now you're taller than me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we all want to thank 8-year-old Harley Herrera for joining us today and leading us in our pledge. Harley lives in Downey and is a Lance Corporal with the Southland Young Marines program. She's the youngest person to ever lead the Pledge of Allegiance here at our Board of Supervisors meeting. I invited Harley here today because she sent a letter to my office asking me to introduce a motion promoting Red Ribbon Week in the County of Los Angeles. In her letter, she expressed the importance of educating people, especially the youth, about the dangers of illegal drugs and to encourage a drug-free lifestyle. And I'm proud to have authored that motion, and it's on our agenda today for my colleagues to vote on. To date, Harley has earned over 129 community service hours. She also earned the Drug Enforcement Administration Award for drug reduction efforts through community education and peer-to-peer role modeling. To earn this award, Harley gave 4 separate presentations about the dangers of tobacco to different groups in her community. Harley has had the honor of meeting World War II veterans during a trip to Pearl Harbor and participated in the Navajo Code Talkers Memorial in Arizona. She will be attending the Pearl Harbor Memorial again in Hawaii this year. But her life isn't just about the military. Harley's a good student, and she sang with her school choir and is currently learning to play the recorder. Her dream is to become a teacher when she grows up. Harley, you are a remarkable and talented young lady. I'm sure you will do great things, maybe one day even becoming a county supervisor like the 5 of us here. Thank you so much for joining us today, and also wanted to make sure that we noted that your grandmother, Trish Bocanegra, is also here today. I believe she's an advisor for the Young Marines, but she's also your grandmother. So thank you for that, and thank you so much, Harley, for coming today and leading us in the pledge. And I have a special County of Los Angeles Certificate of Appreciation to give to you.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay.
All right. Here, am I getting lamb or this is Jane? Jane?
You want to talk to while you're here?
Yep. These are the last 2 from the litter that we had. The 2 last week were adopted. And these are 2 incredible puppies, Lamb and Jane. These are the only 2 females, I think, in the litter. They came to the Department of Animal Care and Control with their mom and siblings when they were just days old, tiny, fragile, and unsure, but they have definitely come into their own. They started their journey at the Palmdale Care Center before transferring to the Agoura Hills, where they've grown stronger and more confident every day. Now 8 weeks old, these German Shepherd pups are playful, curious, and full of love, as you can hear. With their sweethearts and joyful spirits, Lamb and Jane are sure to fill your home with laughter and joy. To adopt these perfect puppies, call the Agoura Care Center at 818-991-0071. I know that Sam's probably going to say, and you're going to say, that's right. Okay, so this is Lamb and Jane. Hi, baby. Yes. And now if you will direct your attention to the screen, this is Oliver, a 1.5-year-old German Shepherd, a sweet dog with a smile that you won't forget. To make Oliver yours, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. And I also want to highlight 2 special animal-related events coming up. First, head to the Sorensen Library in Whittier this Saturday, October 11th, for a special adoption event from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a perfect opportunity to begin the next chapter of your life with a furry friend. Additionally, there will be free pet wellness clinic on Sunday, October 12th at El Dorado Park in Lancaster from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So I would encourage you all, if you have friends that need to know about pet wellness, to go on up and bring your dog or cat for a free wellness exam, vaccines, microchips, deworming, flea medication, and pet food. Thank you. Okay, baby. I know. Anyone want? No? Okay. I know.
They will. They won't last long.
I know. All of them got adopted.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, I'm not surprised.
No.
They're
All right, now we will move on. Executive Officer, would you please call the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter 1. Set Matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. On Set Matter 1, this item will be held for report. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 21. On item 15, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 16, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 18, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 12, Administrative Matters, items 22 through 48. On item 22, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to October 21st, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 24, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 26, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 28, this item will be held for report. On item 39, the Registrar Recorder County Clerk requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 43 and 44, Supervisor Barger would like to abstain from the vote. On page 29, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Items 46A and 46B. On item 46A, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On page 30, public hearing, item 49. On item 49, this is a hearing on ordinance for adoption extending the Eden Fire Disaster Interim Ordinance for 10 months and 15 days to August 22nd, 2026, which eases development restrictions and allows for disaster recovery in unincorporated areas affected by the Eden Fire. This item will be held for hearing. On page 31, notices of closed session, CS1 through CS4. On CS3, the CEO requests that this item be continued 1 week. On CS4, this is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The request for continuance and refer back through CS4 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve the items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting order will be items SM1, then items 16, 46A, 24, 26, 28, and 49, followed by public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including general public comment and closed session matters, and then finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please call the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely. To participate remotely, please visit our website at www.bos.lacounty.gov to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use access code 2538-438-9676 and meeting password 2672025. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board, 1 minute to address the board on general public comment for a total of 6 minutes, plus an additional 1 minute for the public hearing item. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted. Your area code and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now move on to Set Matter 1, Report on County's Budget. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you're online or press *3 if on a telephone. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office will make a presentation. The Chief Executive Officer and representatives from the Departments of Health Services, Public Health, Public Social Services, and Los Angeles County Development Authority are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you, Executive Officer. CEO?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Board of Supervisors. As part of our regular update on budgetary pressures facing the county, today's update will focus on the partial federal government shutdown, which began on October 1st after Congress failed to approve a continuing resolution which would have kept the government open at least through November 21st. While brief federal shutdowns are not uncommon, we've seen those before, the duration of the shutdown and the resulting impacts remain unclear. So joining me today on the dais are Angela Ovalle, the acting branch manager for our legislative affairs team. She's going to provide the legislative update. Then we also have Executive Director Emilio Salas from Los Angeles County Development Authority. He will speak to potential impacts on our housing programs. We also have Michael Sylvester, Chief Deputy Director at the Department of Public Social Services. He's going to focus specifically on the impacts to our safety net programs administered by DPSS. And then we also have Drs. Christina Galley and Dr. Barbara Ferrer from the Department of Health Services and the Department of Public Health, respectively, who will also be able to speak about the impacts to our health centers, health systems. And with that, we have the slides up. I'll turn it over to Angela Ovalle.
Thank you, Fezia, and good morning, supervisors. Angela Ovalle, Acting Branch Manager for Legislative Affairs. As Fezia noted, the partial government shutdown began on October 1st, so we are in day 7, after the Senate failed to advance a House-passed continuing resolution, which would have kept the government open for 7 weeks through November 21st. As a result, a lapse in appropriations occurred, triggering the shutdown and requiring federal agencies to cease many activities that may impact the county's ability to deliver key services to our residents. Since the shutdown began, the Senate has brought the continuing resolution up for a vote 5 times, most recently yesterday, but fell short of securing the 60 votes needed to pass. And last Friday, House Speaker Mike Johnson announced that the House would not return to session this week as previously planned. He also announced that the House would not be taking any votes until October 14th at the earliest, further complicating the outlook in Washington, D.C. But I do want to note that despite the shutdown, government functions and payments deemed essential will continue. For example, Social Security and veterans benefits will still be paid, but access to personnel to address questions may not be available. Medicare and Medicaid benefits continue as they have funding through December 31st, 2025. However, should the shutdown continue beyond that date, then the county departments would anticipate disruptions to their revenue streams. National parks, mail, and internal revenue services continue, and federal workers who are deemed essential will continue to work and are guaranteed back pay when the government reopens. Everybody else will be furloughed, and this may impact reimbursement to county programs funded by federal grants, as well as pending grant applications and reviews. Now, during past government shutdowns, most county operations continued uninterrupted due to the short duration of the funding lapse. And our office has, in collaboration with the departments, identified some programs and funding that may be impacted by the shutdown, and we provided a preliminary report to your offices on September 30th. I will now turn it over to Emilio Salas, who will speak to the shutdown's impacts to LACTA.
Good morning, Supervisors. Emilio Salas, Executive Director of LACDA. So just to provide some context, we provide rental subsidies to approximately 30,000 households every single month, and also issue those rental payments to approximately 10,000 property owners to the tune of nearly $50 million every single month. We also own and operate nearly 3,000 units of public housing that houses over 6,000 individuals through the operating subsidy that we get from HUD. And in talking to members of HUD, they have indicated that they have sufficient funding to cover payments up until the middle of November. If we have a prolonged shutdown that exceeds that period of time, we will then have to draw upon our reserve funding that we have for those programs. We currently only have 1 month's reserves available for the Section 8 program, and we have less than 1 month available for our public housing programs. Should there be a prolonged shutdown that exceeds that period of time, we would then be unable to make those housing assistance payments for those 30,000 plus households, as well as not being able to provide maintenance and services to our public housing staff for the operating subsidy funds that are not received. So there will certainly be a significant impact in our ability to continue operating that program beyond the month of November. And now I think I want to turn it over to DPSS.
Next slide, please.
Thank you, Supervisors. Michael Sylvester, Chief Deputy Administration for DPSS. I'm here for Dr. Jackie Contreras. The Department of Public Social Services administers the CalWORKS, the CalFresh, and the Medi-Cal programs. These 3 programs are primarily funded by federal and state funding, with some matching funds from the county. There are currently sufficient resources available to continue through October for our CalFresh and our CalWORKS programs. And Medi-Cal has sufficient funding as it's administered and distributed quarterly through December of this year. The shutdown impacts both the benefits for our customers as well as the administrative funding required for these critical services. Following are some information that we know at this point in time. We have confirmed with the U.S. Department of Agriculture that the households for CalFresh have already started receiving their benefits last week. So the October benefits are already going out. November benefits are not assured until a continuing resolution or a budget deal can be satisfied at the federal level. Should the shutdown continue, our beneficiaries will definitely be impacted starting November, and our staffing resources as well. That impacts over 1.6 million individuals that we have on CalFresh, just to put a context around that. In the CalWORKS area, we also have sufficient funding through October for our CalWORKS families. That impacts 115,000 low-income CalWORKS families. Of that, there's 208,000 children that are impacted. Our Medi-Cal program that is actually quarterly funded through December That's our largest program, as you well know, and that impacts 3.4 million individuals across the county. So if the shutdown continues without resolution beyond next week, we will start messaging to the public to make sure that our customers are well aware of the potential impacts and start to refer them to other resources such as food banks and other support resources around the county. We will also continue to encourage new applicants to apply, and also for those individuals who may be discouraged not to withdraw any applications that they might have with us during this period of time. We're working very closely with the state and the federal government to stay up on this every single day. So as soon as we know any changes to this, we will certainly make sure that the board's aware of that. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Good morning, supervisors. With respect to Medicaid, we don't anticipate that the government shutdown will have an impact on Medicaid funding. As was just described, there's anticipated to be sufficient funding at least through the end of the quarter, and past shutdowns have not had any effect on Medicaid spending, as it's an entitlement program and there's been sufficient funding to cover the payments. With respect to our disproportionate share hospital, or DSH program, however, we do anticipate an impact. We receive DSH payments quarterly. The first payment of the quarter is due on October. The government shutdown will delay that payment. The state has indicated they will work with CMS on catch-up timing to be able to receive the payment later, but we will have a cash flow problem starting in roughly December or January, depending on the timing of those catch-up payments and the length of the time that the government shutdown continues for. As you'll recall, the Affordable Care Act included cuts to the DSH program. Those cuts have been subsequently delayed every year since the ACA went into effect. The government still has not delayed the cuts, however, with the most recent budget, and so because of that, we do have a cut to the DSH payments that is in effect October 1st, 2025, so last week. It's still possible that the federal government will pass an extension or a further delay of those cuts, pushing those cuts out farther in the future, which is what they've done in the past, and that delay would be applied retroactively, which would solve the revenue problem that DHS would otherwise experience because of the cuts, but not the cash flow problem. So again, if the federal government passes a delay, we don't have a revenue problem from the DSH cuts, but the government shutdown will impact the cash flow, and then we will have a cash flow problem likely starting at the beginning of 2026. The county meets regularly with DHS. We have regular meetings with the Auditor Controller and the TTC on a weekly basis to review DHS's cash flow situation. We'll continue those meetings, and we have precedents for borrowing money from the county as needed to cover short-term cash flow issues, and that is what we would do if needed to be able to cover us in the interim while managing the cash flow issues presented by this current shutdown.
Good morning, and thank you, Board. And I also want to thank the CEO and CEO Lair for really supporting us in both doing the analysis, but also continuing the advocacy. About 2/3 of the staff at CDC have already been furloughed. That includes 4 of the 8 CDC staff that are assigned, embedded at DPH. With the furloughing of that staff, plus the 50% of the HHS staff that have been furloughed, we have 3 big issues. The first is a communications issue, and it's not just communications about sort of our day-to-day work. All of our calls, our national calls around measles, around H5N1, around responding to threats from abroad are canceled. And all of the reports that we get from CDC around emerging diseases and outbreaks are also paused indefinitely. So there is a vacuum. We collect information on what's happening locally, and the state does a good job around the state, but we have no sense as we head into respiratory virus season of what the scope of the work is that needs to be done to get prepared, because all of our national data reports and our national meetings to connect with each other and share information are paused indefinitely. because the staff are not there. The second impact is we do receive a lot of federal grants. While in general we should be able to draw down funding, that's not true for any drawdowns that involve a staff review. And as you know, with executive orders, there are staff reviews on almost every grant that we have. It's not really clear. We don't have the list of which ones have been designated for review, but it could mean that, in fact, much of our funding gets delayed on the drawdowns. We won't know until we submit our invoices and they're not paid because of this sort of grant review requirement that was put in place this summer. And the third impact is that some of our sister agencies that support some important work here that public health is part of also have furloughed, like up to 90% of the EPA staff is furloughed. They help us, as you know, with Chiquita Canyon responses that require an EPA response. They're furloughed. The FDA has furloughed about 80 to 90% of their staff. They help us secure our food safety issues and particularly are helpful on investigating bird flu, on the connection with the poultry farms, and the cattle farms. And we also have an impact on FEMA with a lot of their staff furloughed, which means that while they'll be able to respond to emergency situations, ongoing response activities may have a lot of staff that are furloughed that are no longer able to help us. I do want to point out that one of the biggest threats to us is, however, the threat of the premiums not being subsidized starting in a couple of months. And so we're very concerned that we would have millions and millions of people here in California become uninsured if those premiums don't get extended. So I just want to say, like, one of the issues that we're hoping gets resolved very soon with a continuing resolution is that we do see the extension of the Obamacare premium subsidies for people on private insurance. And I think that summarizes the impact on public health.
Thank you. Next slide. So we are available for questions.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. Obviously, I mean, it sounds like DPSS, you've got enough for CalWORKS and all to carry through mid-December?
For CalFresh and CalWORKS, it's only through October.
Oh, through October.
It's through October for CalFresh and CalWORKS. For Medi-Cal, it's through December.
Okay.
Because that's a quarterly.
Okay, and Emilio, for the Section 8 subsidy, that caught my attention, $50 million every month, and you have enough to get you through mid-November.
That is correct. Mid-November with HUD funding, we have reserved for an
you have the
additional
reserves that you'll draw from.
Beyond that, correct.
And then I don't know, Fezia, if this pertains to the service side of it, but this morning when I was driving in, I heard that there was a comment that there's going to be no retroactive pay. And I'm wondering if that includes retroactive payments to counties. I mean, I don't, it wasn't clear, but I know for employees, they're saying that they will not get any retroactive pay, which I find mind-boggling.
You know, I'm going to ask, I know Dr. Galley mentioned something about like one of the programs being an entitlement program and retroactivity.
Yeah, I think the comment on retroactive pay would not necessarily apply to any decision made by the federal government about the dish cuts, the delay applying retroactively. I think the expectation and anticipation is that it would apply. And then irrespective of the delay from a payment standpoint, once the federal government is back up and running, the payments would apply retroactively even without additional action, and they would just do catch-up payments to resolve the cash flow situation.
And so the ACA cuts that was prior to the shutdown, though, correct? That's been something that you've been anticipating and
yes, but they've been subsequently delayed every year since the ACA.
Right. Yeah, it's been they keep moving it and just delaying, correct? I guess what I would say to our team back in DC to make sure that we're watching that, Because if you had told me, and I think my colleagues would agree, you all were back in DC, and I mean, to say that you're not going to get retroactive pay for employees, and especially some that are actually working, is problematic, to say the least. So I'm hoping that we can just make sure that we're diligent in ensuring that the impact to our labor force and the work that we do is not impacted. Amelia, are you talking to other counties in terms of the Section 8 and how they're going about and what their plans are?
We are in, other counties are in very different situations depending on the reserve levels that they have individually. Some have 2 to 3 months. As I've stated, ours is only 1 month since we're very aggressive with our lease up, so we don't have adequate reserves.
Okay, and then Fezia, with the shutdown, how is that going to impact our disaster response and our own recovery efforts? I mean, I know that we have been focused on infrastructure, working toward rebuild, and working with FEMA, working, with the EPA. So I just wonder how that is going to impact our ability to keep moving forward.
So the latest update that I have from my team is that the FEMA disaster response is still operational, and FEMA is still processing wildfire reimbursement programs and claims and actively coordinating with Cal OES. We know we have heard coming out of Washington, D.C., different comments about FEMA, and I think there's a heightened focus on, what is the future of FEMA, but I can say today they are active and they are processing claims. On the FEMA non-emergency response programs, such as training, we work with FEMA each year, and we'll do like a disaster preparation training that's offered by the National Disaster and Emergency Management University. Those types of things are on hold for now, and we anticipate but don't assume that they'll be reinstated when funding is enacted.
And then I just have a question out of curiosity. Do the Senate and Congress and their staffs get paid, or is their pay withheld as well?
They are being paid.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm glad they're deferring it, but the fact remains that the decision makers that should feel the pinch are going to still continue to get paid, as are their staff. All right, well, more to come on this. I think it's incredibly frustrating to know that we talked about this when you presented your budget. Almost 3/4 of our budget is going toward the most vulnerable communities in LA County, of which we get much of our funding through the federal government and the state. And I hope that those leaders actually look the word up and begin to lead back in DC, both sides of the aisle, by the way. This is not one or the other to me. It is, they all need to work together, because at the end of the day, the impact hits local, and we see it up close and personal with our constituents who are depending upon us as a safety net. So thank you for your update, and I look forward to working with you to address this issue. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. This is a critical report. Thank you all for being here this morning to help us understand what it will actually look like. I know these threats are real, they are significant, and concerning to all of us at every level of community. I was in Beverly Hills last night with community members from all over the 3rd District, sharing what the impacts are being felt, how the impacts are being felt at the county, and there isn't a community that will be immune to these impacts. And so I want to make sure I understood. We will continue to offer services from the county as people expect, and across the board, only through October. That's when we start to feel impact on some of the social programs that you outlined, and then the housing and Medi-Cal gets impacted by the end of the year, and then the housing vouchers are also impacted by the end of the month. So just to concretely understand, as people are thinking about the services that touch them, what timelines we're operating under. Any sort of shutdown is devastating to people who rely on this kind of support for any amount of time. But especially knowing that what might change and on what timeline, so people know what to expect, I think is critically important. Do you have any sense that we're getting closer to resolution?
As of today, no.
That's what I feared, but just making sure you don't know something that I don't know. One issue that was also raised to us recently was that the asset limit test is changing with regard to Medi-Cal. There are concerns around that. I know the state has been working to notify those who will be impacted. We think countywide it could be as many as 2 million or more. If the shutdown lasts several months and does go beyond December, which would be horrifying. But just so I understand, will those changes be impacted as well since the government is shut down, or will they still remain in effect on the proposed timelines?
The changes are independent of the federal shutdown, so the changes have their own timeline. In terms of what happens after December, it is an entitlement. I think that was alluded to before. So it's just that they would have to be reauthorized for the next quarter. If it wasn't reauthorized, then that would be a much larger administrative action being taken to not fund a mandate.
I think the message here is, especially over this next month, since there are some things that could be in jeopardy by the end of this month, we have to make sure we're making our voices clear and connecting with those with whom we have relationship in other states to make sure that the impact is known to all of the legislators who have a role to play in changing these decisions. I hear you, Madam Chair, on people continuing to be paid, though I will say many offices are continuing to do work to make sure that people are supported and to make sure that they are at least informed of what these changes mean for them. And I think that's critically important. If they can't get services, at least getting information to understand what is available to them is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and to all of you, because I think we are really in a tenuous situation here. 7 days, while some people might think it's not a long time, it is. Look what happened at Burbank Airport and two other airports in the country. This is going to happen. It's a slow rollout, and it's a strategy, in my opinion. And, both ways, Democrats, but Republicans also have some blame here. And I want to point that out because I think part of the argument or the misinformation that's being presented is that the reason why we're not able to come to an agreement on the budget is because Democrats don't want to meet at the table, and that they want to somehow extend coverage for, the 800 whatever elephant in the room, blaming it on undocumented. And that is so falsely inaccurate because no benefits are made available through federal funding to undocumented. We know that, and the county in the past has carved out our own services to deal with that, and so has the state, and so have other states. So I want to at least allay that, because that is an inaccurate depiction. And I think it's cruel. I think it's absolutely cruel what is happening right now, that people that we know in other parts of the country that are furloughed right now, are not going to work, maybe make less than $34,000 a year. I heard in Utah there was a small town impacted. The majority of the workforce there is employed by the IRS. $34,000 to $40,000 or $50,000 is not a lot of money compared to California. But with that resource being taken out, there is no continuing support for local businesses. So all the mom and pops, the hotels, the restaurants, all of the other supplemental services that are offered there around those employees, all of that is shuttered now. So it's a week already. we need to be also thinking about how we look at the economic impact that this is having in LA County. Because while we're talking about vital services, we're also talking about the triple impact that happens also to our small businesses, people that rely on these services, and the fact that now we're going to ask, for example, our LA Regional Food Bank to pick up this loss. They have already asked us time and time again for additional funding. And we're trying to get some of that through, I know, through other resources, perhaps CFCI or other sources that we may have. And I'm just throwing that one out because we are talking about a heavily impacted and underrepresented population that really needs us help. So I think more attention has to be paid to what is actually happening in terms of the caliber of these potential cuts. And the cuts are happening anyway. We know that. What it's going to force businesses to do is to also pull back. They're not going to be spending their money. They're not going to be going out and continuing to expand their businesses, and the small businesses are the ones that are going to be impacted the most. I've seen this record before, went through it when I was back there in the administration, and it is devastating. And I would further say that some of the grants that you all are waiting on right now, they may not be processed. And I said this at a meeting before, because what will happen is if you don't have civil servants there to process and evaluate and give the review, you're going to lose out on that money. So it also means that we have to be better prepared also, just in case, that we can tell our clients, but also our staff, what is actually happening. So my question to all of you is, how are we going to prepare to give them this caution, but caution with, with evidence of what it really means, and where, not just where people can get help, but what are we going to do then to call on the county so that we can also help provide some bridge where we can. And that to me is most important right now, especially when I'm hearing about the enormous number of young children in the CalWORKS program that are going to be impacted. Those little children can't fend. They can't come up here and speak to the board, but they also need to be defended. And I would hope that we could somehow figure out, I would love to hear that report back from our CEO, where we can help off-ramp or help out in some way. I'm very disturbed about what's going to happen to our HUD, our voucher, our Section 8 programs. While I know I don't have the majority of them in my district, I have a substantial number. And I want to know, Emilio, asking you too, on top of that, how are we going to navigate this message to our community, and how are we going to do it in a multilingual setting? Because we have not just Spanish speakers, we have AAPI, we have Armenian, we have so many other languages. What are we doing? And can you give me some idea? And that isn't just for Emilio, that's for the other departments. So Emilio, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Supervisor. We certainly are working with all of the various groups that are going to be impacted. One group that I failed to mention are the nonprofit developers that have thousands of permanent supportive housing units supporting persons that were experiencing homelessness. We're working through with them to figure out what other alternative funding sources they can tap into, or if they have replacement reserves in their developments that they could perhaps pivot and use those funds temporarily while the shutdown gets resolved.
What is that number, though, just to give us an idea, as you raise it?
Right, we've got certainly over 5,000 permanent supportive housing units with the county alone. When you look at the entire region, there are well over 15,000 permanent supportive housing developments throughout the county of Los Angeles, and those particular developers operate on a very thin margin. Right. So they certainly cannot bear not receiving that rental subsidy payment. Mm-hmm. We also have, of the 10,000 plus property owners, the vast majority are small mom and pop property owners that have 1, 2, 3 units and rely on that rental payment. One of the long-lasting effects of this as well is that the impact of this will reach well beyond just the shutdown if we aren't able to make those payments. The recruitment of property owners is one of the most difficult things. And one of the biggest selling points is that rental payment will be there every single month. It's a sure thing. If we're not able to make that rental payment, it will turn a lot of property owners off to the Section 8 program, and we will then be in a situation where it'll be much more difficult to use those vouchers. We also have added on top of that the emergency housing vouchers that are set to expire. So we were about to issue a communication to those 1,300 families that they had 1 year before that funding runs out. We now need to issue a different type of communication on what will happen should the shutdown be prolonged. So we're looking at how to message that in a way that doesn't create panic, but in a way that informs them and lets them know that they're going to be able to remain in their units, and we're going to figure out a way forward.
I think the time is also for us to think about reaching out to other organizations, whether they be even faith-based, to help us. Because whether we like it or not, if this goes on for another month, it's going to impact people's lives. And I would think that many, I know in my community, will go to the faith-based organizations first off to ask for help. How are we coordinating with them? And I would ask us to do that we need to keep that in mind right now. But thank you. And DPSS, I mean, you have a tremendous challenge here.
Yes, Supervisor. As you well know, our programs are not small in any way, by persons served or by dollars funded. So we have limited options in terms of finding replacement funding. So we're working very closely with the state on what kind of contingency plan could be made here. But as you know, the federal shutdown's across all aspects of the state. So we're just trying to really identify, is there anything after October that would be there as a buffer? And so far, we have not been able to get confirmation on that, but that is where we're leaning towards. We are reaching out to community partners who could never make up the difference, but obviously to educate our customers on what other outlets there are for food benefits. Again, the regional food bank has been a wonderful partner always, and they're already stretched thin. But in terms of just CalWORKS alone, it's like $1.4 billion annually, about 117 million assistance going straight to the public monthly. That's not surplantable in a reasonable fashion. So we're really just working closely with our state partners because that's the only other entity that has the kind of funding wherewithal to try to assist.
You said you're talking to the governor or folks up there.
Yes, absolutely. Administration and also CDSS and DHCS top leadership. So the directors under in that agency, I've had conversations with Jackie weekly. We're staying on top of this because we're this close. We just talked about it. It's October is the only one that we have any assurance across the programs right now.
I'm certain there's probably going to be, if it's prolonged, that there'll be more activity in Sacramento. Maybe a special session will be called to deal with this because it's going to be catastrophic for us. And then we have to dovetail with that as well. So, Dr. Galley?
Thanks. The DISH payments that I spoke about, they're really for hospitals. They're a certain type of payment for hospitals that serve a high proportion of low-income and uninsured payments. And so while most of our problems related to the shutdown and the lack of a delay in the DISH cuts, which we hope is resolved through a continuing resolution bill, we hope that gets resolved and it's hopefully mostly a cash flow problem, it still creates tremendous strain on hospitals at a time when already hospitals are under increasing strain from the pending revenue cuts and escalating costs. And hospitals are required under EMTALA to take care of everyone who comes in the door, regardless of ability to pay, regardless of insurance status. That's the federal requirement. It's a federal law. And at the same time, that funding stream that authorizes those payments is one of the ones that's at risk right now. And as Dr. Ferrer shared, there's a variety of threats to people's insurance status. One of them is the premium tax subsidies, the premium subsidies. And if those and other changes aren't reversed, we'll just see increased numbers of individuals that are uninsured. And there was reference made to the asset tests and that were put in place by the state. There's a variety of changes in both the state and the federal government that will increase the ranks of the uninsured. And I think what we're focused on in DHS, and I know many hospitals similar to us, is really just remaining open for the people that need us and keeping those services going. And our message to the public is that we're here regardless of insurance status. We're here to take care of people, but we need resolutions to the problems that we face on both the federal front as well as the state front so that we don't have longer term problems and start to face more dangerous situations in the future. These are short-term problems right now, hopefully solvable problems, but we could easily hearken in a day where they're not reversible and they're longer term and really have devastating impacts on the people that rely on us for care.
Right. And I know a lot of my private hospitals have already contacted me because of the DISH
Yes.
proportionate impact funding already being cut back. And some, like the Children's Hospital and others, to name a few, Beverly Hospital, White Memorial, I could go on, that are severely impacted. And then they help to serve as a safety net for the county. And I think it's going to have apparently a domino effect, as we know. But I think all of us working together too with these associations, I hope, and I know we know that, Dr. Galley, working with LA Care and with other groups, but just to continue to keep that pressure on, I think is going to be really critical. And making sure we can give them the data. The data is what empowers, I think, our message. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Ferrer.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have reserves. The only program area that has a reserve is substance abuse treatment program, which we don't have any problems at the moment worrying about. But for everything else, I mean, there's no reserve. So if the grant money doesn't come, then particularly because 60% of the federal funds are going out to community partners, there will be no payments for those services, and both the staff and the service that they're providing would need to get adjusted. So, you know, our hope is this doesn't go on because there's no reserve, and if we don't get payments because staff aren't processing our invoices, then the services can't go on. I will also say the other big risk for us is, you know, everything's on a grant cycle. So for example, almost our entire TB program is funded by a grant that we're due to get on January 1st, but the submissions are going in now. No one's processing that. If there's a delay on getting an award for the TB program, then we can't run the TB program until we get the funding for it. So, I mean, this is a similar problem that I've raised about what happens when the grant funding is reduced significantly or disappears, but you know, this is now aggravated by the fact that there's no one processing any of the invoices that need to get reviewed. So we have no reserves.
Right, and I last week took a tour of a violence prevention program run by Ms. Giggins, and she was very forceful in telling me the cutbacks that have just been outlandish across the board for many violence prevention, especially domestic violence that have been cut, and how it's going to decimate not just her program, which is a nationally recognized program, but others. And in this current climate, I just don't think you know, the public may be fully aware of what has happened to our budgets, our federal budget, and how it impacts us directly here. So the more we talk about it and have those individuals helping us and messaging is obviously important. I know they want to work with us, but I think their service is vital. And want to just say that, you know, I'm glad that we were able to stand these programs up initially over the last few years, Dr. Ferrer, but we can't afford to have them go away now. That for me is the bottom line. Unfortunately, other people may have different opinions on that. But and CEO, just kind of give me a thought here. How do we look at this in terms of any bridge? We went through this before. This isn't the first time we've gone through a shutdown, but what is the county prepared to do?
Thank you for asking that question, Supervisor. And you are correct, this is not the first time we've gone through a shutdown. Based on my time at the county, this seems to me to be one of the more divisive shutdowns that we have had. And, you know, I talk to my team in terms of this is an Armageddon budget. This is not a budget that's designed to preserve, to address, you know, budgetary overspends at the federal level. The federal government doesn't have a budget limit. This is a budget that's designed to drive a policy initiative, the presidential policy initiative. And so with that said, I think we should be careful of messaging to all of the constituents that rely on your leadership, all the hospitals that will contact you, all the community-based organizations that will contact you. In many ways, they are receiving dollars that flow not just directly from the federal government and the state government, but from the county to them. And it's the same source. I do not see a situation where the county budget, as large as it is, someone pointed out earlier that 2/3 of the budget is federal and state subvention dollars. I do not see a future where we will be able to backfill all of these programs. And so I think, and then I don't know, I mean, we haven't sat down, because this is a dynamic and emergent situation, to identify what the actual dollar impact is, just for the ones that you've mentioned today. I know that there are others on the horizon. And so I think we need to be mindful of our messaging. One part is, yes, to sound, make sure that people are aware that this is what is happening and this is how it impacts you. And it's not the county that's doing it, it's the federal government that's doing it. One of our department heads mentioned that they're working with the state. Well, the state is in the same position that we're in some regards. I realize that their budget is larger, but they also have more obligations than we do. So what I think is most appropriate at this time is that because this is a dynamic situation, you know, maybe they'll be back before the 14th, maybe not. I think maybe what we should do is micro updates, allow this to be the focus of our future budgetary updates in the coming weeks. The hope is that there can be a resolution, but I don't see a situation where the county will be able to backfill the scale, scope, and magnitude of these curtailments.
And I don't disagree with you at all, but I think there may be some, if we see on the horizon that there will be some reconciliation, and if we can help temporarily, then, I mean, that's what I'm thinking of. In the past, I'm sure that the county did something, and that's what I was trying to get at. Not that we're going to be able to save the Titanic, because it doesn't sound like it. I know that.
I think what would be helpful, so we have already started providing the board and county departments updates and quantifying the scale, scope, and magnitude of federal cuts just from the federal policy changes. And what might be helpful is a parallel exercise, just so we know what we're doing, what we're dealing with, is to get the, you know, like I'm not sure how Dr. Ferrer would be able to quantify the elimination of the, you know, the supplement on the health insurance, but maybe Emilio and Mike can help us quantify what exactly are we talking about in terms of dollars and cents, because before we have any conversation about what the county may or may not be able to do, we need to understand the scale and scope of the problem. And so maybe before next Tuesday, we could work on identifying what those numbers are. And I know we're not going to have excessive precision, but if we could be directionally correct, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, you referenced about who's getting paid. I wanted to remind us that at the state level, based on a ballot initiative, the state legislators do not get paid if they don't pass an on-time balanced budget June 15th. And so maybe it's time that Congress be held to the same standard. Secondly, I would say, Emilio, I have to respectfully disagree with you. I think it is absolutely time to panic, based on the district I represent, based on the level of poverty that's disproportionately experienced by people who call the 2nd District home. I appreciate this is the first shutdown and the county's been able to step up in the past, but this is different when we look at this coming on the heels of H.R. 1. Case in point, the SNAP Ed program that ended October 1, 16 million in losses. 4 organizations in SD2 impacted immediately. The Children's Collective, the Lawndale Elementary School District, LA Regional Food Bank, Social Justice Learning Institute. With 1 in 4 LA County residents facing food insecurity, the 2nd District has 35% of the households who face food insecurity. I am panicked. WIC. Second district, 65,000. Percentage of children under 5. Percentage of children enrolled in WIC, 30% in the second district. That is cause for me for panic. That is HR 1. Now, when you address the cumulative impact of the shutdown, it is only magnified. Now, at the state level, Dr. Galley, CalFresh and CalWORKs were deemed as entitlement programs also. So when I heard you say Medicaid is an entitlement program, I don't know if it's just that because the payment rolls on a quarterly cycle, we won't get hit immediately. But at least at the state level, I always understood that those two programs were entitlement programs also. Is that not your understanding? Or yes, yes.
That is my understanding. But in terms of how the federal government has prioritized what was actually going to be continued funding, they only identified Medicaid, Medicare in the programs that we have.
So programs that have historically been considered entitlement programs, meaning that they would be protected from cuts because people were entitled to them. We know what that word means. That is now a shift in policy. I think that too is historic and relevant. When you think about the cumulative impact of these cuts, yes, everyone across the county will experience them, but you know, a family or a mother on CalWORKs who is receiving CalFresh, who may have a Section 8 voucher, who may be receiving subsidized child care. This is devastating. This is pulling the rug out from under that family, without question. And so I am not only mad beyond belief, but also deeply panicked because I don't believe the state or the county is in a position to help that family when we recognize the cumulative impact of all of these new federal policy, racist, classist cuts. And when you recognize it's coming on the end of the year, November 1st, we don't have any guarantee about CalFresh and CalWORKs. That's just mean-spirited. And I think that just needs to be said out loud. LA County, 1.6 million on CalFresh. CalWORKs, 115,000 households, 200,000 children, 30,000 households, Section 8 dependent. As we are working every day as a board to dig ourselves out of deep poverty, to be a true care first county, we are backing people in a corner. And that is cause for panic to me and devastating. I appreciate the fact that we will kind of pivot our focus in these budget presentations to the shutdown. But again, I think it's important that we as a board understand the cumulative impact of all of these, the policy actions, HR 1, because it's not, we don't have the luxury of looking at just one crisis at a time. It's the compound impact on our shared constituency because we are the safety net level of government. And the reason I think it's important that we acknowledge panic is appropriate because people all over this country are going to have to rise up and let their elected officials understand that as we enter cold months for the Midwest and the East and the South, that we are going to call into question people's housing security by not paying Section 8 vouchers as of November 1. I am thrilled to know that LA County, being the largest county, has a reserve, but as I talk to CSAC colleagues and NACO colleagues, many of them have no reserve for a variety of policy decisions they've made. So we are in perilous times. That with every passing day and every decision that comes out of DC just seems to get worse and worse. And I appreciate the departments here for tracking it, giving us numbers, giving us this information. I certainly hope that all of the county departments aren't kind of working in silos in our response, that we've got to acknowledge the immigrant families, our TAY youth, communities already facing health disparities are going to be hit the hardest. and that they're going to need coordinated information, as you said, Supervisor Solis, even if that information is bad. We have got to make sure that we are providing coordinated information, how to access food resources, where to get help navigating the federal cuts to the degree that we can. I agree with the CEO that we can't give anyone the impression that the county can put a Band-Aid on this federally instigated national economic crisis that is not based on a lack of resources. It's based on a policy choice. We're going to have to do the best we can, Supervisor Solis, but these holes are so deep and so big. Even in good times, the county wouldn't be able to navigate our way through this, the way people are going to be harmed by these federal policies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, my colleagues asked every question that I was going to ask, and I appreciate the presentation. I mean, overall, if the shutdown lasts longer than November, that's when it looks like we will have some consequences. But up until then, it feels like most of our residents in the county shouldn't feel major impacts. Our Social Security is still happening, our veterans benefits, air traffic controllers, even though they're not getting paid, they should be showing up to work. Our military veterans benefits will last, but I think it's the uncertainty of how long the shutdown lasts for us. And you're right, it's not the first one. When I was in Congress, I lived through one. You probably did too, Supervisor Solis. And listening to everybody, certainly the impacts could be devastating to our public housing residents, DHS, the cash flow issue, the embedded CDC workers, which you're wondering now that Supervisor Barger, you talked about listening how there was not a guarantee that they would get back pay. I'm wondering if those furloughed CDC folks, knowing they may not get back pay, just quit altogether, and then you never get them back, and wondering, just looking at that. But I just wanted to go on the record to say, with all the draconian potential impacts that could happen, I really stand with those who are really holding firm that we could reopen the government this afternoon if we could get an agreement on extending the subsidies to the premiums for people who are on the Affordable Care Act. And I'm glad they're holding the line on that. I agree with that, because I think doubling or more those vulnerable people's premiums, as Dr. Farrar, I think you said, they could absolutely just go uninsured. They're not going to be able to pay those. They're just not. Not now, with everything else going up, with gas going up, with groceries going up. Doubling your premiums for the Affordable Care Act, that was the whole point of the Affordable Care Act, that it was affordable. Because let's remember, way back before we had that, people were not getting health insurance. They could not afford it. One major illness, one accident wiped an entire family's savings out. So I want to go on record saying I stand with those back in DC, in Congress. It's tough, it's difficult, but I hold out hope that there is a deal to be made sooner than later, and I want to thank them for holding the line on that one issue. Reopen the government this afternoon by agreeing to extend those subsidies for the premiums. That's the solution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Seeing no other comments, thank you all. Do we have any public comment on this item? Thank you to all of you for everything you're doing.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. We will go to remote speakers. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item set matter 1, if you have not already done so, use the raised hand feature on your device or press star 3 on your telephone now. Caller 818-645, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin. Okay, we lost that caller. Caller 310-795, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, I would like to give comment on item 24 and general public comment. Is this the time?
No.
No.
So if you can go back in the queue, this is on the set matter regarding budget.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Caller 626-390, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Dear Mr. President Trump, Governor Newsom, Honorable Judy Chu, Mayor Braun, and LA Board of Supervisors, the Alpha team was formed under Susie Wiles 9/15/2025 to address gun violence, combining the capabilities of DOD, DOJ, FBI, and local police. This technology can be used for fire prevention, evacuation, homeless, and to protect vulnerable immigrant residents in school. Will the LA Board of Supervisors join the Alpha team and release the $238.5 billion federal budget, and there's an incentivization plan for all public servants wishing to enroll? The budget of $238.5 billion I presented to LA Board of Supervisors on 1/21, which was approved by President Trump on the same day and is backed by Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Masayoshi Son, with a $500 billion budget backed by Japan. Colin Campbell, District 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
You are due the gang of four Democrats of the party of assassins, perverts, child molesters, exacerbate the problems by spending millions on illegal aliens and fighting President Trump's appropriate efforts to bring back the rule of law and order. This chicken has come home to roost. Time to pay the piper. Supervisor Solis can't even get the Motel 6 7th Avenue project done. Supervisor Mitchell, as expected, has to throw in the race card using the use of disproportionate as the disingenuous term that it is, as it is Black Lives Matters. Ask Dr. Thomas Sowell. And as to the other projects, you deserve what you get. You created this monster.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
I just want to say that, so in terms of the budget, I know that it sounds really dull and everything, but you know, we've gone through this before. Usually happens around November. So I know that it happens around November, but you need to know that I just want to know what I would like to know if you can send me the information as to what is the breakdown of Hispanics that use the safety net, which are the department, the social services safety net. What a portion of them use it. More than likely, you know, it's not as humongous as people think. But, you know, as far as this quality of life thing I'm thinking about, we all live here. You know, it's not only the people that use the safety net, but we all live here. So I think I would like to know what is the extended forecast for all of us in terms of quality of life. What do we want to see in LA, in the city of LA? You know, what is the extended forecast for us?
Caller 619-534, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
I was going to comment on general public comment, so I think I'll wait for later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 818-645, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And this is a grim report, obviously, and these are not abstract numbers. And I agree with many of you, including the suggestion that these cuts have a racist, classist impact. I know a member of the public disagrees, but take a look at what's going to happen. It's a nightmare. And I think it's important to try to stick up here, but let's also remember that November is a ways off, and the incompetentes in the government are going to resolve this before then, I hope, I pray. And if not, we do have to be ready for it. But at least we have time for the city to go down for the California League of Cities in Long Beach to do a little meet cute, and I hope some of you will go down. I was a little disappointed that none of you are making a keynote about how to get it done properly, possibly because it's not being done well in any section of what we're doing. But I still think it's important to go down to Long Beach for the California League of Cities and
Thank you.
help.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Thank you. This is just a report back, so we will move on. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. We're now going to move on to item 16, Executive Officer.
Correct. We will now move on to item 16, safeguarding vulnerable immigrant residents at schools, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. Representatives from the Office of Immigrant Affairs, Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, and the Los Angeles County Office of Education are available for questions. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me, and thank you to our Office of Immigrant Affairs and LA County Office of Education. I understand Dr. Duardo is not available, but Freddie, you're here to represent her. Very good. Colleagues, a few weeks ago, you may recall that Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law an important package of bills meant to safeguard our vulnerable immigrant communities from the widespread ICE raids. And that included SB 81. And I was grateful last week when this board unanimously passed my motion requesting our health departments to report back with their implementation plans to ensure our healthcare settings remain safe from raids. Today's motion, however, expands upon our county's effort to create safe spaces. This time, it's about our schools. And as a part of that legislative package, the governor also signed into law AB 49 and SB 98. AB 49 by Assembly Member Marisucci protects immigrant children from ICE raids attempting to enter school facilities without a federal warrant. And as you may recall, we saw this happening just a few months ago on a regular basis. And SB 98 by Senator Sasha Renee Perez would require K-12 schools as well as institutions of higher education, including four-year universities and community colleges, to notify students and staff and other campus community members when immigration officers are present on their school sites. The motion requests that LA County Office of Education report back in 30 days on the implementation of these two bills. Schools, as you know, are the center for many of our communities, and they're safe havens, and they're taken as trusted partners in our communities in many, many ways. Taken together, these two bills will support those efforts by ensuring that our residents are informed and help address the growing atmosphere of fear and uncertainty on our campuses since these raids began. I want to thank you, Freddie Reese, who has helped lead LA County Office of Education immigration response efforts, for joining us here today. And Freddie, I'd like to ask you if you could share what LACO has been doing to prepare for implementation of these bills in anticipation that they might soon become implemented.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Freddie Ruiz. I'm with LACO. I oversee LACO's Immigrant Relations Program, and I am the Immigrant Relations Coordinator. Thank you very much for your question, Supervisor Solis. In preparation of Assembly Bill 49 and Senate Bill 98, LACO has been actively preparing to ensure effective implementation of the bill's requirements. This preparation includes reviewing the legislation to understand the impacts on our vulnerable undocumented students across LA County. In addition, LACO is coordinating with the school districts to align policies and procedures, putting together training materials to initiate staff trainings and additional outreach to educators and administrators across the 80 school districts in LA County. This also includes a memo that was sent out to all of the superintendents last week by Dr. Eduardo, informing them of the new bills that were signed by Governor Newsom on September 20th, and providing immediate action steps that school districts can take to continue to ensure the safety and wellness of our vulnerable students across LA County.
And I also want to thank Supervisor Mitchell also for also supporting these efforts, because the initial ICE intrusions occurred in her district. And then we saw them repeatedly also in the 3rd District and in other parts of LA County. And I know that there have been many sightings, even a threat of interruptions at graduation ceremonies, much havoc that has been spread throughout the last, I want to say, 6-7 months at our schools. So I know this is critically important. I want to ask you also, Rigo, the Office of Immigrant Affairs, what steps are you taking to help coordinate and work with LA County Office of Education, including our community colleges and four-year universities? And one thing that has become clear to me too is that there's also a focus on our DACA students. And I am particularly concerned about that, and how this also, I mean, extends to a very critical population that currently has been able to go to college, attend, and have access to many areas because of previous administration's efforts to provide relief to that population. So, Rigo?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Solis, members of the board. Rigo Reyes, Executive Director with the Office of Immigrant Affairs. Really great question, Supervisor. From the very beginning, back in 2017, actually, when you established the Office of Immigrant Affairs, we have worked very closely with LACO in regard to all the issues that keep bubbling up. This is no exception. We have been doing almost weekly workshops supporting what they do, making sure that we add the immigrant lens to the various activities. Just talking with Freddie and his colleagues, we are updating the information to those workshops. He was showing me that he already has new slides to incorporate this new information. I think for us, it's very critical that we make sure the information that is relayed to parents and the students is accurate, that is vetted, and that is timely. The last thing we want to do is create additional fear when there is a false report of some activity that would trigger some response that we want to prevent. So, working again with LACO hand in hand, we're trying to get those workshops updated and going regularly so that we can help as much as we can.
And that just leads me to question also how we're coordinating even beyond just the Office of Immigrant Affairs, but other resources, because we're seeing food insecurity. People are not going out and shopping. Some of our families are sending their children to run those errands, and because of limited economic work, they're not working or their hours have been cut, they're faced with food insecurity. Are we coordinating also with the schools on that, where there are, say, food pantries or food availabilities for them, for the same population at the school sites? Are we doing that?
Yeah, so we have a series of webinars for educators across LA County that we've began since the first week of January leading up to the inauguration, but we saw the need that was very dire, so we scheduled these webinars through December already. And in our presentations to our educators, legal protections for immigrant students, we provide resources around their communities. We provide asset mapping as well in terms of what resources are available, CBOs that provide such information. But in addition to that, we have tailored our presentation for students and parents, where we have collaborated with the Office of Immigrant Affairs and CARECEN to provide Know Your Rights / educational rights across LA County, where we also incorporate resources that our community members can tap into for different needs. And we've also created a toolkit for students and parents that have such information embedded in them already, as well as Know Your Rights, legal assistance, and other pressing needs that we see our community has the most need for.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to question and to put this motion forward. Thank you.
Yep. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. One of the most fundamental responsibilities as a board and as a county that we have is to ensure the safety of our young people. So we appreciate the way that the school districts in Los Angeles County have implemented their own policies to protect our students at the time of these horrendous targeting tactics. We just really appreciate the proactive steps that you have taken, and I'm grateful for the steps that the state has taken through these two bills, though we know they're only as effective as the degree to which we actually implement and enforce them. And so I really appreciate having this conversation today, that the County Office of Education will work with school districts throughout the county to ensure that these additional protections are implemented. And thank you to Supervisor Solis for making sure that we're closing that gap and making sure that they get implemented.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing the motion forward. And as you acknowledged, District 2 had a horrific experience, and I just want to publicly acknowledge two courageous principals, Principal Gomez and Principal Miramontes at Russell Elementary School and Lillian Street Elementary School, who did indeed receive a visit from Homeland Security and understood their rights. And when the agents failed to show an appropriate warrant, they protected those children from unimaginable potential trauma. And so I did support the package of bills. While I know the report back isn't including child care facilities, I know the legislation did, because I think children and parents of children at all ages, in whatever facility you're in, school, child care, post-secondary education sites, need to feel safe. So I look forward to the report back to really see, as a further sign that LA County understands and we're going to protect children against these great odds to the degree that we can. And encourage our educational facilities to do the same thing. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Executive Officer, do we have any members of the public that have signed up to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. We will go to remote speakers. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 16, if you have not already done so, please use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. And I realize this is a very delicate situation, but again, you brought it upon yourselves. So you had no one, just look in the mirror, okay? And spending all this time and money on trying to thwart the federal government, and for your illegal, felonious actions on illegal immigration into this country and the aiding and abetting thereof. I look forward to see you all in San Quentin, or for our top of the tier there, Alcatraz. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller 213-379, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin. Please begin. Hello, please
hi,
begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. The reason I'm calling is because, give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Yeah, my name is Jose Sanchez, and I'm the field organizer with COFAM, and I would like to speak in support of item number 16. It looks like the state passed a legislation to make students and families on school campuses feel safer from immigration enforcement, and there's no reason for anybody to be in fear at schools. So this important motion will ensure that those bills are implemented here in the county, and that they're the center of the communities, and they should be protected as safe spaces. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion to address student and educator concerns, and I urge you to support item 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 213-379, your line is unmuted. No. Sorry, 213-338, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Good morning. My name is Yesenia Kush with COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations. I'm calling to support agenda item 16. No child, especially no baby, should have to experience the fear or trauma of seeing immigration officers at their school or child care centers. These places are meant for love, for safety, and growth, and not fear. It breaks my heart to know that some families live with that kind of uncertainty. To see that every day in our community, it just breaks my heart. And we shouldn't be allowing our communities to go through experiences that can shape a child's life forever. This motion helps ensure that all children, regardless of their immigration status, can learn, play, and dream without fear. And we want to thank Supervisor Solis for her leadership and bringing this motion forward. And I urge the board to support agenda item number 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Yes, good morning. My name is Claudia Jerez, DPSS, about 10 years, in Downtown Women's Center case manager, former case manager. What I can say about the immigration rates and how it can impact the schools, I can say that it takes a village, they say, to raise a child. So I think it will take all of us to bring in some healing in this process of raids and, the events that have to occur. I think that it's important that we shield children and we shield them from the chaos and the confusion and everything. I think we're going to be okay. It's important that we are okay and that we recognize that we have to work as a team with the kids at school and in our schools. And that's basically what I believe. And hopefully we're going to be okay. I believe we're going to be okay.
Caller 818-645, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you to Supervisor Solis for this one and for standing up to the bullies. Kids understand bullying. That's where you learn about bullying as a child. It's horrible. And now we have a president who that's his game. He's a bullier. He bullies everybody. He's trying to bully himself the Nobel Peace Prize as we speak. And it's very important that kids feel safe at school. And I think that we should bring more kids down to the boardroom so that it feels like once we straighten out all the shitty meeting rules that you've screwed up, once we get to a nice, clean presentation where the public can participate, I think the kids come down and participate. At the city today, they have Dr. Gina Freer from Los Angeles politics in her politics class from Occidental College. What a great idea. Why not bring them down to the County Board of Supervisors and give them a little proclamation? I mean, does that seem off? To me, that seems appropriate. And I think we need to find a way to put the public forward.
Thank you. Caller 626-933, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Good morning. My name is Martha Calderon. I serve as the Director of Equity and Access Family Engagement for Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. I'm here today to express strong support for item 16. As educators, we know that students thrive when they feel safe, supported, and protected, especially on school campuses, which serve us as trusted community hubs. The state has taken important steps to safeguard students and families from immigration enforcement in educational spaces. This motion is a critical step towards ensuring those protections are fully implemented here in the county. Schools must remain safe havens, places where learning, healing, and connection happen without fear. This is especially vital for our immigrant families and multilingual communities. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for championing this motion and for listening to the concerns of students, families, and educators. educators. I also want to send out a shout out to the Immigrant Relations and Services through the LA County Office of Education, specifically Mr. Reese.
Thank you. Marnie Olson, your line is unmuted. Please begin. Marnie Olson, please begin. Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 16 is before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
4-0.
Here's Supervisor Hahn. Would you like to be recorded as a aye on item 16?
Sure. Supervisor Hahn's recorded as an aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 46A, addressing allegations of fraud to support victims of child sexual abuse, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office, County Council, and the Auditor Controller are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think it goes without saying that I was incredibly disturbed and quite frankly disgusted by last week's LA Times report that alleges serious misconduct by some of the attorneys involved in the claims against the county. This stems from the passage of the AB 218, actually it's the Gonzalez bill, proposed by former Assembly Member Lorena Gonzalez, which intended to provide overdue recourse for childhood victims of sexual abuse. And let me begin by reiterating, and I know this has been something that has always been front and center for us, that any act of childhood sexual abuse is reprehensible and, quite frankly, indefensible. LA County stands firm in its commitment to supporting victims of abuse and neglect and ensuring that the safety of every child in our care is ensured. We know that there are thousands of victims who suffered terrible abuse at the hands of trusted adults who were supposed to care for them. Instead, they inflicted untold pain. When allegations of abuse in our child welfare and juvenile systems first came to light, we immediately strengthened prevention, reporting, and accountability measures to protect those that are the most vulnerable. We also simultaneously began the hard task of working through thousands of legal claims, the first round of which part of a $4 billion settlement involving roughly 11,000 plaintiffs. This proposed settlement attempts to redress a failed system and provide compensation for past wrongs. This is the largest settlement in Los Angeles County's history, and it will have a lasting impact on our ability to provide critical services for our 10 million residents. Recent reports by the LA Times have raised serious concerns about unethical behavior by some attorneys, including allegations of fabricated claims. And I think it's appalling and sickening that anyone would exploit a system meant to bring justice to victims of childhood sexual abuse. I'm sure the Gonzalez bill did not take that into consideration when it was going through the legislature. It is also shocking to see the level of compensation that some legal representatives stand to make at the expense, not only of the victims, but of the hardworking taxpayers. The LA Times reported that the share for attorney fees is $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion is going into the pockets of attorneys. Knowing that this money is intended to provide safety net services for our residents is galling. As we are discussing today and discussed last week, and for many weeks before that, The county budget is facing significant threats and challenges. None more so than looming threat of an unchecked and uncapped litigation risk of this legislation. Again, the Gonzalez legislation continues to put a hardship on this county. 218 is only a number given to a bill sponsored by an assembly member. And when we tried to get cleanup language, which is now a 2-year bill, I understand, we're shut down. And when I read the article in the LA Times that the author tried to also do that, makes me wonder what she was thinking or who wrote it for her, moving that legislation forward. We are facing the threat. Yeah, I'm calling it what it is. We are facing the threat of additional billions of dollars in settlements. This has forced us into a difficult position of cutting off vital services to our communities. The recommended budget approved by this board earlier in the year included a 3% curtailment imposed on a majority of the county departments. As a result, departments are forced to figure out how to provide services to residents with a permanent reduction in funding. This comes with real repercussions, and departments are making difficult decisions on eliminating positions that provide day-to-day services to the 10 million residents of LA County. Oh, by the way, in some of the offices where they had cappers standing out, paying people to sign up. Those individuals are the most vulnerable. And when they're going in to get services, financial support, SNAP, $200 sounds really good. When I think about the county parks that we've had to close an additional day each week, limiting staffing hours and decrease our pool season, again, for a population that has access to green space through the county, recreation through the county. We've also heard from our public defender and the district attorney about the impacts of the funding cuts in the ability to provide critical legal services, something Supervisor Hahn, I know that you have continued to raise. And while we have not seen the direct impacts of the services we are providing to our fire-impacted communities and survivors, the road rebuilding is long and will require significant support. This includes a workforce to help with permitting, rebuilding, critical infrastructure and facilities, and ultimately public safety components of securing communities in the midst of the reconstruction effort. As stewards of public funds, we must protect the integrity of the process and ensure that justice truly serves those who've suffered real harm. And I seriously doubt any of those attorneys understand the depth of what they've done. The Gonzalez bill eliminated the statute of limitations in these cases, which makes them very difficult for the county to evaluate or even defend, especially considering the vast majority of these cases occurred decades ago. And we no longer have adequate records of any of the children or the employees in question. And I will tell you, before I worked for the county, I volunteered at McLaren Hall. I have to wonder if a staff member spoke harshly to me, if I would been able to sign up and receive compensation by this county. And the answer is yes, because the onus is on you to prove that it's not true. Given the profound impact that the settlement has had on any subsequent settlements that we're going to have to discuss, it's going to have an impact on the county's ability to function. We must commit ourselves to upholding the integrity of the process and protecting our necessary resources from any unscrupulous individuals. That is why I authored the motion today, which asks County Council to immediately investigate any alleged misconduct by legal representatives and engage the state bar for any referrals of alleged misconduct. I'm also asking that County Council work to strengthen the veracity of any claims against the county. Finally, I would like the Auditor Controller Office of Countywide Investigations to establish a dedicated fraud hotline to register confidential fraud allegations related to claims. And I want those numbers posted in all of our DPSS offices. And I would even argue, given all the ads that they put on Saturday mornings, maybe we need to play by their rules and let people know if they know something to call an 800 number and report it. The entire process angers and sickens me. We must ensure that nothing like this ever happens again, and that every penny that we are allocating to victims goes directly to the survivors, because they are victims. And they've been victimized not only by the system, but now by attorneys who are supposed to be representing their best interest. So I would ask for your aye vote today, and I hope that when we go up to Sacramento to try to clean up the Gonzalez bill, that we actually work with LA Unified School District, who now there are ads popping up if you were victimized on campus. So maybe it's time for us all to get together and figure out how we clean up the mess that the Gonzalez bill put into play. Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share your anger and disgust after reading the LA Times investigation of the law firms, mainly it looked like it was the downtown LA law firm, who took advantage of the victims, who took advantage of others to make more money for themselves, is what it boils down to. And certainly paying people to fabricate stories of abuse in order to file a lawsuit, become part of a lawsuit, is criminal and unconscionable. And thank you for this motion today, because what your motion is doing is launching an investigation into these alleged practices, referring any illegal activity to the California State Bar, and launching a hotline for people to report fraud. And I hope DA Hochman investigates these allegations as well thoroughly and files criminal charges if they're warranted. And if any lawyers are found guilty, they should be disbarred. I will be supporting this motion today, but I think, well, two things were surprising to me in the article. One was the Assemblywoman who authored this, Gonzalez, was even quoted as saying she was surprised at how this played out. And certainly AB 218 will live forever, and we will remember it, certainly as a shameful period in LA County, where those who were given authority over young people and were supposed to be taking care of them in custody ended up abusing their power and their authority in the worst possible way. But also we will remember it as the worst impact to our budget that we will probably ever have, $4 billion, which is just, again, the first tranche of victims, and the curtailment and the county services, as you described, that are there to be the safety net for the most vulnerable residents of LA County have been compromised. But I was also appalled at how this all went down in front of, our social services building. And I'm going to, and as you said, these people are the most vulnerable. They're showing up to access benefits, which they're entitled to, and yet they're being accosted out on the sidewalk, I'm guessing, by hawkers and vendors of all cell phones. Like they're hawking cell phones to them. And so I'm going to bring in a motion tomorrow for next week that will ask our Director of Department of Social Services to look into ways to protect our residents who are coming to our buildings. And I understand many times the lines are so long that they are forced to wait outside on this open space sidewalk where they're certainly vulnerable. And maybe our director can look at ideas to bring people inside faster, or maybe we have a safe zone, a buffer zone, where we don't allow vendors or people who are attempting to bribe them with anything else. Because as you said, when you're desperate, $200, $50 looks great. And why wouldn't you take it? Particularly, they were promised anonymity, that no one would know, their names wouldn't be revealed. So just join the lawsuit and help make more money for the lawyers. So I want to look at that. That was one thing I think maybe we could do better in the future, is to protect those residents. And I know we're going to talk a lot about this in closed session, I think, but I know what came to my mind initially was, did we in the county do a good job of vetting, of looking at the cases? Did we do depositions? Did we do due diligence? And I don't know if that's something you could talk about in public. I'm understanding that you don't do that necessarily when you're heading to try to reach a settlement. We can't talk about that. All right. So maybe we can talk about that in closed session. But that was the first thing that came to my mind, is what responsibility did we have to actually vet each and every one of the cases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before I call on Supervisor Mitchell, I just want to give a shout out to the LA Times reporter that did this, Rebecca Ellis. She did this over the course of months, and I really do commend her writing on this and bringing it to light. So with that, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And given the fact that it is active litigation, I'm going to reserve my specific questions for County Counsel for a closed session later today. I think this is a multi-layered issue. I think the issues you've raised, Madam Chair, with regard to the age-old issue of the fiscal split between attorneys and their clients is not new and not unique to this legislation or this situation. So that's not new. And at the risk of being accused as playing the race card, as I am weekly by a member of the public, it is not lost on me that they were South LA DPSS offices that were targeted. I think that was not by accident. And what's the painful irony, Madam Chair, is, as you said, people stand in line at a county social services office to get help. Those are the same exact services and programs and personnel that are being impacted by the curtailment. So the irony that those people are being targeted, trying to get help from departments that we're having to reduce their budgets as a result of the AB 218 settlement is ironic and painful. Certainly the victims of the abuse at the hands of this county deserve restitution and compensation. That goes without saying. The questions we are raising today is the apparent fraud that occurred that was brought to light by the investigative report. I believe, Madam Chair, that there is opportunity, given the appropriate time and the appropriate representation, for us to seek appropriate reprieve through legislative actions, because AB 218 is impacting municipalities across the board. And every resident of the state of California can't afford for local government to go bankrupt. As we've seen in other counties, it has happened. Our neighbor county, Orange County. So I look forward to the opportunity where thoughtful, strategic conversations can take place, where the unintended consequences of AB 218 can be addressed. We are in a climate and a culture where abuse victims are coming forward and organizations are expected to pay. Ask the Catholic Church, ask Boy Scouts of America, and now ask local government and school districts. And so how we navigate this in a way that true victims are acknowledged, seen, heard, and compensated, and yet we are protected from those who wish to take advantage of a very sensitive, volatile situation. I think through this, LA County and local governments will put in place in the future better restrictions and measurements and ways in which we can ferret out employees who don't need to be county employees, who abuse power and their positions of authority over other people. So I think we have an opportunity going forward, but I support your motion today because, you know, the general public wants us to ferret out waste, fraud, and abuse, and this is fraud and abuse of a very delicate situation. So I'll be supporting the motion and look forward to, in closed session, having further conversation that is appropriate for closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to join my colleagues in support of this motion before us today. I too was appalled and I couldn't put the article down. That's how disturbed I was just to keep reading and hearing about what had taken place in terms of enticing innocent people to come forward and finagle them into somehow being a part of this. That really upsets me, and I can't stand for fraud and criminality. So I hope that we'll have a robust discussion in closed session about what measurements and what metrics and what things we can do so that we can vet these kinds of things. And also, as was stated by my colleague Supervisor Mitchell, we have already made some significant reforms in terms of our personnel and accountability, and I think it includes probation as well as DCFS. And I say that because I'm very concerned about what has happened back in, starting way back in 1959. That somehow this is all now unloaded on us, and we're going to be paying back the county. Well, I won't be here for 20 years, but those payments have to be made for 20 years. And it does mean that there will be a lot of services that may have to be cut back in the future, given our economic situation. But I do also want to say that it was a painful experience that some people went through. So I don't want to minimize that, because I remember as a state legislator visiting McLaren Hall before it was officially closed with then Senator Diane Watson. And we went on a tour, and it was after, I think, one of the major incidents that occurred there. There was a death. And I have to say that because that's really what I think caused the closure of McLaren, because there was repeated abuses there, and that we should never stand for that. But when you see also people taking advantage of our community and the county in that manner, we are not an ATM machine. We are the safety net, and I think it behooves us to help to better educate our legislators, and maybe they need to come and see exactly what the implications are. And I'm sure there's going to be legislative, how could I say, reform in some way coming out of what happens there. I hope we can work with them so that they fully can understand the ramifications of this type of unfunded mandate, which now is costing thousands and thousands of taxpayers, but also their services. And that, for me, is where the correction has to come. So I support the motion before us, and I'm happy that that we're coming up with some resolutions here. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I want to thank our chair for bringing this important motion forward, and I join in demanding accountability and justice for those harmed while in the care of the county. The abuse suffered by young people at the hands of county probation officers and other trusted adults was nothing short of horrific and a deep betrayal of public trust. We must do everything we can to prevent these injustices from happening again. And I too want to echo Supervisor Mitchell's comments around the steps that the county has already taken and continues to take. As a county, we have a responsibility to repair the harm that has been caused. The unprecedented $4 billion settlement is one step in that direction, but it must truly reach those who were harmed. These funds must go to survivors, not individuals or entities who are looking to profit from someone else's suffering. Unfortunately, current state law, while well-intentioned, created these challenges. It required destruction of juvenile records, extended the claim window, but failed to include protection from false or unverified claims, especially because this re-victimizes those who were intended to receive justice and support. The county now faces an impossible choice: allow well-documented claims to proceed to trial, which risk massive judgments, or settle on the court's accelerated timeline before full vetting to contain costs, but risk rewarding false claims. While many of these cases predate the tenure of this board, we are faced with the painful options that will have impact for years to come. The county chose early settlement to prevent even deeper financial crisis, though the impact is already extremely significant. This has impacts on those who rely on county services to be available and funded, and those who provide the services, our workforce, who have felt the impact in recent labor negotiations. It did not have to be this way. Our state partners must help us build and enforce a process that ensures just compensation for survivors and includes safeguards to protect public resources and the integrity of the system. Even the capping policy has loopholes, leaving entities like our county vulnerable, and that is unacceptable. While much of this work occurs under attorney-client privilege, I join my colleagues in this conversation in calling for every effort to ensure that these funds go where they belong, to those who were truly harmed, not those who are exploiting the system for personal gain. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I want to thank all my colleagues because I think, you know, all your comments resonate with me. And I too, Supervisor Solis, remember McLaren Hall during a dark time. And there's no question that there were victims. But to your point, Supervisor Horvath, there was no checks or balances or even thought put into this legislation to put guardrails around how we move forward as it relates to the victims and identifying them. And to add insult to injury, we have to destroy our probation records after 5 years, and that wasn't even taken into consideration. Or maybe it was and they didn't care. Maybe Gonzales did not care.
And even to be told that there's a state policy that prevents this, it's only as good as its enforcement.
Correct. So I think the Gonzales bill is going to go down in history for a lot of reasons, and some of which I don't think are positive. So with that, Executive Officer, do you have any members of the public that wish to testify? Do you want to say anything, Oscar? Auditor Controller.
Madam Chair, Oscar Valdez, just to let you know that we are committed to executing the request of the board motion. We will leverage our resources to standing up the dedicated line and our staff to assist with any investigation.
Thank you. Thank you. Executive Officer.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. We will go to remote speakers. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 46A, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller 818-645, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Yeah, it's Eric Previn from Studio City, and this has been like a decade of calling out the attorney-client privilege. This is the largest payout in American history, and it's not even done yet. And it's a fiasco. We have to somehow derail it. Barger's right to demand an investigation. I mean, but what's so outrageous is not that people will get money, but that the same system that's failed them for decades is now failing the public all over again. I mean, it's just a mill. And these guys are the same signature gatherers who are downtown, you know, poaching. And by the way, she should be called out for the good work. Rebecca Ellis of the Los Angeles Times did this work. And they get people to believe that there's a claim or that they can do it and it's easy. It's reprehensible. It's, somebody said, indefensible. It's awful. We need to hold a hearing. Let F. Lee Horvath not read a prepared statement, but go after these attorneys. Bring them down. The Board of Supervisors can do that. Make them talk about the process by which all these thousands of claims, and we need to replace members of the county council who agreed to this bullshit.
Thank you. Renisha Hubbard, your line is unmuted. Please begin. Renisha Hubbard, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Oh, hello. Oh, hi. How you guys doing? Okay. You guys know me. My name is Miss Hubbard. I've been watching you guys in the fighting the system for 10 years. I'm the founder of Coalition of Parents. I'm speaking for more than 100 parents and children harmed by DCFS and Lato and Children's Law Center. Under Article 3 of the county charter, you are required to protect residents and correct county violations. But my family was destroyed under your system. My daughter was raped, abused, placed in the shelter now. I've been denied access to her court records for 6 months, while the county staff threatened and harassed my son and me. We are citizens and taxpayers. We deserve protection, housing, restitution, not more investigations or delays. We've given you evidence. Now we need immediate charter enforcement, restitution, and audit of DCFS, Lato, COC for the misuse of Title E funds.
Thank you. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, Mel Bailey, District 2. First, my heart goes out to those survivors who were actually victimized. It's a horrible situation. Ms. Hahn, you said something I was going to ask about due diligence and whether or not that was actually practiced. I know attacking probation is real easy and a hot topic for y'all. Ms. Mitchell, I was disappointed that you referenced the Catholic Church as if though other denominations don't have the same problem, and I just thought that was inappropriate. Collectively, what accountability are you all going to hold yourselves to? You spent a lot of energy dragging the names of probation department officers and DCFS, but I don't see that same energy being provided now. Was money actually paid out? How can it be recovered? Were any of you a part of the decision-making of who to pick? You know, you guys spent a lot of energy dragging your county employees' names through the mud, and I didn't really hear maybe 10%.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
This subject has been going on since the beginning of time in plain sight. What price is there to be paid? Attorneys do what attorneys do and have done forever. Are your attorneys equal to the challenge? Better call Saul. But what have I not heard is perps being arrested, tried, convicted as you refuse to fund the criminal justice system for the left-wing Democrats of this board, legislature, and governor. No one is exempt, as Roland Unified School District knows. Now, go tell the victims how you spend billions on illegal aliens. As I have noted, probation department has been a criminal organization for decades. You guys make me sick. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Yes, Claudia Jerez, DPSS 10 years, Downtown Women's Center, case manager. Okay, I have to say, I know that Ms. Mitchell said that it's a very sensitive and volatile situation. I think that what is important to know is that when we have a volatile situation and we are told to, proceed with caution, we are to, understand that that is a very, very specific instruction and warning. I tell you, it's a volatile situation. Reaction and proaction is very different. You hear? Proaction means that you have the ability to responsibly proact and react to a sensitive situation like this. And I believe that people did not do that. Unfortunately, $4 billion is a lot of money that's going to go out. But I think the metrics and the measurements, as Ms. Solis talked about.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 46A is before you.
Thank you. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 24, report on options for an eviction moratorium, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Representatives from the County Council will make a presentation. Representatives from County Council, the Department of Consumer Business Affairs, and the Chief Executive Office are available for questions. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath, would you like to speak?
Sure. As our panel comes up, I will just begin by saying since June, ICE raids have detained thousands, spreading fear and destabilizing entire communities across Los Angeles County. Families are now afraid to go to work, to attend school, or even to buy groceries. As this fear spreads, so does economic hardship, and with it, the very real risk of eviction and homelessness. On September 16th, this board approved nearly $30 million in rent relief to support people displaced by wildfires and others experiencing financial hardship, including immigrant families impacted by federal enforcement actions. At both Cluster and the September 16th board meeting, we heard from many community members who urged us to go further, to pair rent relief with eviction protection. Today's item responds to that call. We have heard from County Council about the legal options available to this board, including a potential eviction moratorium or other tenant protections that can meet the urgency of this moment. We have also heard from County Council that rent relief is one of the viable alternatives, and we've continued to hear from our community partners the value of this program. With that in mind, we should consider increasing the funding for rent relief once we receive the 150-day report back from DCBA if it is shown that the program is working. However, we have a presentation today from our esteemed panelists, and I look forward to the discussion we'll have as a board and hearing the public's thoughts on a potential eviction moratorium, and I will have some questions after your presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. We'll have the report first, and then Supervisor Solis. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have a PowerPoint.
Can you give your name for the record?
Sure. So good afternoon. I'm Pete Bollinger. I'm an Assistant County Counsel in the Office of County Counsel. Joining me today are my colleagues, Senior Deputy Nazi Tashakorian and Grace Chang, also from the Office of County Counsel, and Kate Anderson from CEO, and Rafael Carval from DZBA. I'm not sure if we're supposed to introduce everybody. I'll jump right in. Perfect. Thank you, Supervisor. So in accord with the board's motion of September 16th, 2025, we're here today to deliver a verbal report on options for an eviction moratorium or other protections for those impacted by federal immigration enforcement actions. Next slide, please. You okay?
Yeah, take that damn gas company tower off of your presentation, and you'll have my support.
I'm sorry. Oh, that was a stock photo. It has nothing. It was picked years ago. I've seen it on multiple, so it has nothing timely today. Apologies to the 4th District. So a quick overview of our presentation. We'll start with a brief eviction moratorium overview, including an explanation of what an affirmative defense is, which is really what an eviction moratorium is. We'll then discuss the requirements for an eviction moratorium, including the declaration of a local emergency, and then we'll discuss long-term challenges of an eviction moratorium and consider a couple alternatives. And I see they've already got to the right slide. So getting started, we'll briefly discuss what an eviction moratorium is. So generally the purposes of an eviction moratorium are to, 1, protect the tenants impacted by a declared emergency, prevent the displacement due to financial hardship caused by the impacts of that emergency, and then encourage negotiated resolutions between landlords and tenants impacted by the emergency and hopefully avoid evictions. Eviction moratorium is somewhat of a misnomer. An eviction moratorium does not ban all evictions. It does not prohibit landlords from filing eviction actions in court. And in fact, tenants must assert the moratorium protections both to the landlord and ultimately in court if the landlord files for an eviction action. Moreover, the courts can inquire and consider the tenant's eligibility for the protections. Next slide, please. So as I stated, an eviction moratorium is really an affirmative defense being provided by to the tenant to use in court. An affirmative defense is a legal defense the tenant raises in an eviction court proceeding. In layman's terms, an affirmative defense is like saying, yes, I did it, but I had a good reason. The person admits the basic facts, but also explains why the law says that they shouldn't suffer the consequences. So for example, during COVID, a tenant claiming protection under the eviction moratorium for COVID-19 would admit, yes, I did not pay all the rent, but I couldn't because I suffered a COVID-19 related financial hardship. And under the county's eviction moratorium, I'm legally protected from eviction for non-payment due to COVID-19 financial hardship. Importantly, and as stated before, this does not bar a landlord from seeking an eviction in court. It only allows the tenant to claim an affirmative defense if an eviction is sought. Moreover, the tenant still bears the burden of proof to establish eligibility to assert this affirmative defense. So for example, in the case of COVID, the tenant would have to demonstrate that they complied with the procedural requirements to assert the defense, such as giving the landlord the legally required notice and attesting that they were financially impacted by COVID within the specific timeframes. With that background understanding of what an eviction moratorium is, let's discuss what's required for a moratorium. So next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So first I want to iterate that putting aside the COVID area protections, eviction moratoria are really rare. This isn't common. It's a little more common now since COVID. I think we're all familiar with it, but this is a rare usage of the law. Our review found that the courts have upheld moratoria that are, first of all, adopted during and in response to a declared emergency, and also when the relief was temporary and narrowly tailored to address the impacts of the emergency. Also, the moratoria we reviewed protected the landlord's due process rights and restored the landlord's property rights following the expiration of the emergency. As to due process, that means requiring the tenant to provide the landlord with notice and providing the landlord an opportunity to challenge the asserted hardship. And significantly, the eviction moratoria have not forgiven back rent due. That rent still remains due. Next slide, please. So importantly, the eviction moratoria we reviewed were all upheld and arose out of a declared emergency. The county has not declared a local emergency related to the federal government's immigration enforcement actions. The necessary elements for such an emergency are found in California Government Code, Section 8558C. And I want to pull out the two main elements of that. So the first would be the existence of conditions of disaster or of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property in Los Angeles County. And then the second main element is response to those conditions is beyond the control of county resources and requires mutual aid from others outside the county. Next slide, please. So in addition to the two main elements, Government Code Section 8558C provides some specific examples of what might be considered local emergencies. So you can see here on the slide, we've italicized the main elements and then bolded the main specific examples they offer. I'm going to read it to you. We condensed it for you. So the statute defines a local emergency as the duly proclaimed existence of conditions of disaster or of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the territorial limits of a county, caused by conditions such as air pollution, fire, flood, storm, epidemic, riot, drought, cyber terrorism, sudden and severe energy shortage, de-energization event, electromagnetic pulse attack, plant or animal infestation or disease, the governor's warning of an earthquake or volcanic prediction, or an earthquake or other conditions, and here's your second element, which are or are likely to be beyond the control of the services, personnel, equipment, and facilities of the county and require the combined forces of other political subdivisions to combat. Next slide, please. Again, even with a declared emergency, I want to remind you an eviction moratorium enacted pursuant to such an emergency would still need to be reasonable and necessary to address the emergency, be temporary during the time of the emergency, and provide landlords with notice within a required time frame and an opportunity to challenge the asserted financial hardship. Next slide, please. Thank you. Finally, while eviction moratoria provide temporary relief, they can create long-term challenges for both tenants and property owners. For example, an eviction moratorium predicated on an emergency due to federal immigration enforcement actions would require public disclosure of tenants' financial hardship due to federal immigration enforcement actions. Tenants could face significant rental debt burdens once the protections expire, including civil actions from landlords to recover such debt. And then obviously landlords would experience loss of income with limited recovery options, which could limit their ability to maintain or repair the property. Next slide, please. So we did want to recommend that you consider, or for your consideration, our alternatives to an eviction moratorium, which could be available to protect housing stability. Those include the rent relief assistance. You could increase the rental relief assistance program to tenants and landlords. You could also consider increasing investment in the county's tenant right to counsel program. Next slide, please. That concludes our verbal report. Thanks very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. It is not typical that we have county council sitting on this part of the dais. Usually our direction is coming from here. So Peter, were you and your team chosen because of your particular housing policy or eviction moratorium expertise, or do you work on other issues in the county? Can you help me understand that?
So this was assigned to the affordable housing team, and so the affordable housing team worked on the COVID eviction moratorium, also I believe on the fire eviction moratorium, so we have some experience, yes.
Okay, and so does this team just work on those issues or on other issues in the county as well?
But we, as county council, we work on a myriad of issues. So housing is just one of the assignments for this team. Ms. Tashkorian also advises LACTA, and Grace, I'm honestly not sure. Grace also works in our property division. Works on several other issues aside from just affordable housing.
Okay, those sound related to housing, but there are other issues beyond housing.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I want to thank you for your presentation and be clear what tools are available to us based on this presentation. So to confirm, the county cannot stop landlords from filing evictions, but we can provide protection that gives tenants an affirmative defense in court. Is that the correct way to say the distinction?
So you cannot stop landlords from filing for evictions. That's correct. The state has pretty much occupied the field on that. Yes, with the board can make a determination and declare a local emergency and seek to put into effect an eviction moratorium. The specifics of that were discussed in our confidential memo that was provided to the board. So that would be an option for the board to consider, but it would be up to the board to make that decision.
So we can, that's one, but we can provide perhaps an array of protection that helps to give tenants an affirmative defense in court.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, and this affirmative defense is what we used in the COVID-19 eviction moratorium and the wildfire eviction protections. Is that right?
It would be
Or is
similar
this
to
different?
what was used in COVID-19 in the wildfire, correct?
Okay. Many people who have been impacted by the ICE raids are some of the most vulnerable residents in Los Angeles County. They may be hesitant or fearful of disclosing personal information to landlords. So can you discuss the notice requirement in more detail and why it's a necessary component of eviction protection?
Sure. Trying to be careful not to invade our attorney-client privilege. Landlords have a due process right, and so landlords would be entitled to notice from their tenants, and as part of the COVID eviction protections and the wildfire eviction protections, landlords can still file an eviction action and challenge the affirmative defense in court. So there's not a way to avoid providing the landlord with notice, and obviously there could be unintended consequences since that could impact tenants.
And what protections currently exist in state or local law against landlord retaliation, such as threats to report or disclose someone's immigration status? And how are those protections enforced? And do you think they'd be sufficient at actually protecting people?
So there is state law that protects tenants as to their legal status. California Civil Code, Section 1940.3b, generally prohibits landlords from inquiring about or taking actions based on the immigration or citizenship status of tenants. Housing discrimination is generally illegal in the county. Private housing providers cannot inquire about tenants' citizenship or immigration. And so those generally protect that. In this case, that would come up against the due process rights of the landlord to be aware of that.
Okay, and what other options or tools exist to protect vulnerable tenants?
I think the best tenants were, the best options were probably those called out on the slide, which are options that provide funding to tenants or landlord through the rental relief program, which I know the board's already taken some action on. Other options could include additional funding to the tenant's right to counsel program for housing, but it'd be more on the funding side of things.
Okay. Based on what you shared in your presentation, I think it sounds like a first step to considering some of the tools that are in our toolbox is to ensure that there's a declaration of a state of emergency that is narrow, that is focused on existing conditions that are temporary in nature, and that would provide the county with a broader set of tools to act quickly and decisively given the escalating threats by the federal government. We've seen declared emergencies in response to the homelessness crisis, the situation at Los Padrinos, and most recently, the destructive wildfires. These emergency declarations unlock resources and powers like streamlined contracting and procurement, accelerated hiring, stronger communication and outreach, and the ability to implement urgent response action. The emergency declaration also signals that we need assistance from other entities such as the state to help address the impacts we're seeing from federal immigration action. Recent Supreme Court decisions and federal action show us that these conditions are not going away anytime soon. In fact, they're escalating. Look at Chicago, look at Portland. There are no limits. The rule of law, I believe, means nothing to this administration. Other regions are taking emergency action. Just yesterday, Chicago issued an executive order to prohibit ICE operations on city-owned property. This escalation puts thousands of our neighbors in extreme peril, so I believe we need to act now. And to that end, I have a read-in motion asking County Council to return in 1 week with a proclamation of a local emergency for federal immigration on the County of Los Angeles to give us every tool available to fight back. And Madam Chair, if you'd like me to read it now or later, I'll take your direction on that. Okay, the directive states that the Board of Supervisors would direct County Council to prepare a proclamation of local emergency for federal immigration actions in the County of Los Angeles and place it on the agenda for the October 14th, 2025 board meeting. And this is because the ongoing immigration raids perpetuated by the federal government have wreaked havoc on Los Angeles County, instilling fear, sowing chaos in our streets, and adversely impacting our regional economy. These recent immigration enforcement actions have resulted in members of our community being detained under opaque circumstances, often involving unmarked vehicles and without clear adherence to due process protection. A July analysis from the Los Angeles Times showed that the overwhelming majority of people arrested by ICE had no criminal convictions. Such enforcement actions have created a climate of fear, leading to widespread disruption in daily life, including decreased attendance at workplaces, the temporary or permanent closure of businesses and restaurants, and increased strain on our local institutions, such as schools, hospitals, and places of worship. In the county, 1 in 3 residents are immigrants, and a recent Supreme Court decision makes it clear that these indiscriminate stops are going to continue. This motion also indicates the significant economic impact, approximately $275 billion due to labor shortages, logistical delays, and inflated consumer prices, among others. So I submit this motion for my colleagues' consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, County Council. And I too had concerns and questions about how we would go about putting forth an eviction moratorium given the criteria that you are presenting to us. And I wanted to ask you on your slide, Government Code Section 8558C, in the bold sections there, you say that caused by conditions of air pollution, and it goes on and on. So how would the immigration enforcement by the Trump administration would it in any way fall under any one of these categories?
I think ultimately that's a determination that will need to be made by your board, whether it qualifies under the emergency as laid out in 8558C. I think also somewhat in our report back, you should probably also consider the potential response by the federal administration that enacting an emergency could cause. There may be other unintended consequences. I know for Supervisor Horvath, I mentioned the unintended consequences of having a tenant reveal their status or discuss financial hardship related to enforcement action. Other unintended consequences that probably should be considered are the impact to landlords, which were mentioned, a potential response to the declaration of a local emergency by the federal government, and then obviously the potential liability of the county, which was more specifically discussed in our memo back.
Okay. I do want to point out that in your recommendations or alternatives for eviction moratorium, you point out the increased rent relief assistance to both tenants and landlords, which I agree with, and I think we have been underway on that track. I also think that we could see more investments in county tenant rights to council, because we know that that is an increasing concern for us. And as we move forward and see more interventions by Homeland Security or ICE, we're going to see this happening. So I agree with that recommendation, and I did take a look at the motion that was just presented by Supervisor Horvath. And can you walk me through how this can then help us reach, I think, some of the things that you're pointing out, allowing us to then reach out for more assistance through perhaps the state government and even perhaps our own budgets here in the county to kind of collectively bring our departments to help us out when there is an emergency that is called.
So I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the motion in front of me. As I understand it, the motion seeks county council to draft a declaration of emergency for your board to consider.
So we would be eligible then for?
And so I think.
That's what I'm trying to get you to.
Sorry, in terms of this presentation, if you want to consider an eviction moratorium, we've only seen them sustained when there's a declaration of emergency. So that would be a necessary first step to find that there's an emergency taking place.
So, and I understand that. So
Yeah.
that's the purpose of the motion. But what I'm trying to get from you is that these are steps that have to be taken, and it will then provide an opportunity for the county to seek relief for budgetary services or actions that we might need to take. And that is to, going back to your slide here, looking at increased assistance for relief to tenants and landlords, right?
Actually, so you wouldn't need to declare an emergency to seek greater rental relief for tenants or landlords. You've already done that. Actually, that program's already started, I think, just a couple weeks ago.
But it is limited.
Yeah.
I think that's been our concern, that we want to expand it. So, I mean, I'm trying to just follow the line of reasoning here where county council is kind of differing from what is being proposed here. Because for me, I think I've been, for the last couple of weeks, when we've had our board meetings here, I know many of us agree that there's limited dollars in assistance that our renters and our tenants and landlords are seeking, because they are impacted right now. And I think that we have to have more tools in our toolbox to be able to provide us with that ability to carry that through.
Supervisor, just very generally speaking, with regard to declaring a local emergency, again, the two elements are, if there is conditions of extreme peril and that we need mutual aid. Now, mutual aid can take different forms. It means that the county can't handle this emergency with its own resources. It doesn't necessarily impact, although obviously up to your board, how the county allocates its own resources, but it does open the possibility of mutual aid from other local jurisdictions within the county and the state. It would open up the possibility, typically when we do declare an emergency, we also request that the governor declares a state of emergency, which would open up state resources. And the governor also has special powers relating to emergencies, such as suspending state laws. And then, the third option is the, having a emergency declared at the federal level to access federal resources.
That's far removed.
Such as FEMA funding, et
I wouldn't
cetera.
even.
And again, that's the typical emergency scenario when we're dealing with an environmental disaster.
But for the
fires.
purposes of the county, we can move forward and start this process. I think that's what the intent of the motion is by Supervisor Horvath to get us started. And I agree with this, that this is something that is very serious, and it has had, as was stated, a large fiscal impact. And we've yet to know all of that yet, but it is having an impact. All you have to do is go downtown and see the Flower District, the Fashion District, and other places. They're vacant. People are losing jobs. Those are tenants too. And those are landlords, right? They're losing out on income. So there is an urgency fiscally. And I just feel that, this is perhaps something that we should entertain. So I support this motion being presented. And I do want to underscore that we do have to beef up, as you point out, more resources for rental assistance and for defense. So if this is one way of getting there and getting other assistance and services that you mentioned, mutual aid, I think that's appropriate. And I know in the past, some of us have been on the board a little longer than others, but we've had emergencies with respect to certain areas of the county when it's dealt with environmental issues, impacted a certain community. I can point to different things that have gone on, even in the southeast Sela area when we had phosphorus that was unfortunately impacting our community. We've also had fuel that was discharged in some of our communities. So we've had the ability to do these things, to pull our resources together to address immediate issues and hopefully temporary. Because as long as I feel we're under attack, we need to have a rebound. We need to have the ability to address that. So.
And I would only add that in terms of the alternatives that were suggested, that those pursuing those alternatives are not contingent on declaring a local emergency, even seeking additional funding, for instance, for those programs from the state would not be reliant on declaring a local emergency. Those requests can proceed without.
But I think this adds more force. That's what we're attempting to do here, is to put more weight behind it in terms of the urgency or at least I think how some of the board members are feeling right now about all that is happening, all this havoc and rage and disruption, economic disruption that is going on with our families, our immigrant families that make up a good percentage of the population in LA County. So, okay, that was my comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back to
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. And thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and I'm supportive of your motion of declaring a local emergency. When you think about the two main elements of a local emergency, right? The existence of conditions of disaster or of extreme peril to the safety of persons or property within the territorial limits of a county, and response to those conditions beyond the control of county resources. I mean, this is clearly what's happening right now. I mean, these ICE raids are putting people in extreme peril for their safety, for their family safety, for their children's safeties. These immigrant parents who are leaving if they do venture out of their homes to go to work, leaving extensive instructions on what to do with the remaining children if in fact they don't come home. I mean, we are in extreme conditions right now. And I know in my district, some of our districts, we are disproportionately affected by these ICE raids. I know I have just a couple of staff members that every time there's an ICE raid in the district, they race to that particular location, trying to give help and support, trying to locate family members of those who have been kidnapped and thrown into the back of unmarked vans. I mean, it is a situation I've never experienced. We're talking about the safety of the kids when they're in school. This is a terribly disastrous condition. It's unfortunately it's the federal government that is the disaster, and that makes it even more complicated. I like the signs out there that say evict ICE and not us. You know, I wish that that was a possibility because I would certainly vote for that. I do think that the tools that we've talked about outside of declaring a local emergency, I think we as a board should drill down on. And I know the one that sticks out for me is, of course, trying to figure out more resources as it relates to rent relief, both for the tenant and the landlord. Because I think anytime in the past, when we've had the eviction moratorium, right, it's been a severe hardship on the landlords too. And many of them were never made whole, no matter how hard we tried and how many programs we had. So I do think trying to get more resources, both for the tenants and the landlords, to prevent evictions is critical. And I do worry going forward if, in fact, if this local emergency declaration passes and that becomes a first step in the idea of declaring a eviction moratorium, I do worry about the self-attestation or what vulnerable position we're going to be putting our immigrant tenants in as it relates to verifying that they need the help. If in fact, you know, a court becomes part of the process, I can see how that would, even if we're providing defense and resources, I can see how that could be extremely anxious-inducing for this very vulnerable population. So I worry about how an eviction moratorium actually would have those unintended consequences in a negative way. So I want to make sure we explore all that as we go forward. But I do think the first thing is declaring the state of local emergency. I think that's important. I always am interested. We've done a few of these local emergencies declarations. I'm always curious as to what they actually bring, what we can actually do. And some of the things come in direct conflict with our budget process and our inability to hire, because some of the local declaration of emergency gives us ability to hire more staff. And certainly a lot of our departments who are dealing with this crisis for our immigrant communities could use more staff. And I'm wondering, in the face of this, our budget, even if we declare a local emergency, is that going to be something we can even delve into? And I don't know, Fija, is that even something, do you know what I'm trying to say?
So thank you, Supervisor. So I think there are a couple of things. To answer your specific question, generally speaking, what declarations of emergency, the impact, they do two major things. One is they help us to make things go faster, so we get to bypass the processes and the rules. Two, they open up an opportunity for funding when our other counterparts, other levels of government, either the state or the federal government, also proclaim. So for example, when we did the declaration of emergency for homelessness, there was no money associated with that emergency, but what it allowed us to do is to, there was the impetus to streamline our contracting and our hiring processes. When there was a declaration of emergency for COVID, we were also allowed to streamline a bunch of our processes, but then we have the CRF funding and we had the funding under ARPA. So it allowed us to draw down those
we're not going to
dollars.
get federal help on this one.
Well, so I think one point to consider is I'm hearing what the board wants. The board wants more resources for tenant protections and landlords. And then also to hire up to the extent that departments still have vacancies that they can hire on to streamline that process. I'm also hearing county council saying that you don't need a declaration of emergency to do those things, that those things we could do today. And then the final thing I will say is I was just speaking with our director of emergency management. Our experience has been, generally speaking, when you declare, and we've had these conversations with board offices before, if we are already doing the work, it mutes our declaration that we're unable to do it. So if we already have a declaration, a tenant protection program or renter protection program, the question then becomes, you're already doing it, then what is the value add of the emergency? The second thing that we have had discussions about in the past when declaring local emergencies is sort of this idea of like this but-for test. But for the declaration of the emergency, we would not be able to do A, B, and C. And so I think we need to talk with excessive precision about the problem that we're actually trying to solve. So I think you're right, there will be no help from the federal government. And number two, in county council's report back, you should probably also include what are some of the potential retaliatory actions that might be taken by the federal government in terms of, not just in terms of attestations, but we have issues right now with department heads having to sign these agreements to draw down funding. So I think we need to take a holistic approach. I know this is a long answer to your question, but.
Right, I forgot my question after all of that. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that, and I will we'll get that in the report back. But I do think, declaring a state of emergency specifically as it relates to this crisis that we're going through because of these unprecedented, in my opinion, illegal search and seizure raids, I think it's important that we also take a stand and show our immigrant community that we're in this emergency with you, because I'm sure they feel sometimes very alone and scared and not sure what each and every day will bring, whether it's them sending their kids to school. But as you said, Supervisor Solis, they're not showing up at a lot of these their jobs. We're losing the breadwinners in the family because they are too afraid to walk outside of their house. And so we've got a real crisis on our hands, and we've got people who are slipping through our safety net every single hour as it relates to these raids. So I think I'm supportive of us declaring this state of emergency. I think it's important that we let our immigrant community know that it is an emergency and their lives are in danger and in peril in a way that I've never seen. I think almost more than, earthquake, flood, storm, looking at all cyber terrorism, electromagnetic pulse attack. What the hell is that anyway? Plant or animal infestation or disease, a governor's warning of a volcanic prediction. I mean, all that is happening in their lives right now, every single day when they wake up. And I feel like we as their county government should stand with them and say, we declare we are in an absolute disaster and this is an emergency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. To County Council, why is your full report considered a confidential report? And I'm asking because I'm just trying to get clear about how far we can go in the kind of conversations that we're having here. The report as a whole, we got a summary with a recommendation. Our conversation has gone beyond the summary and what you presented. So why was it presented as a confidential report?
Go ahead. Supervisor, yes, it is a confidential report. It is attorney-client privileged. We have provided the board with advice, legal advice, in our memo, and that is privileged and therefore confidential.
And does that mean that we're going to have a fuller conversation in closed session? Or is this going to be kind of the nature of the conversation?
So
I don't understand why it's a confidential report. We're talking about it publicly unless we're also going to have a deeper conversation in closed session.
your board also directed us to return with a verbal presentation on these issues. So the board can certainly meet in closed session under significant exposure to litigation.
Would you interpret the conversation that we're now having potential subject to litigation?
So certainly we have avoided discussing our legal advice in this public conversation. If you wanted to discuss our legal advice, we could meet in closed session. That could be set for the next meeting. And just, you know, as you are probably aware, for instance, with our COVID eviction moratorium, the county was sued a number of times. And so these kinds of actions typically result in some form of litigation.
I'm going to focus my questions on kind of the presentation in chief because I certainly agree with all of the comments my colleagues have made, and I want us to be in the strongest position we can be to protect our residents. And so I don't want a public conversation to jeopardize that when we didn't have to do that, when we could have, since the report was private. So let me focus my comments on the report that was presented. Last week I had the opportunity to meet with members who live in my district of the LA Tenants Union because I wanted to talk about the proposed resolution language they brought forward at a previous meeting. And I heard some really horrific, painful tenant stories about things like habitability, lack of responsiveness from property owners, and even worse, violent attacks tenants have experienced brought to them by their landlords. What we heard loud and clear also is that there are gaps in the enforcement of existing tenant protections, both in the city of LA as well as in the county. Having had that conversation experience, when I looked at the report, the public report you've given us, you know, I'm clear that rent stabilization and tenant protections, what we have is some of the strongest in the state, but I'm really open to exploring improvements based on what DCBA is learning through the implementation of the ordinance, including the updated rental increase allowance formula and the lived experiences of tenants as well as small landlords. As a result of that conversation and hearing so many issues that we thought we've addressed through public policy, but it's gaps in enforcement, I asked my team to go back and really look at really all of the tenant protections, temporary, that we've put into place since the beginning of COVID, March 2020 to date, which has resulted in these two huge binders in my office, 1,200 pages of motions and their respective reports that have come back to us from various county departments. And so again, as based on review of those actions we've taken, based on the one-page recommendation you gave us in the public report, I'm clear that rent relief is important, again, giving people money that they don't have to pay back, as well as right to counsel. I'm proud to have brought that motion before us in 2023. Are two really strong tools in our toolkit to keep people housed. So in light of those observations and comments, I have a couple questions. I'm pleased to hear that we all want to add more money to rental protections. So, you know, I had an aha moment, particularly as we're talking about relief for both wildfire victims as well as immigration raids. California Community Foundation raised a ton of money during these emergency unprecedented efforts. And I wonder if we have any idea how much was raised overall, how much the county has received from CCF, because is that a source, as we're looking for source of funds, how much has been made available to the county and could potentially be made available for our rent relief? Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Supervisor. And in this time, partnerships are more important than ever. And we have been partnering with the California Community Foundation and also with the City of LA to raise funds for cash aid. We're happy to go to the California Community Foundation and ask how much has been raised and how much has been distributed within the County of Los Angeles. We know that it is in the millions to the very communities that we seek to serve.
I really would like to know what that dollar amount is, because I know that so much of the targeted focus area was to ask people to give to those entities. So I would like to know who has benefited directly, organizations and individuals. And so do we know if they have worked, I don't know if they've worked directly with DCBA, if they've been willing to help support these efforts directly through the county?
They absolutely have. So they have made an investment through DCBA to support the partner organization that's been working with our Represent LA clients. And then they have been part of a funders briefing that Supervisor Solis was a part of and Mayor Bass was a part of. And we're going to unusual suspects for this one, thanks to Norma Garcia, our Director of Parks, who has terrific relationships with the sports teams. We've been talking to sports teams about potentially investing in cash aid.
So my question is, how much? And when we say cash aid, to whom? To tenants? To who?
To folks who have been impacted by the immigration raids. Working in partnership.
Through third-party entities, through community-based organizations, or to direct people who've been impacted by the raids?
Through a community-based organization directly to people who have been impacted.
Okay, and so can we get like a list of who they are? I'm curious, because as we continue to have these conversations, I would hope that it's the kinds of organizations that are in a position to provide direct relief to people who've been impacted by the raids through rent relief or whatever that may be.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we can get that back.
Well, what we can do is ask, and I will report to your office within days about what we're hearing from those in philanthropy about when they'll be able to get us information.
Okay, that will be great. To DCBA, you know, we've talked about really trying to engage all 88 cities to encourage them to establish or strengthen their tenant protections and or rent stabilization ordinances. And so can you tell us kind of where we are in that effort? How many of our cities have tenant protections and our rent stabilization ordinances?
So thank you for the question, Rafael Carvajal, Director of Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. We continue to have conversations with our local municipalities on helping them try to advance local protections for themselves. La Casa has opened the door to advance these conversations even more as municipalities are considering how they invest their RPHP funding in support of projects such as Right to Counsel and Stay Housed LA.
We don't have a general number yet. Or
No, not yet. We have some
percentage of our
active conversations with a couple of COGs that are definitely interested in advancing the protections and working collectively to create economies of scale with their investments and ours to advance some of this work.
And so can you give us a status update on the rent relief program that we adopted in September, kind of where we are?
Yeah, absolutely. We're active.
Idea of how long it was going to take. And again, as I thought about it after that conversation, we talked about 90 days to get it set up. I'm not clear that it was within the 90 days that people would get rent money in their hands. So kind of where are we?
Yeah, so we're actively negotiating with our partners to finalize the contract. We're actually also meeting with our local CBOs and some of our partners and trying to address some of the challenges that we anticipate with the rent relief program as we were asked to design and implement, in particular the disclosures and how do we ensure that we protect those that are exercising or requesting the assistance based on the ICE raids and the impacts on their families. So we're actively, I believe actually right now my team is meeting with some folks within our legal service providers to try to triage the best way that we could put this in place without further victimizing these folks.
So you remain confident that the time frame that you set forth when we had the conversation in September, you're going to be able to meet it?
Yes, I remain confident.
Okay. Going back to the conversation back and forth with County Council, a state declaration of emergency frees up state resources for the emergency.
Correct.
Potentially.
Yes. That has been our experience, that if the state is going to provide funding for...
They have to declare.
Yeah.
Okay. So our declaration doesn't bring resources from outside in. It as you said, Madam CEO, allows us to go faster, but it's not additional resources.
That's correct. However, it's important to note that there are two elements to declaring an emergency. One is the conditions of extreme peril, but two is that the response is beyond the control of the services personnel, equipment, and facilities of the county.
Okay.
So there needs to be the mutual aid element. So if we're not going to the state, we're going to some other local jurisdictions to help us with this emergency.
Okay, that's a little muddy, but okay. That's a little muddy. I appreciate, Ms. Anderson, you said you'd report back to my office. I think I would hope that it would be of interest really to the whole board, and that the entire board is expressing interest in expanding resources to rent relief. And so if we could get a sense of where those resources are, and I guess more importantly, if additional resources will come for the purpose of rent relief. We're looking at every pot of money available, and when I think about the incredible opportunity the California Community Foundation had to be the central recipient of philanthropic dollars, that's a pot of money that I want to be able to look to, considering the fact that it was raised out of people's goodwills wanting to help people. And so I understand that there's kind of third-party entities that can help facilitate that, but I think it's important that we understand who they are and what kind of money we're talking about. And it starts with how much was raised, so we know what the denominator is, so we can get a sense of what a fair ask may be from us to ask them to support us in bolstering our rent relief efforts, recognizing that based on our past discussions and past practices, as well as what was in the original report presented today by County Council, that it's a viable tool in our toolkit. So knowing if those additional resources are available and will soon come would be very helpful from my perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to note that Supervisor Hahn has requested to be co-author on this motion, which we are happy to accept. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made. I think this moment, especially from a budget perspective, but for so many reasons, calls for an all-in approach. And I would say that our Office of Immigrant Affairs, DCBA, county resources alone won't be able to protect everyone. And I think this declaration is not only a clear statement of our values, it gives us options from a budgeting perspective, a housing acceleration perspective, process perspective, including seeking mutual aid from cities. We declared a state of emergency on homelessness that was not shared by the state, but was declared by other cities. And it declared that we are working together to address these emergencies. It didn't bring about new funding, but it did bring about different types of relationship between cities and the county as it relates to addressing the crisis that we're all experiencing together. There's value in this motion while it was brought forward under the context of this discussion and the relationship to the terms for a rent moratorium. There is value beyond a moratorium, though, as I mentioned, your presentation indicates that it is essential if we are going to consider a moratorium as a tool moving forward. I would say, the Franklin fire, when it was declared, was not declared a state emergency. It was a local emergency, and eventually we had to push for the state to come on board. The winter rains, when they were declared as emergency very recently, were not a state emergency. So it's not the state partnership that's required, but it does indicate to our state partners that the impacts that we're feeling are real, they are significant, and they warrant their ongoing engagement with us in addressing the impacts that we're feeling on the street, while also signaling to our respective cities that the county can't do this work alone. I would also note that this is not a report back. The directive is to draft a declaration of emergency for the next meeting. I just want to note that because there was discussion of a report back, and if somebody wants one, that's certainly fine to request. But this motion asks for a drafted declaration of emergency at our next meeting. And I also wanted to address the comments made about retaliation. Yes, we as a board have to make informed decisions, and that's why we also have standing items for discussion as a board, sometimes in closed session, to consider those risks. There are risks that the county considers on a regular basis, and sometimes we proceed even when there is risk because it is our values, it represents our values to do so. I would also say that if we have increased homelessness on our streets, that could make us more of a target because we have seen how the federal government has targeted us on that issue. And it is certain that if we do not increase the kind of protection that we need for people who are seeking to continue to be housed in Los Angeles County, that declaration of emergency could also get worse. So while we're not using that declaration because this is a unique set of circumstances, it does relate not only to homelessness, but also the services that are provided to people to keep them protected. So yes, we should make informed decisions. That's why I'm asking legal counsel to draft this declaration for us to consider, because I think the circumstances we have outlined warrant it, but I will make sure that we follow your legal direction, which is why I asked about making sure that we're considering all kinds of expertise that need to be part of this conversation. But I would also say, yes, there is extreme peril. Just ask the families who have seen their family members kidnapped off the streets. And yes, it is beyond our control because the federal government is doing this to us. It is not just happening to the county, it is happening to our cities, it is happening in our state, it is happening to communities throughout this country. And I think we need to take a stand and say that it requires all of us working together to make sure that we are making clear this is an emergency and that we're doing all that we can in our power to protect people who are here.
Thank you. And I would just say that the governor also has taken us on the homeless issue. So it's not just the federal government that challenges us. Yeah. And, I've been listening to this, and I do think this is going to be a stretch. I get the fires. That was a natural disaster. I think you've outlined what criteria is for setting up a state of emergency. I'm sure we're going to be challenged legally. But I think my frustration is, and I appreciated what Supervisor Mitchell was asking, the landlords are going to be held financially responsible when it's no fault of theirs. And they still have bills to pay. They've still got to, to provide for their families. And so I feel that we are kicking the can as it relates to putting our money where our mouth is. I would much rather put the money forward to cover the rent than to allow for a moratorium. And no sign is going to change my opinion on this. That in fact, that landlords are now going to be basically footing the bill, unless there's something I'm missing. And please educate me.
Because this declaration of emergency is not declaring an eviction moratorium.
No, but it's
This
included in there,
this
potential
declaration-
eviction protections for impact.
That would have to require a different action, but this is a step. If we decide to move in that direction, this is a foundational step to allow it. So I just want to be really clear about what we're voting on today.
No,
'cause
I know what we're voting
share
on,
the
but
concerns you're
yeah.
raising, and that's why we brought forward an emergency rent relief fund. But I think that is a preferred way to move forward. But this declaration of emergency allows us to do more things than we are currently able.
No, and you outlined that, and I see that here. It talks about potential eviction protections, mutual aid to support impacted households. So I do understand that, but I'm just raising my concerns about it. That's all. I mean, I've listened to everybody, and I understand the frustration, and I understand the fear, but I just felt I needed to put on the record. So with that, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that wish to speak on this item. And to the speakers that are going to be speaking, rather than clap, if you agree, can you just raise your arms if someone says something that you agree with as they're testifying? Thank you. Go ahead.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Joseph Ramos, Eloisa Galindo, Tomasa Martinez, Elizabeth Hernandez, Tony W., Mark Gaynor, Mateo Gill, Dennis Faitosa, Daniel Lake, Maya Daniels, Antonio Martinez, Wendy Lopez, Consuelo Granados, Evelia Montano, Cristina Garcia, Eva Garcia, David Albright, Eli H., Jocelyn Sanchez, and Sam Aguilar. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 24. If you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller 310, no, I'm sorry. Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
You, the Gang of Four, refuse to add the word illegal to immigrant as any mature, responsible, non-criminal adult would do. Yes, in fact, you all are felons on many levels, as your esteemed counsel can brief you. You continue to waste the taxpayers' finite resources on this criminal folly. I submit that per this briefing, any emergency declaration is in fact illegal, fraudulent. COVID fantasy will not fly. Yes, you are luring out the previous note on probation. The use of Chicago, Illinois is pathetic. Being in the United States illegally is a crime. Hence, all illegals are criminal, especially working illegally.
Excuse me.
Lawyers. Yes?
No, keep going, Roy.
We must take on the employers, hence illegal equals illegal crimes. The United States of America is, you have sworn allegiance to.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the public to withhold making comments, please, while you're going to be afforded the right to testify and speak, and I'll ask people not to interrupt you. I would appreciate if you would do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 530-307, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, my name is Christina Boyer. I'm an attorney at Public Counsel. I live in County District 3. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath and Solis, for putting forward this motion on the report back on the eviction moratorium or similar tenant protections in light of these raids. As you know, the Rent Brigade report recently showed that immigrants are in a particularly devastating spot right now as the raids terrorize our communities. Earnings are down. Many of them are carrying rent debt. Renters are spending 91% of their income on rent. Please do everything in your power to protect our vulnerable residents. I think this is a state of emergency. The county must take the strongest actions it can to prevent countless Angelenos from losing their homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can the woman in the back of the room take her conversation outside, please? You disrupted last week, and now, again, we're hearing you. Can you let the people testify on an important issue that's impacting the county?
Thank you. Free Palestine, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
County Council says any moratorium must be reasonable and necessary to address an emergency, but then puts forth a moratorium that doesn't even address the emergency. It's complicity with ICE and their campaign of ethnic cleansing for council to even suggest that our only option to prevent the eviction of immigrant tenants in LA County is a limited affirmative defense where our neighbors would have to announce their immigration status in open court. And to limit protections to non-payment evictions completely ignores the reality that 1, landlords will use other evictions to bypass non-payment protections. 2, all types of evictions put immigrant tenants at risk of kidnapping. And 3, income impacts are not the only hardship that come with ICE raids. Let's not forget that simply by being Black or brown in LA County, you face hardship from ICE raids because we no longer have the simple freedom of movement. Do you expect us to accept that these extreme circumstances don't warrant equally extreme protections? The people of LA know that displacement and ethnic cleansing is directly related to displacement and ethnic cleansing in Palestine. Regardless of the ICE collaborators in front of us, we will be free, just like Palestine.
Thank you. Caller 213-338, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, I'm Yesenia with COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations, and the Immigrants Are LA Coalition. And IRLA is in support of drafting a declaration of a state of emergency for the immigration raids that have terrorized our community since June. Families in our communities are living through a state of emergency. Many have lost jobs, struggled to make ends meet, and had loved ones taken by federal agents. Our community members are facing the terrifying reality of losing their homes. No one should have to live in constant fear of choosing between keeping a roof over their head or keeping their family together. The economic impact on our community is immense, with families unable to make rent, afraid to go to work, or forced to take on legal fees just to bring a loved one home. We have a responsibility to act for the most vulnerable among us. The time for bold action is now, and we thank the leadership of this board for prioritizing our communities during this dire time.
Thank you. Byron, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Byron Jose with Alternativa Coalition and Reimagine LA. I would appreciate if the chair found human beings being called illegal equally as disruptive of this meeting. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for moving this work forward and requesting a declaration for next week. We simply need to walk a block over from the Flower and Garment District to see the emergency and public safety crisis in Skid Row, the empty streets, and the closed businesses. A housing emergency impacting Black and brown neighborhoods in the Antelope Valley, Southeast LA, and throughout the county. We look forward to working with this board to advance rental assistance for Black, system-impacted, and TGI communities, vulnerable populations. May this emergency declaration direct CEO of Davenport to allocate our NCC or local dollars to relief, care, and homelessness prevention. No more money to landlords, ALADs, and developers. We need to codify Measure J now. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie Olson, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in support of the eviction moratorium, the solution to the never-ending crisis that ICE and the federal government are inflicting on us. The solution is not more homelessness. We need to do everything we can to protect our immigrant community, and their homes are one of the last semi-safe havens they have. So I am in strong support of everything we can do to keep everyone housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 818-645, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Yeah, this is very important because if eviction is a result of a breadwinner being pulled out, that just becomes, collateral damage to the person being taken away, and we have to find a way to keep them housed. So the only problem I find is we've got the great county council fund is going to go have a look and see. I'm worried that by requesting emergency and, declaring emergency, we're going to provoke more nasty crap from the bully in chief. And I just hope that they've got a plan, because I know Horvath is expediting it. We're not going to get a report back to soberly decide we want to walk out to the end of of course we have to protect the people, but I just think this requires some strategy, and I just, bring it back and we're ready to roll. Maybe we'll take a look. Try to post it 72 hours in advance. And where are the discretionary funds for each of the supervisors? This is a simple CPRA that I made, months ago.
Lexi Nguyen, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Of the LA Tenants Union Long Beach South Bay local, which is a part of your district, Supervisor Hahn. Renters in your district for long before this have been crushed by rent hikes, government inaction, and now the ICE raids on top of wildfires. This is not business as usual, and it really disheartened me to hear the attorneys and counsel speak as though we can say usually in the past. Unfortunately, immigrants and even citizens are being detained indefinitely, like George Retes, a U.S. citizen who was detained by ICE for 3 days. So no one is safe from a loss of income from detainment. It's not just a fear for immigrants, it's hurting working people across our county. People have fallen through the cracks, and I hope, Supervisor Hahn, you'll finally meet with your tenants to hear our struggles.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Claudia Jerez, DPSS, Ganja Women's Center, case manager. I have to say that the moratoriums are something very essential that is necessary. I stand with the immigrant community and in solidarity, and I stand with them and give them an arm rest to go through this struggle. Now, I know that what is our extended forecast for our QOL, our quality of life, for all of us moving forward. What is our QOL for immigrants? Just leave it there, please. Thank you. Thank you. What is our QOL for our quality of life for all of us? I think that's something necessary that we need to address. There's other things that I want to say now. I'll probably make comments in public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 310-795, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
In light of everything discussed today, an eviction moratorium is the bare minimum that you can do. As you might know, civil rights leaders have called on the United Nations to investigate the ethnic cleansing taking place in our city as we speak. Let me remind you that the same United Nations, after nearly 2 years of active genocide, has just recently acknowledged the crisis in Palestine for what it is. Well, we're grateful that they're finally catching up. I would like to remind you that to many of us, it has been obvious from the beginning. We've been screaming it from the rooftops all along, begging you to please stand on the right side of history, while the city has given us nothing but brutal repression for it in return. Now that the United Nations has finally found the courage to admit it too, but it took entirely too long. So many lives have already been lost, and some of their blood is on the hands of everyone who stalled. So please, let's not do the same thing again. Let's not waste everyone's time like this when so many lives in our very own community right now are on the line. So while we will certainly appreciate the UN support, it's clear that we can't afford to wait for them to.
We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Joseph Ramos with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles.
Can you
AGLA
pull it
strongly
a little
opposes any
closer?
new eviction moratorium. The county already has a robust programs to help families impacted by federal immigration enforcement, including $19.8 million in direct rental assistance under the new emergency rent relief program, and the additional $1.3 million under consideration for the mobile immigrant services program to continue services beyond March 2026. A new blanket eviction moratorium would cause substantial harm to rental housing providers, including many mom and pop owners still struggling due to years of unpaid rent and no rent increases from the pandemic moratoriums. It would be catastrophic for providers to be forced to shoulder the financial burden.
That
for
is
not
your,
paying renters
excuse me,
again.
can you stop the clock? That is your first warning. Please refrain. Thank you, go ahead.
Grocery stores workers and others deemed essential were given special increases for their services during the pandemic. In stark contrast, housing providers continue to be treated as villains for providing needed housing. The county must stop its wrongful attacks on housing providers. Thank you for your time.
Okay, second warning. Please refrain while people are testifying, because when you testify, I will ask people to refrain as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Dennis Feitosa, and I'm an immigrant who came to this country for its promise of freedom and fairness, values this board seems to have forgotten. I'm here to oppose this eviction moratorium. It's a political stunt disguised as compassion, and it's unconstitutional, violating the 4th and 5th Amendments by denying housing providers due process and fair compensation. It punishes small providers and rewards tenants who refuse to pay rent, leaving providers struggling to survive in one of the most overregulated cities in America. We saw during COVID what these moratoriums caused: bankrupting housing providers, rising homelessness. Now you're comparing ICE enforcement and national sovereignty to fires and the pandemic. A false equivalence meant to inflame emotion, not guide actual policy. And the measure's language calling border enforcement ethnic cleansing, echoed by activists buzzed in today, is reckless and divisive. This kind of abuse of power is why I decided to run for Congress. Reject this unconstitutional overreach, protect property rights, restore due process, and stop weaponizing compassion. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes. Me adelanté porque dejé mi carro en la calle y me van a dar ticket. Sorry. Pienso que allá afuera están estas informaciones y pienso que todas las personas que estén pasando por algún estrés, depresión, ansiedad y problemas emocionales por todo lo que está causando todo este revuelo, la migración, los desalojos. Por favor, la gente que necesite, agarren su masajeador, su información para salud mental, porque la vamos a necesitar.
So, hello, good morning. I kind of went ahead because my car is out there. I might get a ticket and I'm parked on the streets. And, well, with this information here that is being provided outside, for all those people with stress, depression, anxiety, and everything that's happening with immigration, with the evictions, grab it. Go ahead and grab all your mental health and your squishy ball and all that, because we're going to need it with everything that's happening.
Aunque la Junta de Supervisores del Condado aprobó recientemente un paquete de ayuda de alquiler de 20 millones para los inquilinos afectados, solo proporcionará 6 meses de pago de alquiler de 27,000 a solo 120 familias.
So even though the county supervisors approved recently a packet of $20 million for the tenants, there's only going to be an assigned 120 families for $2,700 with the publication of the county.
Con una población de inquilinos en el condado de más de 5 millones, sabemos que esto no es suficiente.
With 5 million people in this county, we do know that this is not enough.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Maya Daniels with the Transitina Coalition, and we are one out of 6 co-chairs for the Immigrant RLA Coalition as well. We urge the board to move forward swiftly with an eviction moratorium. This is a moment of crisis. This is a state of emergency. Federal immigration crackdowns are only increasing financial strain. Families who've lost income due to raids need urgent support to stay safe and to stay housed. An eviction moratorium as a protective action has been recommended to the county board by various community members, several community-based organizations and service providers alike. It was also included in Immigrants RLA's letter of recommendation sent to the Office of Immigrant Affairs earlier this past summer. The time for bold action is now. Thank you for prioritizing these communities during this time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Mark Gaynor. I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm speaking in favor of the LA Tenants Union's language for an eviction moratorium and in support of Supervisor Horvath's motion. We are facing compounding crises, as Supervisor Mitchell noted earlier. There are people who are losing out on income because they are staying home in response to threats posed by ICE's attempted kidnappings and raids as they escalate their campaign of terror. And workers are also losing their jobs in this moment. So it is incumbent that we intervene to protect our neighbors, particularly those most vulnerable in this moment, to make sure that they have the resources and support that they need. If we do not, we are likely to see these costs shifted around, and yet the county will still shoulder many of those burdens as people become homeless, as it becomes harder to
Thank
get
you.
them housing.
Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eloisa Galindo, soy miembro de ACE.
Good afternoon. My name is Eloisa Galindo, and I'm a member of ACE.
Hoy estoy aquí a favor de que voten en un moratorio.
Today I'm here in favor of you to vote for a moratorium.
Quiero darle las gracias a los supervisores que tienen esta iniciativa.
I want to thank the supervisors that took this initiative.
Nuestro actual presidente, Trump, no le importa si somos de cualquier partido.
Our current president, Trump, does not care whether we're from one or the other.
A ese señor lo que le interesa es hacer negocios con los billonarios.
That man only cares to make business with the billionaires.
¿Quiénes son los billonarios? Los real estate.
Who are the billionaires? Real estate.
Los que están ganando con la gente trabajadora.
Those that are winning with the working people.
Por ejemplo, Blackstone.
An example, Blackstone
Gana billones de dólares al año.
makes billions of dollars a year.
Esta gente trabajadora como yo, que ha llevado a la cuarta economía que ha llevado a Los Ángeles a la cuarta economía más grande.
These working people like myself who have taken LA to the fourth economy of Los Angeles.
Es importante que luchen por nuestros derechos como inmigrantes.
It's important that you fight for our rights as immigrants.
Es importante poner un moratorio.
It's important to have a moratorium.
Estamos pasando miedo.
We're going through fear,
golpes,
hits.
Nuestros estudiantes en las escuelas les están quitando los recursos en sus salones.
Our students are being taken away their resources in their
Por
classrooms.
favor, miren a las familias inmigrantes, a sus hijos y voten a favor de un moratorio.
Please look at the families, the immigrant families, their children, and please vote for a moratorium.
Necesitamos que ustedes como políticos le pongan un hasta aquí a Donald Trump para que vean que Los Ángeles sí se trabaja por las comunidades pobres.
We need all of you as politicians to put a stop to Trump so that they see that in Los Angeles we do work for working communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Lake. I'm commenting in support of implementing an eviction moratorium outlined by the Los Angeles Tenants Union. As a regular anti-ICE patroller, I can personally attest to the devastation ICE raids have had on families in our community. I've seen firsthand children lose their parents, elderly individuals lose their children. Not only do these impacted families have to deal with the kidnapping of a loved one, but also oftentimes lose the loss of a provider. This puts families in a precarious housing situation, many facing eviction. This board doesn't have the authority to stop ICE, but you do have the authority to help those in LA County who are in a state of emergency. There are thousands of families in a current state of emergency due to ICE kidnappings. Please pass the LA Tenants eviction moratorium to help keep these families in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As a member of the Rosemead Tenants Union and the San Gabriel Valley, I just want to show my appreciation to the supervisors for acknowledging the fear that prevents tenants from going outside to work or go outside to buy groceries. But I also want to mention that we have 3 questionably legal evictions that happened in Rosemead within the past year alone. And we think that the same fear causes people to stay inside as well causes people to be unable to stand up for their own rights. So we think that it's absolutely necessary for no means testing evictions to take place, no means testing eviction freezes to take place, so that people don't risk or even take even more risks to show up to court in the middle of raids happening. But when it comes to declaring an emergency, some cities in the San Gabriel Valley, like Montebello, already proposed and passed a $100,000 mutual aid relief to people who are in need of groceries and legal aid as well. So there's already an official foundation for an emergency to be declared. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is David, and I'm a member of the LA Tenants Union. I urge the county to call a vote for an eviction moratorium, and if you need to vote on a state of emergency on immigration to do that, I urge you to do so. Supervisor Mitchell, I'm a bit disappointed that your takeaway from our meeting last week was more rent relief when we made it clear that tenants in Los Angeles need an eviction moratorium. Maxine Waters has asked the UN to investigate ethnic cleansing of immigrants in LA. Mass indiscriminate deportations paired with mass evictions aim to remove an entire population of immigrant tenants from Los Angeles. More than 20 people have been killed by ICE this year, and that number keeps rising. ICE keeps chasing people into hospitals, making it increasingly dangerous to seek life-saving medical care. Fascism is not stopped by acquiescence or worrying the feds might respond if we fight back. The people have already taken up the burden of fighting back. The alternative is collaboration, and we will not accept that. It's time to have our back. We need an eviction moratorium now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Aló, buenos días. Mi nombre es Antonio Martínez y soy miembro del colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Antonio Martinez, and I am a member of Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Y vengo a pedirles que aprueben la moratoria de renta que propusieron nuestros compañeros de LATO, porque nuestras comunidades la necesitan ya.
And I am here to ask that you approve the moratorium on rent that our colleagues from LATU proposed, because we do need our communities need it now.
Las personas mayores y inmigrantes sin documentos vivimos con miedo todos los días por las redadas.
Our immigrant communities and seniors, undocumented, live in fear because of all of these raids.
Pero no solo los mayores, todos sufrimos sin importar la edad.
And not just the seniors, all of us suffer, no matter what the age is.
Trabajamos, aportamos y merecemos vivir sin miedo.
We work, we contribute, and we deserve to live without fear.
Por eso necesitamos una moratoria de renta urgente.
And this is why we need a rent moratorium urgently.
Para proteger nuestros hogares y nuestras vidas.
To protect our homes and our lives.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mateo Gil, community organizer with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice and member of Caracol. We are here in support of an eviction moratorium. Our community members work and live in Sela, Janice Hans District. We need an eviction moratorium until ICE leaves our communities. Sela consists largely of working-class immigrant communities who have been ruthlessly targeted by ICE. If you walk through Pacific and Huntington Park right now, you'll see it's a ghost town. Local businesses and Bell Gardens are shutting down early due to the lack of business. We are already seeing the impacts of ICE. We are in a housing crisis now, and we were already in a housing crisis. This is an emergency. This isn't theoretical. The justification is found in the lives of real everyday folks whose lives can be saved if we act right now. Every day that we do not take action means more and more folks will fall through the cracks. I hope that y'all find the strength to do what's right. We need this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cristina García, soy miembro del colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Good afternoon, my name is Cristina Garcia and I'm a member of el colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Estoy aquí para exigir una moratoria de renta que los compañeros del ARSO emitieron, porque en estos tiempos de redadas y detenciones migratorias nuestras comunidades viven con miedo y con temor.
I am here to ask that a moratorium for rent be approved that our LATU colleagues have stated. Because in these immigration times, we, the community, live in fear.
Muchas personas ya no se atreven a salir de sus casas por terror a ser arrestadas.
Many people don't leave their homes in fear of being arrested.
Por eso es muy importante que aprueben la moratoria de renta porque nuestras comunidades están sufriendo y necesitan protección ahora.
This is why it is important to have a rent moratorium, because our communities are suffering and they need protection now.
Gracias por escuchar a nuestra comunidad y gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for listening to our community and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Elizabeth Hernandez. I'm an ACE member, and we definitely need a moratorium, and we need a rent relief for all of our families. I'm a very involved mom at my kids' school, and every time I go to a meeting, I'm hearing a new story about the fear that the parents and the kids have when just traveling from home to school and from school to home. It's, heartbreaking to see how I had met parents who had not been able to provide to pay the rent for their kids, to have a roof on top of their heads for their kids. And the kids, fearing daily around, I don't know if my parents are gonna make it home or if I'm gonna make it home. It's inhuman what we're seeing in our streets. It's inhuman what we're seeing all around our city. And this is why we need to stand up our ground. We need to fight back. We can't let them push us, away. We build this country with immigrants. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Evelia Montano y soy miembro de Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Evelia Montaño and I am a member of Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Vengo a pedirles que por favor aprueben la moratoria de renta que los compañeros del ASU presentaron porque es muy importante para nuestras comunidades.
I am here to ask that you approve the rent moratorium that our LATU members have presented to you because it is important for our communities.
En estos tiempos de redadas vivimos con miedo. Muchas personas ya no salen con confianza y a veces ni siquiera queremos ir a trabajar por temor a ser arrestados.
In these times with the raids, we live in fear. Many people don't leave because they don't trust, nor do they even want to go to work in fear of being arrested.
Pero si no trabajamos, no tenemos cómo pagar la renta.
But if we don't work, then we don't have means to pay rent.
Por eso necesitamos una moratoria urgente para proteger a nuestras familias y a nuestras comunidades.
This is why we need a moratorium urgently to protect our families and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, my name is Eli. I live in Solis district. I am descended from immigrants like Catherine Barger, so it's great to see she's taking this so seriously by leaving the room for like 20 minutes. The idea that it's not a state of emergency, like it should be voted on, is absurd. It's clearly a state of emergency. What's happening outside is unprecedented. But an eviction moratorium is not, right? We've had one before. So clearly y'all are very concerned about landlords. In Harvard study in 2015, they said that non-individuals owned 62% of buildings that had 5 to 24 units, and when it went up to 25 to 49 units, they owned 81%. These non-individual institutions are the same organizations such as Blackstone and BlackRock that own Geo Group and CoreCivic and administer the immigration facilities. So they're predatory institutions, and the concern for their needs should not come before those of workers.
Thank you. We will now take, will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Christine Rodriguez, Lizette Mendoza, Fernando Ic, Kenya Alocer, Isabel Puga, Jesse Sanes, Julia Talente, Eddie Cruz, Tabitha Yellows, Jose Estrada, Maria Sandoval, Maria Sanchez, Maria Herrera, Ofelia Ruiz, Bijan Gami, Casilla L, Christian Ramirez, Enrique Rodriguez, Esther Romero, and Josefina Estrada. We will now go back to remote speakers. Will caller 213-905. Your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Vanessa Melendrez, and I'm with the Filipino Workers Center as well as Immigrants RLA. I was just calling in to speak in support of drafting a declaration of state of emergency for the immigration raids that have terrorized our community since June. The economic impact on our community is immense, and families being unable to make rent are afraid to work and are being forced to take on legal fees to bring loved ones home. The time for bold action is now, and we want to thank our leadership of this board for prioritizing our communities during this dire time. So please do vote in support of drafting the declaration of the state of emergency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maria Lopez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Worker and have lived in my home for over 28 years. I'm a Long Beach and LA County resident with a forced status. And for the past 24 months, I have been resisting displacement and fighting back against multiple invalid evictions. In 2 occasions, the judge dismissed the cases due to finding the notices illegitimate, but that didn't stop the landlord from suing me another time. That lawsuit developed into a 6-day jury trial, of which I won a unanimous verdict. Now, as of October 1st, he has returned my rent and will continue his attempts against me. I'm calling Supervisor Hahn and the board to support and demand you all to urgently move an eviction moratorium that would protect all, emphasis on all tenants across the county, from evictions to non-payment, having unauthorized occupants, and other no-fault evictions. To narrow or water down this moratorium, something so important and life-changing, will undeniably leave immigrants like myself, who by a stroke of luck continue to be housed or still
Thank you. Shannon Camacho, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Action for the City, one of the 6 co-chair organizations of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. We urge the board to seriously consider an eviction moratorium and declaring the current federal immigration enforcement actions against our county residents as a true state of emergency. What we are seeing here in LA and across the country in places like Chicago and Portland is clear targeted violence against immigrants, and local governments need to start taking bold action to protect our communities. So many neighborhoods across the entire county are suffering daily as these ongoing raids, even today, from DHS are forcing immigrant communities to struggle for basic survival. As one of the community members said, we cannot let the concerns of corporations overshadow the real impacts immigrant tenants are facing on the ground. What we are seeing right now is a humanitarian crisis, and the economic impact is immense and will be felt for generations. We urge the county to move quickly and take bold action to declare a state of emergency and to approve an eviction moratorium. We need to treat the violence and impact of these raids as any other serious
Thank you.
disaster.
Charles M., your line is unmuted. Please begin.
I'm a resident of LA County, and I'm speaking today to demand you urgently support an eviction moratorium that would protect all tenants across the county from eviction for non-payment, having unauthorized occupants, and other no-fault reasons. These protections should be automatic and should not require any type of attestation. Do not force immigrants to endanger themselves by exposing their immigration status to the landlords. Furthermore, we must go above and beyond non-payment evictions. All evictions put immigrants in danger because of ICE raids at courthouses, but also because without a home, families will be at increased risk of kidnapping. LA County leaders have failed to stop ICE from roving our streets. The least you can do is use your power so we can stay in our homes and protect ourselves. These protections should be automatic and should not require anything. ICE has been waiting and done so much to us, and making sure that we prioritize supporting immigrant rights groups and tenants and attorneys that are actually supporting tenants' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 24 is now concluded. We will go back to in-person speakers. Please begin.
I live in the East Los Angeles. Everybody else to support an eviction moratorium, even though Hilda Solis is supporting our communities. Our members work in different parts of the LA County. which impacts their livelihood. My husband does body work, and the other day they had to literally shut down, close themselves into the place because ICE was surrounding the area trying to grab them. I have 3 small children. All of them are US citizens. All of them deserve to have their parents at home. This has impacted every single member of our communities where money's not coming in and we're not able to pay rent. We're not able to buy our children the shoes that they need, the braces that they might need, the health care access that they might need. So we need an eviction moratorium.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Families.
Mi nombre es
Good afternoon. My name is Consuelo Granados.
y soy miembro y parte del Poder Comunitario.
And I am part of Poder Comunitario.
Poder Comunitario. Hoy vengo a pedirles de urgencia por una monitoría.
Today I am here to urgently ask for a moratorium.
Nuestras comunidades están pasando problemas, especialmente los niños.
Our communities are
Yo
going
creo
through
que todas
problems.
somos madres y todos somos padres. Todos tenemos que tener el derecho de parar todo esto, porque no es justo lo que todo el gobierno quiere hacerle al ser pobre. Todos somos pobres, pero todos tenemos necesidad y todos tenemos un hijo al que cuidar, un hijo al que corregir.
I know that we're all parents, we're all mothers, and we need to stop this. We need to stop what the government is doing because we all have children. We're all poor in one way, all of us are, but we have a child to take care of.
Hasta en las escuelas a los niños los están sacando. No es justo que estén separando tanta criatura. Por eso necesitamos la moratoria inmediatamente.
Even in the schools, they're separating children. It's not fair. It's not fair that they're separating these small children. That's why we need a moratorium immediately.
Mucha gente tiene miedo, pero el miedo nos acobarda.
A lot of people are in fear, but fear makes us cowardly.
Tenemos que ser fuertes, somos muchos, somos un poder muy poderoso.
We need to be strong. We are many. We are a powerful force.
Es todo lo que quiero decir, que pongan atención, que presten atención y especialmente a todos los niños, madres desesperadas. ¿Cuánta gente no vive en la calle? ¿Por qué no se va por la calle Quinta?
That's all I want to say. So many parents, so many mothers without their children. And why don't you go on 5th Street?
Gracias, señora.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Sam Aguilar, and I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union and the El Sereno Community Care Collective. I'm speaking today to urge you to call for a vote on a state of emergency on immigration and the erosion of civil rights for an eviction moratorium to expand protections to all impacted constituents. It's time for the Board of Supervisors to get ahead of the federal administration and not wait for the situation to keep getting worse. I kept hearing from the presenter that there is no need for a state of emergency, which to people on the ground working to defend our communities is completely disconnected with the reality of what we are seeing. All of Los Angeles is affected by this, and many more cities outside of Los Angeles are now being greatly affected by this. Mass evictions and displacements are a tool of ethnic cleansing, and that is what we are seeing in this country now, and that is what we have been seeing globally to our siblings in Palestine at an accelerated rate. Without a state of emergency that centers the most vulnerable and valuable members of our communities, this crisis will get much worse. I'd like to see politicians in California use their constituent-granted power to take a stand and push back against the federal administration.
My name is Jocelyn. I'm with the LA Tenants Union, speaking in favor of an eviction moratorium and a declaration of state of emergency due to the ongoing ICE raids. People are being discriminated based on race, and mass evictions are being used as a tool of ethnic cleansing. Without an eviction moratorium, the city is making people choose between risking homelessness or getting kidnapped off the streets. We're pushing for an eviction moratorium strongly because we refuse to abandon the most vulnerable members of our community, those who might be too scared to apply and who won't currently qualify for rent relief. The moratorium is vital for keeping every Angelino safe. Rather than being cowards and using tenants as scapegoats in the names of landlords' profit, members of the board like Catherine should consider doing their jobs and looking at solutions like mortgage protections instead of placing the burden on tenants that have been doing the on-the-ground work of protecting Angelinos, work that you yourselves haven't been doing. Find solutions rather than being a burden, grow a consciousness and a spine while you're at it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eva García.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Garcia.
Soy organizadora de inquilinos en Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
I am an organizer for tenants in Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Ahora decimos, queremos una moratoria. Es urgente una moratoria.
Now we say we want a moratorium. It's urgent to have a moratorium.
Es muy triste día con día dialogar con inquilinos en la corte, con inquilinos contra dueños acosadores.
It's sad to deal with tenants in the courtrooms every day, with tenants which have these owners that are harassing them.
Es muy triste saber que hay dueños abusivos que solo les importa ganar dinero.
It's sad to see that there's these owners that all they care about is making money.
No piensan que la vivienda es esencial, que es vital, que no es su negocio.
They don't think that housing is essential, that it's vital. They think it's a business.
Pero el sistema también tiene la culpa por permitir a construir una vivienda a mercado.
But the system is also at fault for allowing this housing to be a market.
Si tuviéramos una vivienda donde la comunidad tuviera el control, no tuviéramos aquí pidiendo una moratoria.
If we had a community where the community had control, then we wouldn't be here asking for a moratorium.
Pero por ahora necesitamos moratoria.
But for now, we need a moratorium.
Porque nuestros inquilinos pueden salir a la calle corridos por un dueño abusivo.
Because their tenants can be evicted out onto the streets by a tenant or by an owner that harasses them.
El gobierno federal aterroriza a nuestra comunidad.
The federal government terrorizes our community.
A una comunidad que ha dado soporte año tras año pagando impuestos.
A community that does support by paying taxes year after year.
Y ahora nosotros somos migrantes delincuentes.
And now we're delinquent immigrants.
Pero somos migrantes que soportamos este país.
But we're immigrants that take care of this country.
Económicamente.
Economically.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, hello. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christine. I'm coming here on the behalf of the Rent Brigade. I want to ask you a question. Will you choose to be complacent with the injustice of the federal government has been inflicting on the working class, or will you choose your position of power to fight against the terror that continues to prevent hardworking families from supporting each other? As we have recently seen in Chicago, legal status is irrelevant during ICE raids, and these raids are targeting working class individuals who are majority tenants. I want to also point out that the protections, or many protections, are limited when it comes to people who live in public housing. I would encourage you to pass a motion to review and to implement the language provided by the Los Angeles Tenant Union to really expedite the eviction moratorium process. We hear a lot of folks undermining the need for this, and we really need to expedite this process. You have the language with you. You should bring it to the board by passing a motion to review it and see if you could pass it then and there. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mi nombre es Esther Romero. Vivo en Los Ángeles y pertenezco al distrito de la supervisora Hilda Solís.
Hello, good afternoon. I was fixing her mic and now I didn't fix mine. I'm sorry. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Esther Romero. I am from the 5th District and I represent Ms. Supervisor Hilda Solís.
Me gustaría pedirles, ya que ustedes tienen el poder para implementar leyes que favorecen a millones de personas, quiero pedirles su voto a favor de la emergencia, por favor, la erosión de los derechos civiles y que aprueben la resolución emitida por el Sindicato de Inquilinos de Los Ángeles, por favor.
And I would like to ask for support, yet that you have power in laws for millions of people. I would like to ask for that support for the rights of the community, as well as that resolution that our colleagues presented.
Que es la moratoria de desalojos, por favor. Me gustaría pedirlo a toda la ciudad y el condado de Los Ángeles. Gracias.
Which is the eviction moratorium. I would like to ask for it within the city as well as the county of Los Angeles.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lisette Mendoza, and I'm a resident in District 2, and I'm also an organizer with Community Power Collective. I am in here on behalf of 1,000 members who are tenants, street vendors, and transit riders to urge you to call for a vote for a state of emergency, as our colleagues have said before, and an eviction moratorium that'll have the strongest protections that folks have said today. I was here 3 weeks ago, and when I was here 3 weeks ago, since then, hundreds of people have been detained and kidnapped by ICE. This morning in Gardena at a Home Depot in District 2, members of the community were taken, and I rushed to text thousands of those members to inform them that they needed to stay safe in that region. And then just now, as I was waiting to do my public comment, people in MacArthur Park are running and hiding from ICE because there was another raid there as well. So understand the impact that you know yourselves, and listen
Thank
to all
you.
of us so that this moratorium can pass as soon as possible.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Mariana Paredes, Norma Gonzalez, Patrick Chen, Yaneth Torres, Zoila, Dr. Isrule Mohammed, Minerva Cortez, Elizabeth Escalante. Thank you. Next speaker, please. You can begin.
Hola, mi nombre es Ofelia Ruiz. Vivo en el área de MacArthur Park, Distrito 1. Soy miembro y líder comunitaria de CPC. Estoy aquí.
Hello, my name is Ofelia Ruiz. I live in the MacArthur Park area, District 1, and I am a member of CPC and a community leader.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que voten por una moratoria para evitar los desalojos de inquilinos como yo y miles de vendedores en todos Los Ángeles.
I am here to ask for a moratorium and to avoid all of the evictions of tenants like myself and thousands of street vendors in Los Angeles.
Desde que pusieron mallas en la calle Alvarado, luego vinieron los incendios, luego lo de inmigración, no hemos tenido suficientes ingresos, pues la gente no sale por miedo.
Ever since they placed screens in Alvarado Street and then came the fires and then came immigration, we've been just suffering. We have been suffering with our wages. And so people can't even go out because of fear.
Por esta situación no tenemos para la renta y tenemos miedo que nos desalojen. Por eso exigimos que este condado declare un estado de emergencia. Voten por una moratoria hoy.
Because of the situation, we do not have money to pay our rent in LA because of fear and fear that they will evict us. And this is why we're asking for this county to declare a state of emergency and vote for a moratorium today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Julia Talante. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union, and I'm speaking to support the state of emergency declaration and eviction moratorium. You say that the self-attestation could out immigrants and endanger them. We agree with that, which is why you should pass the version of the moratorium that Law 2 wrote for you, which doesn't require it. What also endangers them is the threat of eviction. You cite gaps in existing tenant protections, which is good and well, but the fact is that most evictions are not even taken to a court. Landlords simply pressure tenants to self-evict, and every day that you don't pass an eviction moratorium, more tenants are forced to do so. Rent relief is fine, but many evictions are not related to rent debt. Is it acceptable for those tenants to be thrown in the street? You can talk all you want about how you stand with immigrants. You can do as many KYR events as you want. You can say you want to evict ICE, not tenants. But the fact is, you have the power to stop immigrants from being evicted while they are facing an imminent danger and threat to life. Or are you more concerned about being sued by AGLA and the other landlord groups that donate thousands of dollars to your campaigns? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Isabel Puga. Hoy estoy aquí en representación de mi comunidad pidiendo una moratoria permanente para todos los desalojos que hay injustamente y por todas las familias mixtas de las viviendas públicas. Ya tenemos...
Good afternoon to all those present. My name is Isabel Puga, and today I am here representing my community, asking for a moratorium for all of those unjust evictions, as well as all of the mixed families who live in public living.
Ya tenemos suficientes indigentes en las calles y no queremos más. Y por favor, a las personas que puedan dar el voto, nos apoyen pidiendo un alto a las redadas porque muchas familias están siendo afectadas emocional y económicamente.
And we do ask we already have enough homeless in the streets, and we don't want any more. So we do ask that those that have the power to vote support us by voting against these raids, because many families have been affected emotionally and economically.
Están dejando niños sin hogar y sin sus padres. Hoy les pido que pongan al estado de emergencia y no podemos seguir viviendo así. Gracias.
They are leaving children without homes and without parents. Today we ask that you please declare a state of emergency. We need it. Thank you. We can't continue to live this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hello, my name is Eddie Cruz. I'm a member and organizer at Community Power Collective. Here to kind of just regurgitate and repeat what people have saying. We need an eviction moratorium now. It's urgent. If it's not evident, I think we are definitely in a state of emergency, not just in the city, in the county, or the state, but in the federal level. Families, parents, our tenants, our neighbors are being abducted by ICE and being sent to these inhumane, humanizing concentration camps that are basically just borderline torture camps. And I think it's evident that when we say we need people to stay inside their homes to be protected, how can we say such a thing when the rent still needs to be paid, when people still need to pay their bills, but they can't do that because they're afraid of being abducted by ICE. So please urgently pass this eviction moratorium, pass this emergency, whatever, to be able to take a first step. And Holly Mitchell, I live in your district, District 2, in Koreatown. Cut the grace with the landlords, the small landlords. These landlords have been abusing these tenants and tenant laws.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, mi nombre es María Saavedra. Yo he estado aquí en diferentes ocasiones con ustedes apoyando a Pacoima Beautiful, a las personas de cuidado en casa, pero esta oportunidad vengo aquí para pedirle su apoyo sobre las personas que viven en la calle y las personas, perdón, disculpen, las personas que están desalojando, ya que muchas personas viven en la calle con sus niños. Es algo terrible, terrible lo que está pasando en la calle por el desalojo que han tenido.
So, hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Saavedra. I've been here for many occasions to support Pacoima Beautiful, home care workers, but today I'm here to support those that are being evicted, that are living in the streets with their children.
Les venimos a pedir su apoyo. Yo soy de una organización que se llama Power y venimos a pedirle su apoyo para la moratoria de desalojos y para el estado de emergencia de migración, ya que ha sido terrible estos últimos tiempos en nuestra comunidad.
I am here to ask for support on that moratorium, and I'm here with Power, the organization Power. I'm here to ask for a state of emergency as well for all of those that are being affected. Things have been difficult with immigration.
Pero ahora todas las personas que estamos aquí venimos a una sola voz para pedirle su apoyo, que por favor nuestra comunidad necesita de su apoyo, ya que nosotros somos seres humanos y necesitamos que ustedes aboguen por todos nosotros, ya que nuestra comunidad está en una situación muy terrible. Es triste ver la situación porque en la calle nosotros hemos...
And we are here as one voice. Our community needs your support. We are human beings. Please advocate for us. It's terrible, the situations that are happening now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bijan. I'm a member and organizer of LA Tenants Union and Community Power Collective. I heard a lot of discussion today, but I really heard no real solutions to protect all the immigrants and anyone who vaguely looks Latino or brown, and passersby as well, because as we see in Chicago, this will be the growing trend. All of us can be targets if we're simply outside. You know, these are the people that clean your homes, Catherine Barger, and your offices, that cook your food, that build. These are the real housing providers. These are the folks that build housing. And do you just want us all to go away? Because I've heard no other real solution from you, Catherine Barger. You know, ICE has been brutalizing people who need to work, including women and families, regardless of immigration status. Anyone who looks brown. This happens on job sites, construction sites, car washes, Home Depot. and they catch people on
Thank
their
you.
way to work.
Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Enrique Rodríguez y vengo, quiero decirles que soy ciudadano americano, pero yo duré 2 semanas sin salir a la calle porque tenía miedo, porque miraba la migra con máscaras y todo lo que miraba en las noticias, ni te preguntan si estás legal o ilegal.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emilio Rodriguez, and I am here to let you know that I am a U.S. citizen. But it took me about 2 weeks to be able to go out on the streets because I was afraid because I would see ICE with their covered faces, and I would see everything on the news, and they don't even ask whether you're legal or illegal.
Simplemente te agarran, te echan en el piso como un delincuente, nos atacan porque somos latinos. Como comunidad pedimos una moratorio.
They simply just grab you, they throw you on the ground, like if you're a delinquent, and they attack us, Latinos. As a community, we ask for a moratorium.
Queremos que haya paz en nuestras familias. Necesitamos que tomen acción y un moratorio ahora para que seamos protegidos.
We would like peace within our families. We need action and we need a moratorium so that we are protected.
Por su atención, gracias.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah. Hi, y'all. My name is Christian Ramirez, and I'm here as a concerned community member, and I'm in support of the eviction moratorium, just to protect some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. I mean, where's the urgency, guys? Where's the concern for our residents? This is the bare minimum that the county could do for some of these people, right? There are attacks going on right now at the city. You know, just today, I've seen that there was news about raids in West LA, Mid-City, South LA, Inglewood. These are all places that are being under attack right now, and we're here talking about this, if this is up for debate. It shouldn't be. This is an emergency, right? We should be acting like it. Let's go ahead and do whatever needs to be done to go ahead and get this eviction moratorium passed. And lastly, we should ensure that any resolution that does get enacted or get passed does not force tenants to disclose anything about their immigration status or require them to, fill out a ton of paperwork. This stuff needs to happen tomorrow or today, yesterday, So let's go ahead and try to get this stuff done. Let's not wait around. Let's not beat around the bush. This is what's most important right now in the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Kasha Levine. I'm a social worker and I'm a tenant in East Hollywood. I challenge you to actually imagine a world without ICE. Your tone of powerlessness and resignation to them is not what we expect from elected leaders in the face of forced relocation, concentration camp internment, and death for immigrants, Black, brown, and queer people who risk the worst each day. If you refuse to take every available action to you in the face of ethnic cleansing and prison slavery, out of a mere fear of litigation and lost profits for landlords, I hope the consciousness and dreams of your family are haunted forever by the Nazi magic you enabled in its tone of unadulterated suffering for time eternal. Your soul loss will resonate forever. We will never forget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Fernando Isaí with the Los Angeles Tenants Union. I'm here to urge you to vote on a state of emergency on immigration and the erosion of civil rights in Los Angeles, and on an eviction moratorium that offers the strongest possible protections to impacted tenants. Every day that the board delays this vote, more families risk losing their housing, living in the street, and risking the violence and death of being abducted by ICE. We've had kidnappings in our city for months now, and we demand action today. We are here today to collectively ask that you follow through on your responsibility to your constituents and to justice. The life and death threats of ICE raids and subsequent evictions is unprecedented and one of the many fronts in which all of our civil liberties are being attacked. This is a crisis beyond the control of county resources and the latest in a long line of crises that Angelenos are facing. And Los Angeles needs to take a clear stand and take the lead in defending the communities from this ethnic cleansing. So we ask that you move quickly and without hesitation, take the logistical bureaucratic steps that you have to, declare a state of emergency, and protect the communities of Los Angeles that are facing deadly attacks on multiple fronts.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Josefina Estrada.
Yo vivo en el condado de Los Ángeles, en el distrito de la supervisora Lindsay, en vivienda pública. Hoy vengo en representación
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Josefina Estrada, and I live in the district that represents Ms. Supervisor Lindsay.
Hoy vengo en representación de mi comunidad y de todas las familias afectadas.
Today, I am here to represent my community and all those affected families.
Los incito a que soliciten una votación sobre el estado de emergencia migratorio y sobre la erosión de los derechos civiles.
I do ask that you have a vote with the state of emergency of immigration and also the breaking of our civil rights.
Y una moratoria de desalojos.
And an eviction moratorium.
Que ofrezca las protecciones más fuertes posibles a los inquilinos afectados.
To offer the best protections to our affected tenants.
Las redadas representan una amenaza para la vida humana. Más de 20 personas han fallecido en operaciones de ICE y en todos Estados Unidos, desde que comenzaron las redadas en junio. Los agentes de ICE han perseguido repetitivamente a las personas hasta en los hospitales de Los Ángeles, lo que hace peligroso buscar atención médica. Debemos tomar medidas contundentes para salvar más vidas.
The raids are a threat to human life. More than 20 people have been killed by ICE operations across the U.S. Since the raids began in June, ICE agents have repeatedly chased people into LA hospitals, making it dangerous to seek medical care. We must take bold action to save lives.
Los inquilinos vivimos con miedo de ir a trabajar. Significa arriesgarse a un secuestro, pero quedarse en casa significa arriesgarse a un desalojo.
Tenants are living in fear. Going to work means risking kidnapping, but staying home means risking eviction.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, gracias por escucharnos. Mi nombre es María Sánchez y vivo en vivienda pública en el distrito de la supervisora Michelle.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Sanchez, and I live in public housing, and I am in Ms. Mitchell's supervisor district.
Estoy aquí para que apoyen una moratoria para proteger a miles de familias que vivimos aquí en el condado de Los Ángeles y también para el estado de emergencia por las redadas de migración.
I am here to support a moratorium for thousands of families that live in the Los Angeles County and also for a moratorium in immigration.
En el condado de Los Ángeles existen 14 viviendas públicas en el condado de Los Ángeles en el cual viven miles de personas mixtas.
In the county of Los Angeles, we have 14 public housings and where we have mixed families.
El cual están en peligro porque la nueva administración del presidente Trump quiere quitar un apoyo para las familias mixtas.
And it is endangered because this administration with Trump wants to eliminate these resources for the mixed families.
El cual va para desalojar a miles de familias y eso ocasionaría también miles de personas sin hogar en la calle.
In where we will have 1,000 families being evicted, and that would create 1,000 families to be on the streets.
Y el estado de emergencia por las redadas de migración es porque nuestros hijos tienen miedo de que nosotros, sus padres, salgamos a la calle.
And the state of emergency for immigration is because our children are in fear that us, the parents, are out on the streets.
Pero tenemos que trabajar, tenemos que llevarles la comida al hogar a nuestros hijos, tenemos que salir, somos gente trabajadora, en el cual estamos cooperando en este hermoso país. Gracias.
But we have to work. We have to bring food. We are working class people, citizens that cooperate in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tabitha. I'm with Power, and we organize in the projects. You must pass an eviction moratorium on top of the state of emergency on immigration. This is the bare minimum that you can do. As you all should know, you are the landlords of your tenants in county public housing. The Trump regime is trying to change a rule that allows undocumented people to live with their families in HUD housing, which also includes Section 8. Despite the fact that this will impact thousands of citizen families, they want to forcibly separate families and throw potentially 11,000 people, a lot of them citizen children, onto LA streets. 11,000 people. And that's just in public housing in Section 8. It doesn't even include all the tenants in private market housing who are being displaced. This is guaranteed to increase homelessness across the county and the country. LA tenants are already under attack from multiple sides. They're at risk of losing their homes and being separated from their families. They're already going to be evicted just for being immigrants. Rent relief is not enough. This is ethnic cleansing, and an eviction moratorium is the bare minimum that you can do. I cannot
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Jesse. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union. I spent the majority of my summer this summer in Home Depot parking lots, and it's so nice and comfortable being in here, but what strikes me is how disconnected it can feel from the real tangible fear out on the streets in my neighborhood of Lincoln Heights in Solis's district, in the 1st District. The emergency is here. The emergency is here. People already are suffering economic. The Rent Brigade's study showing that immigrant families in LA have already lost up to 60% of the economic activity. And it's just so visible when you walk through my neighborhood. The question of whether or not there is an emergency isn't really a question. It's very visible. I want to clear up a confusion that landlords do not provide housing, houses do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Irma Camarena y estoy aquí pidiendo una mandatoria para desalojo. Estoy pidiendo esto porque muchas familias están viviendo en la calle y muchos niños también.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Irma Camarera, and I'm here to ask for an eviction moratorium. I'm asking for this because many families are in the streets along with children.
Es triste ver esta situación en California. Las familias están sufriendo las consecuencias y hoy pido amablemente a las personas presentes y a los que tienen el poder que voten sí a la mandatoria.
It is sad to see this in California. The families are suffering all of these consequences, and today I ask kindly that all of you present please vote and have a moratorium.
Está dejando un problema emocional en niños, jóvenes y padres de familia.
This is causing emotional issues with young children and also the parents.
Y no es justo que estén secuestrando a las personas nada más por su color, apariencia.
And it's not fair that people are being kidnapped simply for their color or their appearance.
Ya tenemos suficientes personas en la calle y no queremos más.
We have enough people on the streets and we don't want any more.
Estoy aquí en representación de mi comunidad y todas las familias mixtas.
I am here to represent my community and all of the mixed families
de vivienda pública.
Of public housing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, señores supervisores y supervisoras del Condado de Los Ángeles. Mi nombre es José Estrada.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors of the Los Angeles County. My name is José Estrada.
Tengo muchos años de ser organizador comunitario en muchos sectores de Los Ángeles.
I've been an organizer, a community organizer in many sectors of Los Angeles for many years.
Y vengo aquí, igual que todos los que hemos estado antes, para pedirles a ustedes, porque hoy puede ser un gran día en el Condado de Los Ángeles.
And I am here, just as many of us were here, to ask you, because today could be a great day for Los Angeles.
Si se aprueba la moratoria permanente
If we approve the permanent moratorium
de lo que está pasando en este condado,
as to what's happening in this county,
y ya no solo en este condado, sino que en todo el país,
and not just in this county, but in the entire country,
necesitamos una moratoria por los problemas de migración,
we need a moratorium because of immigration
por los
issues,
problemas de la vivienda.
housing issues.
Ya basta que mucha gente todos los días esté quedando durmiendo en las calles, en las banquetas en Los Ángeles.
It's enough that many people stop sleeping in the streets of Los Angeles.
Supuestamente en la quinta economía del mundo.
Supposedly in the fifth economy of the world.
Y tenemos miles de personas durmiendo en las calles.
And we have thousands of people sleeping in the streets.
Qué lamentable, ¿no?
How sad, right?
Somos candil de la calle, dicen, y oscuridad de la casa.
We're the light of the streets and the dim in our homes.
Porque decimos al mundo que este país es lo mejor del mundo.
Because we say to the world that this country is the best in
Y
the
eso
world.
no es cierto. Todos los que hoy estamos aquí sabemos que eso no es cierto.
And it's not true. All of us here that are here today know that that's not true.
Los niños están sufriendo diariamente.
Our children are suffering daily.
Están tomando a sus papás en las escuelas porque los van a dejar a la escuela.
They're taking their parents in the schools because they go leave them in their schools.
Hay
Thank you.
muchas cosas
Next
que
speaker,
decir,
please.
pero el tiempo se terminó. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Patrick Chen. I am a tenant in Chinatown and an organizer with Chinatown Community for Equitable Development. We organize working class tenants and small businesses and unhoused neighbors in the Chinatown area. Obviously, we, as everyone else here has stated, the impacts of the ICE raids have been enormous on our community. CCD in these past few months has fundraised and distributed cash aid, mutual aid to over 50 families, but it's simply not enough. We need the government, we need the county to step in and to do the most that it can, starting with a state of emergency and a full eviction moratorium that does not require self-attestation. So we call on the board to pass these motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Norma González. Estoy aquí representando a mi comunidad de Lincoln Heights.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Norma Gonzalez. I am here representing my Lincoln Heights community.
Les estoy pidiendo a todos ustedes que tienen el poder para que se pongan la mano en el corazón y apoyen a nuestra comunidad.
I am asking all of those that have power to please touch your hearts and support our community.
A nuestra comunidad que está sufriendo ahorita con los desalojos.
Our community that is going through and suffering through evictions.
Y por todo lo que está pasando con migración.
And everything that's happening with immigration.
Yo sé que ustedes pueden porque ustedes conocen a algún inmigrante, alguien que de sus amigos. Yo sé que ustedes tienen el poder y que ustedes lo van a hacer.
I know you can because I know you know an immigrant, maybe one of your friends. I know you can, you will do it as well.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Escalante. I am in favor of the moratorium. We are in a state of emergency. Make no mistake about that. This is stolen land. We are witnessing massive injustices in our community, a modern-day civil war that continues to inflict generational trauma on our children and the elderly. History is repeating itself, and many families are still fighting for basic rights to live with dignity. The American dream feels out of reach for working people. As corporations in places like California exploit vulnerable humans. We're seeing today mere systems of modern-day slavery, detainment, and displacement, a humanitarian crisis unfolding in plain sight. Here we are. While society moves forward with our Starbucks cups, making our way downtown.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Minerva y yo vengo de la comunidad Mar Vista Palms junto con la representación del LATU. Nosotros estamos en la lucha contra el desalojo.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Minerva, and I am here with my community, Mar Vista Palms, along with the representation of LATU, and we are here to fight against evictions.
Nosotros estamos luchando contra el desalojo de nuestra vivienda. A nosotros nos aplicaron la ley Ellis Act, y eso no es justo.
We are here to fight against evictions of our homes. They applied the law Ellis Act, and that is not fair.
Somos personas trabajadoras que luchan día y día, responsable. Tenemos hijos con necesidades especiales.
We are working class people that work daily, and we are responsible. We also have children with special needs.
Personas mayores con enfermedades crónicas.
Also seniors that have chronic illnesses.
¿Qué haremos? ¿Dónde iríamos con nuestra familia si nos llegaran a desalojar?
What would we do and where would we go with our families if they were to evict us?
Por eso nosotros estamos a favor con una moratoria para el desalojo.
That is why we're in favor of a moratorium for evictions.
Ya es tiempo de levantar la voz y decir alto al desalojo.
It is time to lift our voices and say stop evictions.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Phoebe. I'm here on behalf of the dozens of tenants from the Echo Park Local of the Tenants Union who cannot be here today because they've been rarely leaving their houses for the past 4 months for fear of being snatched by ICE. The fact that there wasn't a state of emergency declared the very first day that ICE occupied our city, the first day they started endangering citizens and non-citizens alike by tear gassing and shooting at them for standing up to ICE terrorism, the first or the second or the third time one of your constituents was murdered running from ICE or in ICE custody is an absolute disgrace. How is the threat of being kidnapped and disappeared into state-run concentration camps to perform prison labor not a threat to human life? In your council's amateur ChatGPT PowerPoint presentation, they listed a riot as one of the many approved reasons to call a state of emergency. What has this been if not a riot, a violent disturbance of the peace by a mob of masked agents against the immigrants of LA?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead and speak, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Dr. Mohammed, for the record. Eviction isn't only about losing housing. It's about losing a place and a system that sustains human life, community safety. In Los Angeles County, families are evicted from homes the same way that licensed clinicians are evicted from their professional roles through bureaucratic misclassification, exploitation, and administrative neglect. My own ADA documentation status demonstrates that displacement. A licensed clinical psychologist reassigned to clerical duties after raising concerns about suicide and post-vention concerns. That is a professional example of an eviction. The Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery framework you now operationalize without safety, fidelity to safety, was built to expose that continuum. Bureau Care to Custody to Cemetery.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Madam Chair, we have a motion before us as well.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I don't want to necessarily speak on the motion. I'm going to vote for it and all of that, but I wanted to just clarify for the audience because I think there was questions asked earlier about what type of assistance the county is providing right now. And while it's limited, I think it's important for us to clear the record. So we launched a small business resiliency fund just last week to support small businesses that have been impacted by immigration enforcement. The fund provides up to $5,000 to support small businesses facing financial hardship, temporary closure, reduced hours, property damage due to protests, labor impacts, and related revenue loss. Recipients of these funds can use it to pay whatever expenses they might have, including their lease costs, since many are tenants in spaces where they operate their businesses. Right now, the fund has $1.8 million, but we're working with the Center for Strategic Partnership to raise more funds to support those impacted. We have also requested an additional $5 million for this fund through the CFCI Advisory Board, which I hope will be approved. We also launched a cash aid program for county residents impacted by the raids, which offers $1,000 to residents, including to pay for their rent. It's a small fund, but it's a start. We've been working with the California Community Foundation to raise these funds for the program. Unfortunately, thus far, we have about $150,000, and however, as Kate, who was here, mentioned earlier, we recently had a funders briefing with sports teams to help raise more funding. We need to do more, and absolutely, I am in support of the motion before us by Supervisor Horvath, but just community needs to know that we are working and we need to do more, and we need your support as well. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, thank you. I just also wanted to follow up on that. Fizia, when I was talking about, I believed we needed to do more resources for rent relief, both for the tenants and the landlords, and you said, in your comments, you said there's a lot of things that we can do now without doing some of these other things. And so what do we need to do to get you to go look for some more resources for rent relief? You said we could do that today, and I'm wondering, are you going to do that today, or do we need to tell you to do that today?
So I think listening to the conversation very clearly, I don't need a motion. I realize that that's a concern for the board, and so yes, we can certainly look for resources, and then
Is it
come back
possible
with-
when this ordinance comes back that you would be able to, as a part of that, let us know?
When is it coming back?
Well, I think is it coming back next week?
Oh.
That might be too, but
Is it next week or next month?
when do you think
Yeah,
you'd
we
be
can-
able to tell us that, yes,
well,
you're finding more resources?
What I can tell the board is that we've conducted a search, and I can come back and report on whether we have identified funding or not. And so I think we can do that by next week.
Okay. Thank you. And I also want everybody to know what we're voting on, because there were so many comments about the eviction moratorium. So I don't want there to be some misunderstanding if we vote yes on this, that somehow we have voted for a eviction moratorium, because there were so many people here who urged us to do it. I just want to make sure everybody in the public knows what our vote is that we're taking right now.
Did you want me to? I could read the. So it will be to move that the Board of Supervisors direct County Council to prepare a proclamation of local emergency for federal immigration actions in the County of Los Angeles and place it on the agenda for the October 14, 2025 board meeting.
Thank you.
All right, Executive Officer.
Madam Chair?
Motion, go ahead, Supervisor
I'm
Mitchell.
sorry. I just wanted to add, as Supervisor Hahn has asked the CEO to look for money, I don't want it lost, that I asked about clarification about the California Community Foundation and what monies have been raised and what is available to be allocated to either community-based organizations or directly to impacted individuals to help with rent. So I don't want that lost either, because I know we're asking the CEO to get blood from a pained county turnip budget. So I am also looking for additional resources. So I don't want that lost.
So we'll include that in our analysis. We'll work with Kate Anderson from Center for Strategic Partnerships and expedite the request, and also let CCF know that we need an expedited response.
All right. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
No.
Supervisor Barger, no. Motion carries 4-1. We will now move on to item 26, custodial services contract, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you're online or press *3 if on the telephone. A representative from the Internal Services Department is present. Please state your name and title when you address the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I asked to hold this contract today because it's one more example of what I have been pointing out, which I think is a bigger issue in our county. And no denying, we voted many times in the past to let departments contract out for services instead of providing them in-house. And we do this because there's always a line on these items that says, find that the custodial services can be performed more economically by an independent contractor. And that line appears on a lot of our items when we vote for contracts. And I'm frustrated with that line because I don't think it shows the full story. We're not comparing apples to apples when we look at the cost only. County jobs are unionized. They provide top-of-the-line health care benefits, vacation days, sick days, career paths, retirement benefits. Of course, it's cheaper to go with a contractor who doesn't offer their workers those same benefits. Like this contract today for custodial and janitorial services in our county jails. this contractor does not provide the same health care benefits. This means that the employees are going to have to pay expensive premiums just to get health care, which may be going up if a deal can't be reached in Congress. And they likely won't have access to sick days. The contract also is non-union, so they won't have collective bargaining that could help them get those benefits in the future. And of course, many of us believe that union labor does better quality work. So is this even the best way to get quality services for our departments? I introduced a motion a few years ago that implemented a pilot program at the Department of Health Services to require that all contractors provide top-of-the-line health care. And I hope that we can expand that policy to all of our departments. Because otherwise, we will always be reading on our agenda that we will find whatever services can be performed more economically by an independent contractor. I understand why this contract is before us today. Our jails need more custodial services than they have right now. But it's these employees are going to be cleaning our jails. And I think these employees deserve a livable wage, top-of-the-line health care, sick days, vacation days, and collective bargaining powers. And I'm understanding that this current contractor goes to the end of January. So we're not up against too much of a wall. So I'm requesting, colleagues, that Michael, you refer this back to ISD. Take another look at this contract and see if we might include better protections for our employees. Again, I brought up my concerns about our county's policies of contracting out since I was elected in 2016. And yet, our departments continue to bring these contracts before us, again, based on what is allowable, if it can be done cheaper by someone else. But I think at what cost is it cheaper? So, Michael, I really hope that you will take another look at this and take it back and see if we can come back with something that is better for everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have a few questions, and I don't know if it's for Michael or for the Sheriff's Department. In the prior budget period, we allocated 28 positions to address cleanliness issues at IRC. How many of these positions have been filled, and does a contract supplement or enhance the scope of work based on those 28 positions?
Hello, Supervisors. Gerardo Pinedo, LA County Sheriff's Department. We have filled 14 of those 28 positions.
And do these positions enhance the scope of work? I mean, what is, explain, first of all, explain how you came up with the stations of Malibu, Universal, and the old Santa Clarita Station in this contract, and then how do the 28 positions, I mean, is this contract also going to include IRC, or how are you going about rolling out that?
This contract would include IRC as well as the 3 substations. So it would be essentially an expanded scope of work.
So it expands the scope of work. So when you talk about the 28 positions, what's the expansion? What does that entail? Do you often have county workers and then contract out to expand on services? I don't know.
Oh, no, sorry, Supervisor, I misunderstood your question. So we added 3 substations to this particular contract. It was simply a matter of timing. We do have a plan where we are going to come back to the board with a contract. We are anticipating in the next 9 to 10 months that will cover all our stations.
All right, and then are there plans to evaluate custodial conditions and staffing needs at the remaining patrol stations? Are you triaging those as well?
Do you want to? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing, Supervisor. Can you repeat that question?
Are there plans to evaluate custodial conditions and staffing needs at the remaining patrolling stations?
Yes, Supervisor.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I know that Supervisor Hahn, you've talked about it's got to be apples to apples when we're looking at the criteria to contract out. I feel that we need to make sure that we're complying with that. At the same time, I'm still a little confused on the 28 positions. Are the 28 positions within the county, or are they contracted out workers?
Supervisor, the 28 positions are county full-time permanent workers. We filled 14 of those.
So is the reason why, I mean, and this contract is going to be at IRC, correct?
Correct.
So is the reason why IRC is included in this contract because you can't fill the positions?
Correct.
28?
That's correct, Supervisor. We are trying our best to fill the remaining 14 positions.
Have you recruited from the contractor that we're using to clean as it is?
Have we recruited from?
Well, if you've got 14 positions empty, because you allocated 28, and we're contracting out for that service, someone's willing to go into our jails and do that service. So how are we recruiting for those 28 positions? To your point, Supervisor Hahn.
So our plan is to continue to recruit for the remaining 14 positions. Ideally, we have this done in-house by permanent county employees. The challenge that we've experienced is that oftentimes employees fail the backgrounds. When they do clear the backgrounds, the process takes so long that they take other jobs, and that's why we have the remaining 14 positions.
So you're going down a hole for me now. So does that mean that the contractor does background checks for the employees that are going into IRC?
The contractor is required.
I would hope so. If you're
Yes,
saying that.
yeah, the answer is yes, Supervisor.
Okay, so I think you can fill these 14 positions far quicker than it's being done.
And that's our intent, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor
Supervisor,
Solis.
may I add a few points because this
sure.
is something that the
Sure.
CEO's office and my DOJ compliance team works with the sheriff to support. In addition to the 14 that are currently on the job, there are also 8 in background and then 6 where there are no offers made. And this is something that the Sheriff's Department has really been working very hard to keep, to both hire, fill, and retain, and then continue to fill these positions. This is a series where there is a lot of turnover. There's a lot of turnover for the contract employees too. So they are, I think, looking to at both of these avenues because they need both of these avenues at this time to keep enough folks working.
And I appreciate that. I don't think that was clear. At least I don't think that was your understanding, or maybe it was not mine. So I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, it's not just these workers that I'm talking about.
No, I
There's
understand.
other county employees that can do this work, not these 28 necessarily.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, but I think it's specific to the jail. I mean, even when you have the health services employees that we have in our jails, it takes a certain person that wants to go into our facilities and provide care. I mean, I think it probably falls in the same situation. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor, absolutely. And there is a longer onboarding process with additional steps to it for both contracted and county workers. And that is an ongoing challenge that the department is struggling with on all of the avenues. So having both is helpful.
So, and then one more question, then I'm going to hand it over to Supervisor Solis. We used to have trustees at our stations. Has that been eliminated?
We continue to use the trustees. The challenge we are experiencing is that the level of offense by the average inmate has gone up, and we have Commander Montoya here who can speak a little bit more to that. But when the offenses are higher, we have a tougher time trusting those trustees essentially with that same amount of work due to the level of offense.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for holding the item. You know, I've been on the board now going on my 11th year, and I remember back 9 years ago when I served as chair in the year 2016, I also introduced a motion for the requirement of a labor peace agreement, but with our cafeteria workers in county facilities. So I think we've all been somewhat on the same trajectory here. But for me, I think that we really do need to think about how we are looking at our contracts. This has been a theme that I know Supervisor Hahn, I, and others have raised for many, many years, and other board members who are no longer here also were raising that. So I do think that we have to provide some guarantee that we're going to respect the janitorial work or whatever service workers that are bidding for these projects. I don't always agree with the lowest bid, but I think that's in our code. But we ought to think about how we look at that in the future, because sometimes it's about the quality and the effectiveness of the contract. And if you have people that are actually represented by a bargaining group and they have certain protections, usually it's correct. They have a better quality of work, they get better benefits, they're not worried. They're not as worried as some other contractors that are just, they're low bid and they're not gonna pay anything and they're gonna squeeze as much as they can. We saw a lot of that happening during COVID. And I don't think we wanna go back down that rat hole. I do think that we can do more, and I also agree that I would also say to ISD and to the Sheriff's Office to take this item back, give yourself some time, and really work with our groups and talk to them about what it is that could make something happen here. And it isn't just this one time. This contract is very large. I mean, we're talking, what, basically starting at, Michael, how much? 20, 10, and then 22?
This is starts at 10 million
And then it
and goes up to an aggregate amount of 22.5 million.
That is a lot of money. And even in this time, I mean, I would want to get our money's worth, obviously. And I am concerned that we haven't been able to fill those 28 positions, because I remember distinctly having that conversation on this board, because we couldn't rely on trustees, and the fact that we actually got complaints, the unsanitary conditions, rat infestation, feces, all of that, which we know is also part of another lawsuit and things that are kind of a cloud hanging over us. Now, we need to remedy that right away, and we need to have continual services. So I want to urge this body to recommend that this go back, Michael, to you and to the sheriffs, and then bring us something back that we can look at that will be more balanced and will give us the right information. And perhaps there's something else we need to do to fill those remaining positions that are permanent. And I agree, we don't have to necessarily look at the sheriff's department. I mean, there are people that work in other parts of the county that I'm sure could meet the criteria, even in ISD. So it just depends on where we're looking and how hard we're looking. So thank you very much.
Can I follow up on that question, though, Supervisor Mitchell, before what Supervisor Solis said? If we were not to approve this contract, are there going to be no janitorial services in the jails, or just the current staff going to, how's it going to work?
We would, Supervisor, we would continue status quo, so there would be no gap in janitorial services.
Okay. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I have a slightly different question. It was an issue raised by my team at the public safety cluster. Given the seriousness and the consistent allegations of unsanitary conditions in Men's Central Jail, can the department explain why MCJ was excluded from this custodial contract? And additionally, what sanitation plan is currently in place for MCJ?
Supervisor, it was a matter of timing. Our staff, we should have included MCJ in this. We have already kicked off the work to include MCJ should we need an additional contract. But we're hearing the board loud and clear today. We're going to go back, fill the remaining 14 positions, develop an appropriate staffing plan, and report back with a permanent solution that will include MCJ.
And what's the sanitation plan currently in place at MCJ? What's currently happening, just so I'm clear?
Good afternoon. This is Commander Jared Montoya from LA County Sheriff's Department. Currently, for Men's Central Jail, we're using our inmate workers at this time.
Exclusively?
Exclusively, yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Thank you to Supervisor Hahn for holding this item for discussion, and I support the request
for this to be referred back for further consideration for all the reasons mentioned and more. We know that our jails are difficult places to work, to live, to provide service, and that's why it's critically important for our facilities to maintain standards of cleanliness and to make every effort we can to uphold the decency of those who live, work, and provide services in them. I understand services sought by this contract intend to improve the cleanliness of our facilities, and at the same time, we should make every effort to ensure that contractors or whomever is providing service to the county does so in a way that takes care to ensure that our labor force has its needs met, including a living wage and health care and other benefits wherever possible. So rather than asking you now, I will ask as part of your referring back process to consider the following. What steps will you take during an RFP process to ensure that service providers contracted by the county are compensated in a way that meet their basic needs, including health care? What is the process for engaging our labor partners on this contract and the need for services? What specific measures will you take to ensure that any future contracts for any LASD facilities provide fair compensation and benefits, including health care, to the workers delivering these essential services? And how do you plan to engage labor partners and ensure an RFP process that is transparent, inclusive, and open to all qualified bidders, allowing for feedback and concerns to be raised early and addressed appropriately? I know this process has been some time in the making, and yet as we got some of our partners engaged, we heard different perspectives. And I think the earlier we engage everybody in the process, the better outcomes we have, and we can arrive at solutions that address some of what's come up here today. So I appreciate that you're going to refer this back to address some of the concerns that have been raised here, and I hope you will include these in what you are addressing going forward. Thank you.
Did you want to speak again? Okay.
I did. I'm sorry, just
No,
because
that's
I
fine.
thought about the answer. I'm curious twofold. If the inmates at Men's Central Jail are compensated in any way for that work, and secondly, if they are given the appropriate tools and training and frankly chemicals needed to clean a institution of that size, of that population. I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am. So for inmate workers, they are compensated with just time served. So good time, work time.
Okay.
But not a monetary compensation.
Okay.
And in terms of chemicals, we do provide them with information on the chemicals. We only allow certain chemicals in our facility so that they're to prevent any unnecessary exposure or combination of caustic chemicals. So we do provide them with guidance with that.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more questions, are you, okay. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And thank you all.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Blanca Cortez, Blanca Martinez, Leticia Almaraz, Paula Maraquin, Rosa Guzman, Raulene Moreno. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 26, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Claudia Jerez, your line is open. Please begin.
All I have to say is thank you for all the janitors, the clean, the departments and everything. It's a lot of hard work. My dad did it for a long time when he came to this country. And I have to tell you, it's hard work to do. I just thank everybody for doing it because it's a hard work, but it's very, very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 619-534, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Sandra Diaz, Vice President with SEIU USWW. Thank you, supervisors, for recommending that we take more time on this. I heard all morning talking about the communities that are the most impacted by this administration, and the members that clean these facilities are those communities. And I want to just echo, let's do the right thing for janitors. Let's do the right thing for service workers. Let's not balance budgets on the backs of the most vulnerable communities. So thank you for more time, and we look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Paloma Serna, your line is open. Please begin.
Serna, I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in San Diego County Jail by medical neglect, and I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California, and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. You know, I understand, you know, these jails, they have to be clean. People are living there, you know, as they are fighting their cases. But still, you know, let's not forget, you know, LA County cannot keep delaying the closure of Men's Central Jail. This jail has been declared unfit for human habitation for more than a decade, yet people are still being booked, housed, and they're dying there. So I understand these, you know, the institution has to be clean, but come on now, let's not delay what was told to us that this place was going to be closed. Another lives are put at risk daily there. So let's continue to push forward.
Thank you. Mia Hendricks, your line is open. Please begin.
Board of Supervisors, my name is Maya Hendricks, and I am a resident of SD3 as well as a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. And just echoing what the last caller shared, we get that these facilities house people and they need to be clean. And honestly, they should be cleaned with the resources that they are currently given. As was stated, Men's Central Jail has been committed to be closed for years now, and it's still standing. There is no amount of cleaning, there's no amount of people that you can hire to clean this facility that would eliminate the problems. The only solution to this problem is to close Men's Central Jail and reallocate that funding to community-based organizations and alternatives to incarceration, so people don't have to live in these disgusting facilities in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 26 is now concluded. We will go to our in-person speakers. Please begin.
Mi nombre es Blanca Cortés. Soy una mujer emigrante orgullosa de ser janitor, de estar aquí presente para dar mi testimonio.
My name is Blanca Cortez. I am an immigrant woman who is proud to be a janitor and to be here to be able to give my testimony.
He trabajado más de 26 años limpiando los edificios del Condado de Los Ángeles, siempre con orgullo y con compromiso.
I have worked more than 26 years cleaning the buildings in the County of Los Angeles, always with proudness and commitment.
Pero desde que entró Uniserve perdí muchos beneficios que había ganado con la Unión y que hace más de 2 décadas.
But as soon as UNISERV went into charge, I lost a lot of benefits that I have won with the union that has been more than 2 decades.
UNISERV no es contratista legalizado, no representa nuestro derecho. Nos recortaron la mitad de los servicios, ya no tenemos los días efectivos, no tenemos vacaciones pagadas, seguros médicos, tan caros que están, no lo podemos pagar.
UNISERV is not a unionized company. They did not respect our rights. They cut half of our holiday pay, and we have no vacations that are paid, and our medical insurance, and everything is so expensive to pay now.
Y esto es muy duro para nuestra familia porque los costos de la vida en Los Ángeles están altísimos entre la renta, la comida y el cuidado de salud.
And this is hard for us, for our families, because the cost of living in Los Angeles is extremely high within the rent, food, and also our health.
Por eso pedimos a la Junta de Supervisores que ya no contraten empresas que no tengan unión.
So we ask the supervisors to not contract companies that don't have union.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes. Me llamo Rosa Guzmán y ando trabajando en servicios de limpieza por más de 15 años. Me dirijo a ustedes hoy para compartir mi experiencia como janitor. ya que el Departamento de Servicios del Condado ISD podría otorgar contratos de limpieza a empresas no sindicalizadas en 8 edificios adicionales en Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa Guzman, and I have worked in the cleaning service for more than 15 years. I am addressing you today to share the experience as a janitor. The Department of Services of the county, IDS, would be able to allow these companies without union up to 8 buildings in Los Angeles.
Esta decisión pondría en riesgo el sustento de decenas de trabajadores que, como yo, nos hemos dedicado a mantener estos edificios públicos limpios y seguros.
This decision would put at risk the wages of dozens of workers, just like myself, who have dedicated their time to cleaning these buildings and keeping them safe and secure.
Desde que Uniserve asumió el contrato, no solo ha reducido el número de janitors, ha aumentado la carga de trabajo para nosotros, sino que los trabajadores que hemos quedado hemos perdido muchos beneficios, lo que habíamos conseguido gracias a la representación sindical, como los días festivos, vacaciones y atención médica a bajo costo.
Ever since Uniserve took charge, not only did they reduce the amount of janitors, but also our workload has increased. And not just the workers that are here, we've lost so many benefits. We've lost our holiday pay and also our vacations and also our health care, which our low-cost health care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Paula Marroquín y llevo 11 años trabajando como janitor en el edificio del Condado de Los Ángeles. Para mí este trabajo representa estabilidad, orgullo y la oportunidad de sostener mi familia con dignidad.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Paula Marroquín, and I have been working as a janitor for 11 years in the county buildings. For me, this work represents proudness, opportunities to be able to take care of my family with dignity.
Por eso me duele profundamente ver cómo desde que Uniservice, para el cual trabajo, como tomó el contrato hace apenas un mes, todo cambió, eliminando muchos de beneficios que habíamos ganado con años de esfuerzo junto a nuestro sindicato de SEIU.
And that is why it hurts me deeply that once Universe took charge, by taking this contract, just in a month, everything changed. They eliminated our benefits that we had won for years of hard work with our union, SEIU.
Y hoy el condado podría decidir extender esos mismos contratos sin unión a 8 edificios más, poniendo en riesgo el porvenir de decenas de familias trabajadoras.
And today the county may even extend those same contracts with our union to 8 buildings, putting at risk the well-being of dozens of families and workers.
Estos contratistas no respetan el trabajador inmigrante, priorizan las ganancias sobre la dignidad humana.
These companies do not respect the working immigrant. They prioritize the winnings over human life.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Blanca Martínez. Desde hace 7 años soy orgullosa miembro del sindicato SEIU USWW.
Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Martinez, and for 7 years I have been a proud member of SEIU USWW.
Somos trabajadores de limpieza sindicalizados que mantenemos limpios y seguros en funcionamiento los edificios del Condado de Los Ángeles.
We are cleaning workers that maintain all of the buildings clean and safe and working in the County of Los Angeles.
Durante años hemos trabajado con dedicación y tenacidad en plena pandemia durante los recortes y ante cada desafío, porque creemos en servir a nuestra comunidad y en poder mantener a nuestras familias con dignidad.
For many years, we have worked with dedication and tenacity during the pandemic, for even with all these cuts and challenges. We believe in serving our community and to be able to keep our families afloat with dignity.
Como integrante de la mesa directiva y del comité negociador, participé en la lucha que nos permitió ganar un contrato sindical que nos dio salarios justos, seguro médico accesible y una voz en el trabajo.
As part of the e-board committee and bargaining committee, I was able to fight for our contract, our union contract for just wages and medical insurance, and also being able to have access to a voice at work.
Son derechos que hemos conquistado con años de esfuerzo, unidad y que han hecho posible que vivamos y criemos a nuestras familias aquí en Los Ángeles. Hoy todo eso está en riesgo. El condado pretende entregar nuestro trabajo a una empresa no union.
Today, these are rights that we were able to win with a lot of fight for many years, and it has been possible to be able to live with our families in Los Angeles. Today, we are at risk. The county wants to destroy our work and also to employ companies without union.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Raylene. I am a janitor for the Los Angeles County. Today, the place I work has a union contract that guaranteed fair wages, affordable health insurance, and a voice as the job. We earned these rights through years of struggle and unity, and they have made it possible for us to establish our families here in the city of Los Angeles. But today we are raising our voices because everything could be lost. The county is about to award a cleaning contract to non-union companies like UniServe. And as you've heard from my coworkers, since Universe took over, staff was reduced, workloads increased, and benefits were cut. This is how they treat immigrant workers who keep the public buildings clean and running. This is why we are here to say clearly, enough with the expectations of workers, no more contracts of non-union companies. We want the Board of Supervisors to find dignity jobs and earn benefits and union voices to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mi nombre es Leticia Almaraz y yo también soy janitor para el condado de Los Ángeles. Hoy por hoy, el lugar donde trabajo tiene un contrato sindical que garantiza salarios justos, seguro médico accesible y una voz en el trabajo.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Almares, and I too am a janitor with the County of Los Angeles. Today, the place that I work has a union contract that guarantees justified wages as well as accessible health care and a voice at work.
Estos derechos los ganamos con años de lucha y unidad y que han hecho posible que podamos establecer a nuestras familias en Los Ángeles.
These rights that we've won for many years now with a lot of fight and unity have made it possible for us to establish our life in Los Angeles.
Pero hoy levantamos la voz porque todos podríamos perder el contrato en el condado, este punto a otorgar los contratos de limpieza a empresas sin unión como UNICEF.
Today we raise our voices because we could lose all this. The county is almost going to allow these contracts for these cleaning contracts for companies without a union like UniServe.
Y como ustedes lo han escuchado de mis compañeros, desde que UNICEF tomó el control de este edificio, redujo personal, aumentaron el trabajo y recortaron beneficios.
And just like you heard it from the rest of my colleagues, ever since UniServe took charge, they increased the workloads, they cut the personnel, and also the benefits.
Así es como tratan a los trabajadores inmigrantes que mantenemos limpio y funcionando los edificios públicos.
That's how they treat the immigrant workers that keep the cleaning and functioning buildings.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 26 is before you.
Madam Chair, can I? Yeah, just want to say thank you to the USWW workers who came today. These are the hardworking janitors who do good work and deserve to be protected for all their, as you heard, their hard-fought benefits that they get. These non-union contractors are increasing the workload, stripping them of their benefits. And that is just not our values. And I want to thank all four of you for staying and listening to the workers, because it's really good, I think, for all of us to be reminded of who these people are and how important they are to the county and to the work that we need to have done in some of the more undesirable locations, like our jails. And thank you for listening. But I think you've heard us loud and clear. I just want to make sure that, Michael, you were nodding as most of the supervisors said they wanted you to refer this back and come back with a better workable contract. And is that good enough? We don't need to do a motion, right? You're going to refer it back, Michael?
Michael, explain.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisor. Michael O., Internal Services Department. Yes, we are happy to refer it back.
Thank you.
All right, that will be the order. I don't think we need to take, you're asking for it to be referred back without objection, so ordered. All right.
We will now move on to item 28, report on the preparations for the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. A representative from the Department of Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, will make a presentation. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Hahn, would you like to speak before the Honorable Dean Logan?
Yeah, I would. I just want to set the stage. You know, as the largest county in the nation, we have to run elections at a scale that no one else really comes close to. And for this special election coming up, we have to do it in an extraordinarily short time frame. Normally, our registrar begins planning a year in advance, and this time we've had less than 3 months. We have a responsibility to our voters to make sure that this special election is carried out smoothly and securely, even on a compressed timeline. So that's why I put forth a motion a few weeks ago asking for Dean Logan, our esteemed registrar recorder, to join us at this meeting and update us on how his department's preparations are going. I think he has a presentation, and then when he's done, I'll have a few questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, good afternoon, Supervisors. Dean Logan, Registrar Recorder, County Clerk. And as Supervisor Hahn indicated, I'm here today to report back on the motion that was passed on September 16th about preparation for the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election. I will go through briefly some slides and then be happy to answer any question. An overview of this election it's probably first most important to say that this was not an anticipated election. So we did not have on schedule a countywide election for 2025. This came about when the California legislature passed a bill and the governor signed it into law calling for a statewide special election on a statewide proposition, a constitutional amendment that is proposed addressing congressional redistricting, and I'll talk about that a little more in a moment. I did want to just from the start say it was not a planned or anticipated election. It was also not a budgeted election. We are fortunate in the sense that the legislature recognized that and the governor recognized that when they called for the statewide special election, and the state is providing funding for this election. In fact, we received that funding up front. So we estimated the cost, which is unusual. We estimated the cost of this election in LA County to be approximately $67 million. So a huge budget impact for us had the state not provided that money. And that money was provided up front. It also had a provision, also unusual, but a provision in the law that says if we come in under that estimate, that the remaining balance of that can be carried forward to help fund the next election, which would be the June statewide primary election. So the measure that is before voters is State Measure 50. For most voters, actually all voters in LA County, with the exception of the city of Santa Fe Springs, which also has a local measure on the ballot, the rest of the county, this is the only measure that appears on the ballot. It is State Measure 50. What it is a constitutional amendment. That's why it has to go before the voters, because it is an amendment to the state constitution that would allow for temporary changes to California's congressional district boundaries that would be in effect until the year 2030. What that means for our voters is that if this is passed, some voters may be assigned to a different U.S. House district in future elections, including in 2026, the next statewide election. What it does not do, does not change your voter eligibility. It does not change voter registration or voting options. It also does not change the boundaries of state assembly or state Senate districts. This is specific to U.S. representative districts for congressional seats. So in preparation for this election, as we sit here today, we are 25 days away from the election. We had 75 days from the time the governor signed the bill into law to prepare for this election. We are already in the voting period for this election. So in September, late September, September 25th, voters were mailed from our office a official sample ballot from the registrar's office, and then similarly, they were mailed a state voter information guide from the Secretary of State's office. I want to just take note of this because there was some confusion on this, that because it is only a single measure and it's a statewide measure, some voters were confused when they received the sample ballot and they're wondering, why is there not information about this measure in the ballot? Well, state measure information is provided in the state guide. Normally, you would see the local measures in our guide. So the official sample ballot gives you information about how voting works in your county, where voting, when in-person voting starts, when to expect your vote by mail ballot. It also provides a facsimile of the actual ballot, so the voters will know what they're going to see when they receive their ballot. The state voter information guide, which is what you see on the right of the screen, contains the detailed information about the state proposition, including statements for and against the proposition, and in this case, including images of the maps of the congressional districts as they exist today and as they would exist if the measure is passed. So voting, as you know, in LA County, we fall under what's called the Voters' Choice Act under California Elections Code. That means that we mail a ballot to every registered voter. Those ballots went in the mail last week on Thursday, on October 2nd. So most voters should have already received their ballot in the mail, or certainly by the end of this week should receive their ballot in the mail. And they can begin voting those immediately, and they have multiple options for returning those. They can return them through one of our secure official ballot drop boxes. There are 418 of those located throughout the county. Those are all open and will remain open until Election Day. They are secured ballot boxes, so we monitor those ballots or those boxes on a regular basis. We send teams of 2 who are identified as county employees. The boxes are bolted into cement or chained at each location, so they are secured, and they're designed with security features identified in state regulations. They also have exterior coating to reduce damage or defacement, and again, we go out to check them on a regular basis, so if there is any defacement, we can correct that. And we work with local law enforcement agencies, cities, and local stakeholders to help have their eyes on the boxes as well and to report if there are any issues. Voters can also return their ballots through the U.S. Postal Service. You may have seen on the news that there's been some discussion about that. We are encouraging voters that if you're going to mail your ballot back through the Postal Service, we are encouraging voters to allow at least 7 days transit for that to get back, even if you're mailing it locally. However, as long as it's postmarked on or before Election Day, that will be a valid ballot that can be counted in the election. But what we've learned from U.S. Postal regulations or reinterpretation of those regulations is that if you are relying on that postmark, so if you are going to drop your ballot off on Election Day at a post office, you need to take it to the counter and ask them to hand stamp that postmark, because it's not guaranteed if it goes into one of those blue boxes or if it goes in even in a post office. Even if it says that we check this at 3 o'clock each day, that's not guaranteed that it will get a postmark. So again, we're encouraging people to use the drop boxes or to mail their ballots 7 days in advance. And the third option, of course, is that you can drop off a voted ballot at any of our in-person vote centers when the in-person voting period begins. And so the in-person voting option is available for all voters in LA County. This helps us in particular to serve voters who are multilingual and voters with disabilities. The voting equipment at these sites has particular features to provide for a secure and independent voting experience for all voters. In this election, we will have 251 vote centers. I want to emphasize that because that is significantly fewer vote centers than we had in the November general election in 2024. California Elections Code provides a different formula for establishing vote centers in a special election, and since this is a special election, we did follow that guideline. It is a single ballot measure, so we do not believe that that will result in delays at the voting locations, but voters should pay attention to where those locations are cited because they may not be the same locations that were in place in November. Those vote centers begin opening on October 28th, or I'm sorry, on October 25th. There will be 111 locations that open on that day. They will be open daily from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then an additional 140 locations will open up 4 days before the election. That's the last weekend of voting. And again, open 10 to 7 until Election Day, where we have standard polling hours of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We're staffing those locations with a combination of community volunteer workers and county employee workers, about 1,800 community workers and about 1,600 county employees. Always want to take the opportunity to thank this board for your support of the county election worker program. It has made a tremendous difference in our ability to have well-trained and reliable election workers to support us, and we have had great cooperation from all county departments, and we have met our target for this particular election. Similarly, community workers, recruitment has gone well. There are just a handful of areas where we're looking specifically for community workers who have specific language skills to be sure that we're providing all of the multilingual support that we want to provide. Election worker training has begun, and again, 70% of our workers are already registered and participating in classes. This just gives you a quick timeline. I've talked about most of this, but just to emphasize that as we sit here, we are in the active voting period. People are casting ballots. Supervisor Barger told me she dropped her ballot in a box this morning. We have had voters voting in person in our headquarters office in Norwalk as well. So voting activity is going on. October 28th is a key date. If there are people who have not yet registered to vote and who are eligible, as long as they register by October 28th, they will still get a ballot in the mail. That doesn't mean that you can't register after October 28th. It just means if you register, then you need to vote in person at one of our vote centers. Election Day is November 4th, and then we will certify this election on December 2nd. Two areas that I wanted to specifically call out in this report. One is recognition that we have displaced voters who were impacted by the wildfires earlier this year, both in the Eaton Canyon and the Palisades fire, and we have been working closely in partnership with some of your offices as well as community stakeholders to get the word out that if people are displaced, they're away from their home, if they're no longer receiving mail at that address, that they still have the opportunity to vote in this election. They still have the opportunity to remain registered in their community where they intend for their residents to be. The best way to do that is to update your address with the U.S. Postal Service with a temporary mailing address. If you've already done that, then your ballot was mailed to that mailing address. If you've permanently relocated to a new address, you should update your registration as well. But we know that these residents are dealing with a lot, and so we know that may not have been top of mind. So we are monitoring closely now that the ballots are in the mail. We have geo-fenced those fire-affected areas, and we are watching for undeliverable mail that is coming back from those areas so we can reach out to those voters if we have an email address, if we have a phone number on our file. And we're continuing to do ongoing community outreach. There's a landing on a pop-up on our landing page of our home page to give information to those voters. I'll be speaking at an event Thursday evening in Altadena on this issue, and we've had a number of people supporting us in getting that word out to voters as well. Secondly, I wanted to mention just that we are really emphasizing in this election situational awareness. We know, and I've heard as I've sat here today listening to the different items that are before your board, that there is concern about security and safety in our community. So we are emphasizing that both for our election workers, but as well as for voters. Our approach on that is to try and emphasize and empower our voters to know what their rights and options are as voters. And so we want our election workers to be trained on situational awareness, escalation protocols if anything should happen at a vote center, to be sure they know what to do, to be sure that they're safe, that the voters are safe. And that's embedded in our training. But we also are encouraging voters to be aware of situational awareness too. And if you approach a vote center and there's anything that makes you uncomfortable at that vote center or as you're approaching that vote center, to be sure that voters know that they can go to any location to vote in LA County. They are not limited to a single location. They can use their vote by mail ballot, or they can use the lookup feature on our website and go to a vote center that makes them feel comfortable and makes them feel like their vote is being handled appropriately. A couple things about post-election. This is something that's always important to emphasize. California and LA County provide lots of options for voters to cast their ballot, so everybody should have the opportunity to do that. As a result of that, that means that there's still a significant amount of work to do after Election Day. We still have valid ballots that are coming in from our drop boxes, that are coming in through the U.S. Postal Service, that have to go through the same verification, authentication, and secure procedures before they can be counted. So that is being done during the post-election canvass. We also conduct a 1% manual tally where we randomly select 1% of the ballots, hand count those, and compare those to our tally to validate that the equipment is operating properly and that the outcomes are accurate. All of those activities are open for public observation. We always emphasize that this process belongs to the voters of LA County, and that takes place at our ballot processing center in the City of Industry. That building was designed for security and transparency, so people can come in person and observe that, but they can also watch any of those activities on live web stream on our website as well. So we do emphasize the transparent element of that. And this just gives kind of the final Canvas certification. We know that it can be frustrating for voters and campaigns waiting through that post-election period, but we do provide updates on a regular basis. So we're doing updates daily, including the day after the election. That will continue as long as we have ballots to be added to the count. And again, we will complete our Canvas and certify the election on December 2nd. And with that, I will take your questions.
Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you. Impressive, really, with a short time. Sounds like, according to your presentation, you have enough vote centers. Sounds like you have enough volunteers, county workers, and others. Or are you still requesting that more volunteers sign up?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I think we are in good shape. We have a good model that has been proven effective in LA County. It was challenging in getting and securing the voting locations because under this short period of time, the rooms and the spaces that you would typically use for voting in many cases were booked for revenue-producing events for the proprietors of those locations. So that was probably the biggest challenge. But again, we had a reduced number to secure, and at this point, we have secured all of the locations we need. And I should mention that voters will also receive a postcard in the mail telling them the closest locations to where they live. So there will be information provided to voters.
But they don't have to use that one. They can go anywhere.
But they can go anywhere in the county, correct?
Right. You kind of touched on it because last week, state officials had warned that some USPS locations were not postmarking mail on the same day that people put it in the mailbox. So that would mean that if they put it in on Election Day, it might not get the Election Day postmark. But it seemed to be that was affecting some rural areas that were like 50 miles from.
Yeah, thank you for that. There was a lot of media attention on this last week, and I think it's a good example of situational awareness of, again, empowering voters to know what their options are, how to make sure that their vote is counted. You're correct that interpretation of that regulation is more about postal stations that are 50 miles away from the larger processing centers of the U.S. Postal Service. So most of LA County, that would not be the case. But we are still encouraging voters to.
So you're encouraging voters, if they are there on Election Day, to actually walk up to the counter and say, postmark this.
That's correct.
Okay. You kind of touched a little bit too on safety, security, more about general awareness. But I'm a little bit concerned just in this era of increased political violence that we might need to take more action in terms of security around vote centers. I don't know if have you talked to the sheriff or have we talked to some of our local cities? I'm just very concerned. I've just seen an uptick in political violence, and I want to make sure people are safe when they exercise their right to vote.
Yes, Supervisor, I share that concern, and this was something top of mind as soon as we heard that the likelihood of this election. Candidly, the nature of this election is part of that political discourse that's happening in the country right now, and so we recognize that. And in fact, during the press conference when the governor signed the legislation calling for the election, there were enforcement activities and demonstrations outside that facility, and for us, that was a red flag that we need just to pay attention to this. It's a challenging situation because we, under state law and just common courtesy of the voting process, voting locations are intended to be a neutral location where people can come and have their voice heard and cast their ballot. There are state laws that prohibit intimidation of voters, that prohibit campaigning within a certain distance of those locations, but we also know that not all of those are being complied with in other areas. So what we have done is, again, trained our election workers on that. We always, before any election, have a briefing with the sheriff and the police chiefs from all of our jurisdictions.
Okay, good.
We're emphasizing that in this case too. We also don't want a situation though where we have local law enforcement and federal law enforcement in conflict that elevates or escalates the situation, and that's why we're really trying to encourage voters to have their awareness, and again, if they're uncomfortable with anything going on in that location, to choose a location. But a couple other things we're doing on that. We are collaborating with the Human Rights Council that has people who are trained in de-escalation techniques just to be part of our field team and available should we need to dispatch them during the voting period. And again, having specific reporting and escalation protocols for that type of event. I mean, it's somewhat hard to predict, but we know that we need to be prepared for it.
And we know, and you talked about the actual drop boxes as well. You're monitoring them, you're sending people out regularly, but we had some issues with that. I don't know how many years ago, one of the ones in my district, somebody put it on fire. And a lot of the ballots were burned inside. So I know that's been
yeah, we've been fortunate that one incident was the only incident we've had in LA County so far, and we were able to identify most of the voters in that case. Again, the boxes are designed so they don't get a lot of air, so so the fire will go out quickly. In that case, the damage was really caused more by the response of the fire department, which is not a criticism, it's just the reality of the
they put a lot of water
response.
on it.
But we did, as a result of that, and just our history in this process, we have increased the frequency with which we service the boxes. And as part of our briefing with local law enforcement, we ask for their partnership to kind of, we give them the list of locations in their jurisdiction, ask them to
drive by,
have their patrols aware and to let us know if they see anything.
And just the last one, I've had some constituents concerned due to the ICE raids, and they were actually asking, should I carry my passport or other documents to the vote center? Didn't know if you were giving advice to our voters on that issue.
That's a interesting question. I think for purposes of voting, what I would want to emphasize is that that's not required for voting, that you as a registered voter, I've already established that you're a citizen and that you meet the qualifications to be registered to vote, and you attest to that under penalty of perjury. So nobody should be asking you for that for purposes of voting. So I would say that's more of a personal choice of if that makes you feel more secure to have that with you when you go out to a vote center. Certainly nothing wrong with that, but not something that we would require for voting.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I, too, am glad the state is covering the $67 million cost of this special election so that LA County voters can participate without impacting our local budget. I'm grateful to you, Dean, and to your entire staff for the tremendous amount of work it takes to move an election forward on such a short timeline. These preparations are essential to making sure that every community has the information and access that they need through mailed ballots, accessible vote centers, and clear, timely communication. Above all, it's about ensuring that voters can have confidence in the process and that every ballot is accurate, every community is served, and every voice is heard. In my district, just this weekend, I received concerns from constituents about sample ballots missing important information that appeared to be physically cut out. So what steps have you taken to address those reports and ensure that every voter is getting accurate and timely voting materials?
What does that mean?
Thank you, Supervisor. I can
There were
just-
pages in the ballot. Specifically, there were 2 pages that indicate the question that is supposed to be on the sample ballot, and the pages themselves were cut. They were, and that's how it arrived.
Yeah, so thank you, Supervisor. I want to be real clear that there are no pages missing in any of the sample ballots. We've looked into this. There is a binding issue because of the size of the sample ballot, because it is a thinner sample ballot than typically we operate, because there's just only one measure and it's a state measure. So those pages, it's part of the binding that our printer uses, that there is overlap from the, I'll use the word adjacent page, but if you look at those booklets, the pages are sequentially numbered and they contain all of the information. I think what has been, and this is not the first time that has occurred, but I think it's confusing for some voters because they're looking for the information about the measure, and that information is actually contained in the state voter guide. And that's referenced in the sample ballot, but again, from a familiarity standpoint, we certainly understand the confusion about that. But we have double-checked and confirmed that there are no pages that have been cut out of any of the sample ballots.
Okay. I think that there was a concern that the actual question was missing. So is that not going to appear in the LA County sample ballot?
No, the question does appear in the sample ballot. In fact, there's a facsimile image of the actual ballot, so it looks just like the ballot that you receive in the mail. And then the back side of that says the page is intentionally blank, and that's because the back side of your ballot is intentionally blank. So it is essentially a photocopy of the actual ballot.
Okay, I'll go back and look at the ballot that was handed into our office to address it, but I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you're taking a look at that and making sure that it's being addressed.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 quick questions from me. Thank you for the presentation. First, is it necessary, if it's a state-only measure, that 2 voter guides are mailed? That in and of itself is confusing and seems excessive.
Yeah, so that's again a matter of state election code. Now, typically that happens in a scheduled state election where you have local ballot measures and you have state ballot and
But I'm just saying, in the event that there is a state-only measure, does the state code require that counties also send out?
Yes, so we're required to send out a booklet that gives the information about local voting locations, the actual voting equipment, and things that are unique to our community.
That question came to me when you said what's not in the local guide because it's in the state-only guide. But you're right, the local guide tells you where to go to vote. Second question, I was surprised to hear when you said that there is a county that has a local measure.
City.
It's a city.
Yes.
That I was under the impression, I think we were actually told by the Secretary of State that nothing else could go on this ballot. And I don't know if it was timing or...
Yeah, so the law that called for the state election did not allow for jurisdictions to consolidate onto that. However, there was a local election already scheduled in the city of Santa Fe Springs prior to that.
Got it. That makes sense. Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Please.
Yes, thank you for coming today, Dean. This is such an important election, and it's not lost on me. I got my materials on time and filled out my ballot, and just wanted to ask a question about, since we have a smaller number of voting centers, what are we doing to address, and you kind of touched on it, people that require materials and interpreters that can speak different languages, especially in we know in pockets in my district where large numbers of Spanish speakers and AAPI.
Yeah, thank you, supervisors. We have a very robust multilingual program. Probably the most important is that all of our voting equipment at all locations includes the ballot in all 18 additional languages that are provided in LA County. That's true at every location. And then we target the placement of multilingual election workers based on census data that shows where those languages are most common. It's a little bit confusing because voters can go anywhere to vote, but but data shows they tend to vote near their home, and so we target our in-person multilingual support based on that. But we also at every location have tools where the election worker can call into a relay service and have interpretation services provided on site to any voter who needs that.
So my other question is, given that you had to consolidate the voting centers, how quickly will you let people know that their voting center has changed? Because we always get that complaint that, now you moved it, it's not at the school or it's not at this clubhouse, and what are we doing in that?
Right, so what will be familiar to voters is the postcard that they get that gives them the locations. What will be different is it may be different locations than they've seen before. And again, they're not assigned to a specific location. They can go to any location. So that postcard will tell them the closest location that is open for the full 11-day period and the two additional closest locations that are open during the final 4-day period. And we will, through our outreach strategy, through social media, through traditional media, be emphasizing, as I did here, that your location options will look different in this election because there are a smaller number than in the last election.
And so drop boxes, has that changed as well? Because you typically have them around libraries or city halls?
Drop boxes remain the same. So we had 418 in the general election. Those same 418 are available for this.
And those are regularly checked, obviously,
Correct.
once the schedule kicks in. My question too and concern is regarding what happens that actual day, because I've heard a lot of people already telling me what is going to take place if we see ICE there, or even just folks from another side of the aisle that are intimidating people, harassing them. And I get it. You said, well, if you see something, say something. But beyond that, I mean, I'm really concerned because what I'm hearing is that because it's open space, right, that there really isn't a restriction to keep ICE away from, say, a polling site. So give me your rundown of how that's going to be handled.
Yeah, so we're doing a few things to try and be proactive on that. One is, again, encouraging voters to vote early and to utilize their vote by mail ballot. And as I said, but I think I'll just keep repeating, to choose a location, or if you go to a location and you're uncomfortable, exercise your right to go to a different location. That's a little bit different messaging than we've used before, but I think in these circumstances, it's important to state that. We do have a local law enforcement guide that lists all of the state laws, and it actually separates them out by criminal laws and civil laws about what's appropriate within the vicinity or within a vote center. We provide those to all of our local law enforcement. In this election, we're also providing those to the election workers. So if somebody were to come into the vote center and try to approach a voter or try to question even an election worker, that we're instructing our election workers to give them a copy of that, and then to escalate that up, and we would send out troubleshooters or election coordinators to address that issue. The challenge, I'll be very candid, the challenge is the normal protocol is if you think your safety or the safety of voters is in danger, the instruction is to call 911. If it's more of a matter of just the presence there, in this case, I'm not sure that calling 911 is going to address the issue. So what we're asking them is to let us know that, and then we will work through local agencies, through our connections where they exist with federal agencies, to try and emphasize that that's not appropriate. And then we will document whatever is happening in that situation.
Are you sharing that on public social media? Are you sharing that information? Because I think it's worthwhile for community groups that work with our constituents and residents, that they're also helping to amplify what their rights are.
Yes, so that will be part of the messaging campaign right before the in-person voting period starts, and we also include that in our community organization toolkit, so they have those same resources. And then we have an election observer program where any community-based organizations that are planning to send people to observe voting locations, we do a specific training for them, and we also provide them a direct phone line where they can notify us of anything that they're seeing that's concerning.
Right. And then just lastly, because this is a special election, typically what can we expect? This is an unusual situation, but what do you think the turnout will be? What typically when we have a special election or off year like this, what do we see in LA County?
Yeah, it's always challenging to predict voter turnout, and in this case, because it is an unusual election, the best correlation that I've been able to make is to the 2021 recall election, the gubernatorial recall. Some similar dynamics here, unscheduled and also politically charged. So in that election in LA County, we had, I think, just under 51% voter turnout, which is significant for a special election. We don't see that in local special elections. So that would be the best correlation I can give you at this point. I think we likely will see growing visibility about this election in the next couple of weeks, and that may, and also depending on what activities happening with the government shutdown and the national scene, that may also be an incentive for voters to participate in this election. So we are prepared for active voter turnout in this election.
Right. And as I understand it, the federal government postal service will still operate accordingly, we think.
That is my understanding. We have not had any indication that the Postal Service. I will say, just a side note on that, that's an interesting thing with our military and overseas ballots, because I learned last week that the Canadian Postal Union is on strike. So ballots coming back from residents who are in Canada has possibly been disrupted, and we are working on a case-by-case basis with those voters. There are options for them, but it's just an example of another layer of complication in administering elections.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dean, and your staff. Thank you.
Yeah, and Dean, thank you for touching on the issues surrounding the survivors of the Eaton and Palisades fires. I think it's going to be important for us to even try to get the word out. And you may have answered more so, because I know that there are those that are probably, this is not on their top of their mind, but if they knew that there were options for them to be able to vote and get it done in a fairly easy fashion, they would partake. If I'm displaced and I'm in Inyo County, I can still vote because it's a statewide election, correct? It doesn't have to be within the county. If I'm a registered voter in LA County, but I'm displaced to Inyo County or Riverside County, can I still get a ballot and vote?
You can. You need to get the ballot from the county where you're registered. So what we would advise at this stage of the process, because we're still 25 days out from the election, is make sure we know that, and we can mail a ballot to you at the address in Inyo County, and it would be your LA County ballot. On Election Day, if that were to happen and somebody showed up at a voting location in Inyo County, they could contact us, and we could issue, there's a program called Remote Accessible Vote-by-Mail Ballots, where you can go online and actually access a ballot. It takes some effort because you have to print it out and you have to put it in an envelope and mail it back with your signature, but there are fail-safe methods on Election Day to assist voters.
Are those considered provisional, or?
It would be it would be provisional in the sense as any other vote-by-mail ballot, until we check and validate the signature, it would be provisional.
And then what I'll say is I drop my ballot off every time in front of my city hall. And by tomorrow, and they pick up every day. Yeah, in front of my city hall. It's right there. And by tomorrow, I will get a text telling me that my vote is counted. And so I have to say that I mean, I don't even bother going to the post office. Even pre all this crud going on, it was never reliable. If you drop it in the box out in the back of the post office, it may not get picked up till 9 the next morning, and then may get, to your point, put in a side and maybe postmarked the next day. So I would encourage people to use the town or the post boxes that you have different places in different cities because it truly is easy, convenient, and in real time, you all go out there and I think it is every day, correct? You pick them
We
up
do. We do check the boxes daily.
every day, and it's safe. They're tamper-proof, and they're in a well-lit area. So I don't think you can make it much easier for people to vote. There should be no excuse for people not to participate in voting. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you. I just have to say, Supervisor Barger, I do mail mine in. I'm a PAV, permanent absent voter, because it was one of those elections when I was in the state legislature that I came in on two wheels before the polling. And I was like, I'll never do that again. And so I do still mail mine. And with that, within a day or two maximum, I get the text also. So the texts are amazing.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to verify, going back to Supervisor Solis's comment, that you don't have to be a PAV or request an absentee ballot. Everyone who is registered is getting a ballot.
That's
So
correct.
I think Supervisor Solis, what I'm encouraging people to consider, because I share your concerns about safety, use one of these methods to avoid potential conflict at polling places. And so to drop it off at a ballot box, what are they called?
Ballot drop box.
Ballot
yeah.
drop off to mail it. I think particularly this election is probably the safest, most appropriate thing we could encourage people who are concerned to do. Get it, handle it ahead of time. Exactly, so either to mail it, and thank you, no postage necessary, because I dropped mine in on Monday. I think people have all kinds of opportunities to try to avoid potential conflict, because I agree with you. I think that is what we will end up seeing on Election Day. So I hope people can be safe and avoid it completely by mailing your ballot in or dropping it off at a ballot drop box.
I will say I appreciate both of you mentioning the ballot tracks program. So I'll take an opportunity to say that's available to all voters. If you go to our website, lavote.gov, you can sign up for those ballot tracks notices, and you will get either an email or a text message or both that you would have got one last week telling you your ballot's on the way. And then when you return your ballot, it will tell you when we received that ballot and when it has been processed.
And if you don't want to sign up, you can go online if you've got your number and track to make sure your ballot was counted, so that you make it, I don't know how much more user-friendly you can make it. So I want to thank you and your entire team, Dean, because I know this election has been a challenge for you all to kind of hustle and get it together, and you've done it. I'm sure there's going to be issues. You know, Supervisor Horvath pointed out some constituents with a sample ballot and all. But overall, I commend you and your staff, and really am very proud of the work that's being done.
Thank you.
So with that, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Azrullah Mohammed. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 28, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Claudia Jerez, your line is open. Please begin. Claudia, your line is open. Please begin. We will go to the next speaker. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Recently, I've noticed that many weekends all over town there are demonstrations, protests, get-together. So I hope that these gatherings are not nearby.
We're on item 28, which is dealing with the special election.
Yes, these demonstrations may be occurring to those voting centers that are open prior to the election. I just wanted to make sure that those demonstrations are not taking place within that limited amount of space between the voting place and where you can do your stuff. Another thing, thank you for reminding us just how convenient and easy it is to follow our vote. Someone speaking from the other side of the digital divide. And also just a reminder, convenience to the voter is convenience to the criminals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 28 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Supervisors, for the record, I'm Dr. Israr Allah Mohammed, clinical psychologist on involuntary medical leave. Election preparedness is not just about ballots, it's about system integrity. The same infrastructure that counts votes is the one that counts people. When our data, including ADA records, IPM documentation, and public warnings go missing, it reflects a deeper readiness gap, a government unprepared to manage truth as carefully as it manages turnout. If Los Angeles County can safeguard democracy for millions of voters, it can also safeguard due process for one disabled clinician whose record was erased from its system.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
All right, this is a receive and file, and as a result of the special election, we will also be moving our board meeting to 11 o'clock a.m. on 11/4/2025. Without objection, that will be the order. And thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing this forward for us.
We are now moving to the public hearing item. I will swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on this item. Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing item, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move on to public hearing item 49, hearing on ordinance extending Eden Fire Disaster Interim Ordinance number 2025-0034U, project number PRJ 2025-001033, advanced planning case number RPPL 2025-003574. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. No departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received. A representative from the Department of Regional Planning is available for questions. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. I want to thank Amy Wodick and the entire Department of Regional Planning for your continued leadership and responsiveness in helping our communities recover after the January fires. When this board adopted the initial interim ordinance last month, our focus was cutting through the countywide codes and ordinances that were never intended to apply to fire survivors and the loss of thousands of homes in a single community. Our intent in early September was clear: give residents a clear, streamlined plan to rebuild. This extension continues that commitment. It allows homeowners to move forward without disruption while county staff finalize a permanent recovery framework. The permanent ordinance that the Department of Regional Planning is developing will require a significant public outreach, especially to our displaced survivors. The streamlined disaster recovery permit and the flexibility built into this ordinance have already made a meaningful difference, shortening reviews, eliminating costs, and helping bring families one step closer to returning home. Extending this ordinance ensures that the county remains a steady partner in recovery. And again, I want to thank you and your team. This has been really a Herculean effort to bring forward reforms that are going to streamline the process, but ensure that we protect health and safety of the people that are rebuilding. Residents have shown extraordinary strength and perseverance in the face of loss. By extending this ordinance, we are affirming our promise to stand with them until recovery is complete. I don't have any questions for you, Amy, but I don't know if you want to weigh in on anything, but please feel free to.
Thank you, Chair Barger and members of the board. This ordinance will be extended through August 22nd, 2026, and it will give us an opportunity to amend our disaster recovery ordinance and then also additional community standards for the community of Altadena and Kinaloa Mesa. When we developed the disaster recovery ordinance a couple of years ago and you adopted it, we did not anticipate a large-scale disaster like this, and so it has become clear that we do need to add additional flexibility for future disasters to make it easier for all of us to help folks rebuild. So I greatly appreciate your support. We've been able to through the modified process, actually approve more projects without holding them up and without excessive public hearings or anything like that. So we're very happy about that. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And again, please convey your thanks to my team. And I think what's refreshing, you don't expect to get the positive. We get all the negative emails from people that aren't happy, but we're getting positive emails from constituents wanting to make sure that the staff knows how much they appreciated the empathy and the support and helping them to navigate something they never thought they would have to navigate.
Yes.
Which tells me that there still are people out there that recognize the hard work that you do.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Ezrullah Mohammed. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 49, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Claudia Jerez, your line is open. Please begin.
I want to say thank you for having me today as part of the meeting, and thank you for letting me speak. I have to say that I have served as at the precincts, and I served for about 4 or 5 times. And I
Yeah,
wanna
I'm
thank-
sorry. This is the item having to do with regional planning and an ordinance. We already heard the item on Registrar
Oh,
Recorder.
I'm so sorry.
No,
I
that's all right.
apologize.
That's all right. You can,
Okay,
if you
I'm
want to
sorry.
hold on, you can speak during public comment.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no other remote speakers to address the board. The remote participation for item 49 is now concluded. We will go to our in-person speakers. Please begin.
Supervisors, extending the ordinance without acknowledging its analytic origin risks rewriting history. The very failures this ordinance seeks to correct, fragmented coordination, absence of a common operational picture, and reliance on heroism were documented in my January 21 88 IPM filings under the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline Framework. Those warnings became the lived experience of the Eaton Fire Zone. When county systems failed to communicate, families with disabilities were left behind. What you now call adaptive governance was born out of that harm. This extension should therefore do more than renew a disaster order. It should restore the integrity of the record. Include the January 21, 2025 IPM, which references survivorship, correspondences, and ADA documentation in the official archive. Acknowledge the provenance of the framework you now rely on.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right. The motion is before us. Or the board letter is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Horvath, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Madam Chair, it's my understanding there are no specials, so we can move on to the consent calendar. Items not held by supervisors, general and public comment, and closed session matters.
Okay, let's do it.
At this time, we will hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including the closed session items and general public comment. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will first call in in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion, including closed session items and general public comment. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Jerome Gage, Rosie Espinoza, Octavio Ortiz, and Dr. Ezrullah Mohammed. Paloma Serna, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in San Diego County by medical neglect. I'm with Saving Life in Custody, California, and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I'm speaking on non-agenda items. LA County continues to have one of the highest in custody death rates in California. People are dying from neglect, withdrawal, and untreated medical crisis. Families deserve truth, not secrecy. San Diego County just empowered its Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board to oversee medical staff inside its jail. LA must do the same. Under AB 847, this board and the Inspector General now have access to confidential deputy and custody officer record that used to be hidden. Use that authority to investigate death, publish finding, and bring full accountability, including to medical and medical health provider. Oversight without medical oversight is incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Williamson, your line is open. Please begin.
Supervisors, my name is Ben Williamson. I'm a resident of Torrance and the Executive Director of a National Animal Protection Organisation. I'm speaking on a non-agenda item. California has explicitly banned the sale of foie gras, a product created by force-feeding birds through tubes until their livers swell up and become diseased. Yet Wild Fork, a subsidiary of the meat giant JBS, has been caught selling it at 5 locations across LA County. Here's what's troubling. When we brought our evidence to the District Attorney's Office, we were told to report it to police. The Sheriff's Office and LAPD both declined to investigate, with a sergeant telling us they don't investigate food. Public Health said they can't act on past violations since Wild Fork stopped selling it after we presented our findings to the LA Times. I'm asking you to urge the District Attorney's Office to prosecute these violations and seek full penalties, which we calculate could be in the millions of dollars for LA County residents. We need your leadership to ensure justice is served. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name, the agenda items you're addressing, and begin.
General public, it seems that current street lighting outages are considered an inconvenience to politicians. Going to a cemetery of your ancestors and there's no grave marker because it's been stolen to be recycled. Driving down the street, getting stuck in the street because the manhole has been stolen to be recycled. We know all about fire hydrants not having water. How about there not being a fire hydrant because it's been stolen to be recycled? Telecommunication companies are reporting that schools do not have communication capabilities to notify law enforcement or emergency services in case of an incident. This is domestic terrorism. Please support AB 476. Though it is a slap in the hand, preferably criminals of this type should be sentenced to the death penalty. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
All was foreseeable, as previously discussed. The days of La La Land are over. If you want to know true chaos, if the feds arrested the employers and owners of businesses with criminal wrongful employment of illegals, pandemonium would be deservedly ensue. As to the Men's Central Jail, the gang of 4 criminals, the Democrats on the board here, quashed the $1.7 billion new jail in 2019, must live there until the new facility is done. The homeless must be held responsible. Your abject negligence in allowing restaurants, food enterprises to dump affluent into the sewers caused the Roland Heights sewer closure of beaches and rivers as March 14th, 2025 in the Long Beach Weekly News. You people should be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name, the agenda items you're addressing, and begin.
Yes, Mel Bailey, District 2, general comments. Earlier today we were talking about the whole scandal with the law firm and the money that was ordered out based off the Gonzalez matter. I just want to bring something to your attention. When it was being first discussed and everyone was dragging probation, DCFS, and everybody down in the mud, you had a plethora, dozens on dozens of people that spoke public comments. The Board of Supervisors, you all spoke for approximately 2.5 hours today, while a couple of you did admit to maybe due process or due diligence wasn't exercised. It just seemed like it was nothing really said or addressed. It would be interesting to know, what do we do from here? What's going to happen? Was the money ever received? How is it returned back? And what is
Thank you.
going to do?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for these items is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Jerome Gage. I'm a DPSS employee with Torrance 92. I wanted to come here to discuss with you a matter that started as a simple employee-employer dispute, but has grown into a legal risk for the county that invites federal scrutiny. Specifically, I'm referring to the Homelessness Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Task Force that, as you should know, is laser focused on LA County. Now, this started because management engaged in retaliation and administrative foolishness, and it's frankly impacting the way that we do work. I'm unable to do my job appropriately because management continues to harass myself and my coworkers because we continue to raise complaints about working conditions there. I filed several complaints within the system and escalated it, but I kept getting more retaliation, which resulted in more complaints, so on and so forth, and now I'm here in front of you. Now, this is a sophisticated body. I'm hoping you can give it the attention that it needs. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rosie Renee Espinosa, and I'm a single mother of 4. My oldest, I'm 49 years old, so I mean, I still don't get any respect as a single mom doing 2 jobs. My oldest is 32. I have a 31-year-old, 27, and this is my son that was wrongfully taken away since the get-go. He's hybridly here. I learned a word from you guys, because hybrid means working not in person. So my son is hybridly here with me, and I want answers, and I want him back, returned to my home. He was taken away from me, and you guys should have never left a child without a parent. I know you guys have rules and regulations that you guys simply ignore, because that's why all these years have passed. I've left messages up and down the chain. Ms. Holly Mitchell, I went to your office when you were in exposition. I guess you're still in exposition when you were not a board of supervisor. And I mean, I feel like I'm just getting slapped in the face. I'm also a victim of police brutality, but that's another issue. I'm here for my son's safety. His health is declining, and you guys have bias issues that need to be addressed. My son needs to be returned to me ASAP. 911 calls go to the police department.
Next speaker,
so
please.
I'm not leaving until...
Thank you.
Next speaker, please begin.
May I please have 2 minutes to make general public comment and also address item number 18? Yes. Supervisors, you are governing through convergence. Every agenda item today, budget, housing, emergency management, family displacement, reflects language first written inside the county by a disabled clinician under ADA protections. That is not coincidence, it is the arc of truth. The same frameworks once suppressed in silence have now become the architecture of your reform. That is validation. But without restoration, validation becomes erasure, exploitation. Recognition is not sentiment, it is compliance. Inclusion is not courtesy, it is professional ethics. If Los Angeles County can move from fire to framework, from suppression to acknowledgement, from institutional amnesia to collective memory, then today can be the day we prove that prevention and equity are not slogans. They are our legacy.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm here for the moratorium, and just have patience with me. I have a back issue and it's acting up right now. So yeah, I live in Wildwood, and you know, there's a lot of issues going on there. Well, it's difficult for a regular person to try to defend themselves when the owner, it's a politician there in Palos Verdes, he knows the DA, LA County. You know, there's already been several deaths there, and they blame it on the gas, and it was an electrical issue. But he's got pull, you know, and I know it's difficult to understand, and just go to any big apartment complex, you're gonna find a lot of issues. So, you know, and the crime, where all the crime is, it's the more crime there is, the more the apartment owners are going to get away with. And just because you complain, well, that's not good enough.
Thank
you
you.
know?
That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you: 2 through 15, 17 through 21, 23, 25, 27, 29 through 38, 40 through 42, 43 and 44, with Supervisor Barger abstaining from the vote, 45, 46B. These items are before you.
All right, those motions are before us. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right.
We now have adjournments.
All right. I will begin. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Dr. Jane Goodall, founder of the Jane Goodall Institute, UN Messenger of Peace, and world-renowned ethologist, conservationist, and humanitarian who passed away at the age of 91. She earned scientific stature and became a global celebrity by chronicling a distinctive behavior of wild chimpanzees in East Africa. Dr. Goodall was 29 years old during the summer of 1963 when National Geographic magazine published her 7,500-word, 37-page account of the lives of primates that she observed in the Gombe Stream Chimpanzee Reserve in what is now Tanzania. Jane founded the Jane Goodall Institute in 1977, initially to support the research at Gombe. There are now 25 Jane Goodall Institute offices operating diverse programs around the world. In 1991, Jane founded Roots and Shoots, her global humanitarian and environmental program for young people of all ages. The initiative began with just 12 high school students in Dar es Salaam. Today, Roots and Shoots is active in over 75 countries. Roots and Shoots members are empowered to become involved in hands-on programs to affect positive change for animals, the environment, and for their local communities. In the latter part of her life, Dr. Goodall expanded her focus on becoming a global advocate for human rights, animal welfare, species and environmental protection, and many other crucial issues. During her life, she authored more than 27 books for adults and children and was featured in numerous documentaries and films. Her latest publication, The Book of Hope, a survival guide for trying times, has been translated into more than 20 languages. In 2002, she was named a United Nations Messenger of Peace. 2 years later, she was made a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire at Buckingham Palace. Jane was also awarded the United States Presidential Medal of Freedom. In addition, she's been recognized by local governments, educational establishments, and charities around the world. In 2017, she founded the Jane Goodall Legacy Foundation to ensure the ongoing stability of core programs she'd created, which were her life's work. She's survived by her son, 3 grandchildren, and sister. And I have to say, the morning she passed away, she was scheduled to be in Pasadena to plant trees with survivors, not only of the Altina fire, but actually Supervisor Horvath from your district. I think you were going to be there. So she literally was working to the day that she died. And the kids truly had studied her and were so excited to meet her. And that's the next generation that's going to continue this legacy for her. I also move that we adjourn today in memory of Beverly June Bicker. Oh, that's going to be all, yeah, we're going to do all 5 on the Dr. Goodall. I move that we adjourn in memory of Beverly Jane Bicker, a longtime Claremont resident who passed away on July 12th at the age of 90. She was born the youngest of 4 children to Harold and Bertha Weisel on June 8, 1935, in Los Angeles. Her family moved to Pasadena when she was just 10. The family, the Weasel family and the Bickers family had attended the same church in Los Angeles and visited each other frequently even after the move to Pasadena. Beverly had known Robert Bicker her entire life, and they started dating when she was just 15 and were married right after she turned 16. They started their family 18 months later, and when she was just 17 years old. Their 3 children, Daniel, Cheryl, and Michael, were the center of her life. The family moved to Claremont in 1958 and lived in the same house for the next 65 years until Bob's death in 2023. She was a dedicated member of the First Baptist Church of Claremont for 60 years. She also worked for the Claremont Unified School District in several different capacities, including a paraeducator, a nurse's aide, and a secretary for more than 20 years. She was predeceased by her husband of 72 years, Robert, in 2023, and her son, Daniel, in 2007. I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who are identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Jean Autry Mills, Navy; Stuart Hamilton Davis, Marines; Daniel George Baker, Air Force; Thomas Martin Lindsay, Army; Doyle Elwood Wilson Jr., Air Force; Comel Hutch Jr., Army; Bruce Lloyd Hobson, Army; Mark William Volvar, Air Force; Bernard Meyer Lauderman, Army; Andre Lee Beavers, Navy; Ollie Charles Daniel, Army; Alan Scott Greenberg, Army; Gustavo Adolfo Fabriga, Air Force; Paul Leroy Ruchia Jr., Navy; Dennis Bruce Evans, Army; and Panny McNeil Wright, wife of a veteran. Their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country will never be forgotten. Supervisor Solis? Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When we adjourn today, colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of James E. Silcott. Mr. Silcott was born on December 21st, 1929 in Boston, Massachusetts, and passed away on July 17th at the age of 95. He was a longtime resident of Windsor Hills. In 1949, he enrolled at Howard University, pausing his studies to serve a 3-year tour in the United States Army during the Korean War, where he rose to the rank of sergeant. He returned to Howard to complete a Bachelor of Architecture degree, graduating in 1957. Mr. Silcott became one of the foremost African-American architects in the LA area, as well as a dedicated public servant. He was among the first Black architects hired by LA County and the University of California system. His landmark projects included the original Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital, the Inglewood Court Building, Jules Stein Eye Institute at UCLA, the UCLA Boathouse in Marina del Rey, and the first medical school at UC Irvine. In the 1980s, Mr. Silcott successfully challenged his layoff from the county, which he contended was racially motivated. The Civil Service Commission agreed, and the case became a rallying point for equity in public employment. We good? His landmark federal discrimination case later resulted in a $1 million settlement. Beyond architecture, Mr. Silcott was appointed by Mayors Bradley and Reardon to serve on key commissions, including the South LA Area Planning Commission, the Cultural Heritage Commission, and the Board of Zoning Appeals. He also served in the California State Board of Architectural Examiners and was a principal at Kennard Design Group Architects, then the largest Black-owned firm west of the Mississippi. Licensed in 4 states, Mr. Silcott was elevated to the American Institute of Architects College of Fellows in 2020, an honor held by just 3% of its members. A proud Howard University alum, Mr. Silcott gave over $3 million to its School of Architecture, making him the most significant Black philanthropist in U.S. architectural education. His gifts established the only endowed academic chair at an HBCU-based architecture program, as well as the T. George Silcott Gallery and Lecture Hall. He also served on Howard's Board of Trustees from 2003 to 2009. Mr. Silcott's legacy endures through the buildings he shaped, the opportunities he created, and the many lives he touched. He is survived by 7 nieces and nephews: Julie, Tracy, Brian, Larry, Kurt, Ava, and Bill, and their children and grandchildren: Shauna, Adam, Andrew, Kaylee, Jada, Shia, Cameron, DeMarco, Fox, and Nasir. Colleagues, when we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Vivian Ayers Allen. Ms. Ayers was born July 29, 1923 in Chester, South Carolina, and passed away the 18th of August at the extraordinary age of 102. A visionary poet, educator, and cultural leader, Ms. Ayers began her education at the historic Brainerd Institute, where she studied Latin and French and became an accomplished concert pianist. She continued her academic journey at Barber Scotia College and Bennett College, later receiving honorary doctorates from Wilberforce University and her alma mater, Bennett College, in recognition of her lifelong contributions. In 1945, she married Dr. Andrew Allen Sr., a dentist in New York City, and they've raised 4 accomplished children: jazz trumpeter Andrew Tex Allen, actress, dancer, choreographer, and director Debbie Allen, executive vice president of TD Bank Hugh Allen, and acclaimed actress of stage and screen Phylicia Rashad. In 1953, Ms. Ayers was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize for her book of poetry entitled Spice of Dons. In 1957, she self-published Hawk, a futuristic poem exploring flight and space travel. Eerily anticipating what was to come, just 11 weeks after its release, the USSR launched Sputnik, the first man-made satellite to orbit the Earth. Decades later, in 2023, Hawk was officially published by Clemson University. In 1965, she joined Rice University, becoming a librarian and the school's first full-time African-American faculty member. Ms. Ayers also served as an educator and typist at NASA. In 2024, the agency honored her work during the dedication of the Dorothy Vaughan Center in recognition of the women of Apollo. Throughout her life, she was the recipient of numerous accolades, including the Arts Honor by the Jack and Jill of America Foundation and a Medal of Honor from Winthrop University. She believed deeply in nurturing creativity, both in her own children and in the generations that followed. She founded Workshops in Open Fields, a literacy through the arts program that aimed to educate preschool children in the arts. She also mentored young Black artists, organized community arts projects for her local community, supported underrepresented minority artists, and stressed the contributions of both African American and Indigenous American people in the arts. Ms. Ayers is survived and lovingly remembered by her wonderful family: Norman, Debbie, Felicia, Andrew, Hugh, Vivi, Thump, Condola, Billy, Oliver, Jill, Tracy, Carmen, Shiloh, Avia, Ellie, Gia, and a host of extended family and cherished friends. Her life was a testament to brilliance, service, and the transformative power of the creative arts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Sandra Beverly Cantor. It is with deep respect and sadness that we remember her life, a longtime Studio City resident, gifted designer, entrepreneur, and beloved wife and mother who passed away on September 29th, 2025 at the age of 85. Born on July 21st, 1940, Sandy was a bright and beautiful light whose creativity and adventurous spirit enriched all who knew her. A talented interior designer, she was known for creating spaces that radiated warmth and elegance. She later founded Spacations, blending her love of travel and wellness into a business that reflected her passion for beauty and balance. A proud member of the family behind Cantor's Deli, one of Los Angeles' most beloved and enduring establishments, Sandy was deeply connected to the city's creative and cultural life. She met her husband, Howard P. Cantor, while attending Woodrow Wilson High School, and together they built a life grounded in love, family, and shared adventure until Howard's passing in 2012. Sandy is survived by her sons Marcus and Mason Cantor, their spouses Christy and Ava, and her grandson Maxim. She will be remembered by her family, friends, and neighbors throughout Studio City and the greater Los Angeles community for her authenticity, her creativity, and her unwavering spirit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Okay, Executive Officer, will you please read us, taking all that adjournments without objection will be the order. Read us into closed session, please.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Barger has video presentations recognizing the Temple City Moon Festival and the Pasadena Humane Society. In accordance with the Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, 2 cases. Item number CS2, public employee performance evaluation. And item number CS4, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
This time of year, communities across Los Angeles County and around the world are celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Also known as the Moon Festival, this holiday is a time to give thanks, to celebrate togetherness, and to look forward with hope for the year ahead. The moon shines brightest and roundest during the season, symbolizing reunions, abundance, and the joy of being with loved ones. That's why it's a tradition to share mooncakes, a sweet reminder of how meaningful it is to come together. Here in Los Angeles County, our communities are hosting many fun and festive celebrations. One of the most beloved annual traditions is the High Autumn Festival presented by World Journal at Temple City Park. This family-friendly event brings 2 full days of live performances, gourmet food, cultural activities, and community connection. It's a wonderful way for residents to celebrate the meaningful tradition with their family, friends, and neighbors. And I know so many of our community members look forward to it each year. Today, I'm joined by Temple City's City Council members who have co-hosted the special event in their lovely city every year. I'm grateful to have Mayor Pro Tem William Mann and Councilmember Vincent Yu with me today to celebrate this meaningful occasion. Thank you for bringing this rich cultural tradition to your city every year. As a token of my thanks, I'd like to present you with a scroll commemorating this annual celebration. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you and to all the communities across Los Angeles County. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. It's with great pleasure that Councilmember Vincent Yu and I, William Mann, Mayor Pro Tem of Temple City, I'm here to accept this on behalf of the City Council of Temple City. We want to acknowledge and thank World Journal as being our great partners for many years, co-hosting the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is a joyous and family-friendly celebration that we are pleased to bring to our community. It is a time of reflection, a time of gratitude, and a time of Thanksgiving. And so from our family to yours, across all of Los Angeles County, we wish you a happy and joyous Mid-Autumn Festival.
I'm looking forward to coming and sharing with all of you. Thank you for opening up your city to an amazing experience.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you so much.
I love the work you all do, but I think what I'm most grateful for today is the fact that you're collaborating with us. Many people in the Altadena area, if a dog is picked up by the county, we have to go down one of our shelters miles away. And because of your work and trust and a contract with us, we were able to use your resources to benefit people of Altadena.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here today. Standing on behalf of Pasadena Humane, our incredible staff, our board of directors, our volunteers, our community partners, who all make living out our mission a possibility for us every single day.
Yeah,
is a organization that's deeply rooted into community service. We're extremely proud to be recognized by the County of Los Angeles and to be recognized by someone who is long championed community and public service. Your leadership and dedication to uplifting the lives of animals and people is a reminder to all of us what we can accomplish through collaboration and all the meaningful work that we get to do.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And we've got Marcia Maeda here, who's our Director of Animal Care Control for the county. And I know you would agree collaboration is key. I just want us all to work together to get animals spayed and neutered, something that we are pushing really hard, but one day at a time, right?
Absolutely.
I can't boil the ocean, I can try, but I can't boil the ocean. And so I do have a proclamation to provide to you on behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County, but more importantly, and I speak for my Altadena family. Before the fire, Marcia knows we, went through all the work to get this contract going, and it has been so embraced by the community up there. And with the devastation of the fires, now more than ever, I know you took in a lot of animals that were either found or the families had to surrender them, or they just needed a place to stay. And once again, the Pasadena Humane Society stepped up. You and your board are incredible. So any way we can help you return the favor, we're here to help. So on behalf of the county, I want to provide this to you.
Executive Officer, would you please read any reportable action out of closed session?
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on October 7, 2025. On item number CS1, CS2, and CS4, no reportable action was taken.
All right, we are now adjourned. Our next board meeting, reminder, will be October 14th, beginning at 11 a.m., not 9:30. We are adjourned.